microphones. And as soon as we hit the 10 o'clock hour, we'll start, and I'll just make just a couple of brief announcements before we move into our meeting. Okay, it is now the 10 o'clock hour. I'm going to call to order the Board of County Commissioners meeting for February 22nd, 2022. So before we do the salute to the flag, well, actually, let's do the salute to the flag, and then right before we get to the public comment, we will do this. So I'm going to ask Commissioner Alexis Hill, would you lead us this morning?
Yes, sir. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Of course. Chair Von Hartung.
Here.
Vice Chair Alexis Hill.
Here.
Bob Lucy is absent. Kitty Jung.
Present.
Jeannie Herman.
Here.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Nate Edwards, District Attorney's Office.
Present.
And I'm Jan Galasini, your County Clerk. Sir, you have a quorum.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Before we get into public comment, we're going to kind of lay some timelines here. At about 2 hours, which puts us at about noon, we'll take a 10-minute break so that we can relieve ourselves and et cetera. And then at the next 2-hour time frame, we're going to take a lunch at that time, and we'll be gone for a short period of time. We'll determine how much time we need, and then we'll continue on. So, Madam Clerk, that takes us in, or actually, Mr. Manager, take us into item number 3.
Item 3 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, would you go through the process of calling public comment, and then would you call them what we'd like to ask you to do, because we have a lot of people here today. Will you queue up so that she'll call 3 names in a row so that you can be ready? Okay, Madam Clerk.
First up, we have Robert Beatles, followed by Jeannie Herman, and then Joey Gilbert. Looks like Mr. Beatles has items to be distributed to the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
And by the way, if you do have items to be distributed to the board, would you please give them to the clerk prior to? That would be very helpful for us. And can we get the overhead for Mr. Beatles? That happens from the back. There we go. Mr. Beatles, the floor is yours.
All right, so please add all this to the permanent record, according to the NRS. My name is Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. Now, let's talk about treason. That's right, treason. Math that a kindergartner can understand. All right, so every Democrat, Republican, and Independent in this room and in our country has been robbed of their vote by our register of voters. That's right. We went to the register of voters 8 days ago on Valentine's Day, and they gave us this disc right here. And these are supposedly our registered voters, they say, in Washoe County. We have pulled the voter rolls 3 additional times over the past year and a half, 2 years, because we wanted to confirm our findings in this newest data. So this is, again, Spicua's, the register of voters data on their disc, and here's what it shows. They say in 2020 we had 252,000 voters. However, your data shows that in 2020 you had 212,000. In 2018, 188,000. 2018, 111,000. 2016, 210,000. 83,000. 2012, 188,000. 54,000. So now this is math that a kindergartner can understand. So you got a full stop here, right? That is 40,000 just in 2020 You can see this right here. Maybe zoom in on that for everybody. That's 40,000 more votes than we had voters in the 2020 election. Okay? In 18, we had 77,000. In 16, 126,000. In 2012, 133,000 more votes than voters. Every Democrat, Republican, Independent in this room has been robbed of their vote. It is that simple. This election system is a fraud and wash show. Forget about all the machines, the dead people, the out-of-state people, and all the other fraud, because that's still in there too. That's right. So it's even worse than this. But again, we had 40,000 more votes than voters. This is treason. Spicula is guilty of gross incompetence at best, treason at worst. She has stolen from everyone in this room and county and country. She must be removed immediately. The four of you now know what's happened to our votes. Is that why the format of the resolution was manipulated by the county and then pulled by the county for being in the wrong format? Are you trying to cover this treason up? Are you going to bring Spicula out here and tell us fairy tales about how great our election system is? Is that your plan? Well, now everybody knows. So either fire her or lock her up. And I got to ask, did Hartung know about all this fraud? Is that why he refused to chair the resolution? Is that what happened? Well, if so, now everybody knows. And if this isn't addressed immediately, you're all guilty of treason, except Jeannie, because she's the only one of you, it appears, fighting for fair elections. Show us she's not alone. Do the right thing. What's it going to be? Are you going to put the resolution back on the agenda and fix this fraud? Or are you going to be treasonous?
Thank you. That's all I got. Please, 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 please. Thank you.
Jeannie Herman, followed by Joey Gilbert, and then Kurt Baumgarten.
Anybody want copies?
Ms. Herman, welcome.
Is that mic working just right? I hope so. I had a long version here, which I'll get to. As soon as the first break comes, after quite a few of our public commenters have commented, I would like to ask for a recess for legal review of what's happened to our elections. And I would also like to call for an apology from the county officials, employers, employees in the county, and their TV stations need to retract what they put on, because it is not true. Regarding the election integrity resolution, which I presented to the county through the county manager's office to be placed on the agenda for today's meeting, it was written as a resolution to be placed on the agenda as a resolution and attached to the placeholder agenda item provided by the district attorney's office for the February 22nd meeting. Somehow it was rewritten, recreated as part of a staff report, and sort of called a resolution in the last two paragraphs at the end of the document, but not titled as a resolution or given any semblance of a number or anything like that, or a place to put one. It's extremely important that the people of this county know who at the county is responsible for this drastic change, which appears to be another effort to limit the voice of the people and reduce the potential of bringing an honest and fair election to our citizenry. The people have spoken, and they need some evidence that you listened. I would highly recommend that someone on this board steps up and for once does something constructive for their constituents. Sorry, I gotta read it because I'm not good at this. And get back to the intent of the resolution presented to the board originally. I demand that this resolution is returned to this board for deliberation and to give the people an answer to the questions they have raised. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Joey Gilbert, followed by Kurt Baumgarten, and then Bill Neal.
Mr. Gilbert, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. So just to keep it brief, as you saw from what Mr. Beatles handed out, that's your data. That's the county's data. We're not, this talk of right-wing people or conspiracy theorists, this is your data. All we did is take your own data, look at it, and it's shocking to me that we are here again. Once again, this has been a few years now of presenting data that is ignored for whatever the reason is. I don't know. I mean, we were right on everything. I was here in December 2020 telling you that those goofy masks you keep wearing don't work. And then every department in the United States government's come out now proving that, along with every Ivy League school and Harvard School of Public Health, everything. But we carried that on far longer than we needed to. But I think what's absolutely crystal clear now with the data that Mr. Beatles presented is that we have a problem here. You can't have more votes than voters. You can't, and not by tens of thousands. That makes all these votes inaccurate and possibly illegal. It could actually call into question your ability to even be seated where you're sitting right now. Truly. Kitty, I don't know if you belong up there. Truthfully. Alexis, you don't.
Please.
Eric
please.
Brown, you don't. Well, I'm just looking through the data. Those votes didn't come. So somehow you got up there. Laugh all you want, but I think what things people are going to get real clear real quick here is that folks have had it. Like, we're not going away. We want these elections fixed.
Please.
Right? At the end of the day, totally invalid, inaccurate, fraudulent. The vote tabulations, have been continued to be certified by this body, by the employees, appointees, whoever they are. And Mr. Beatles is right. It is treason. We don't use those words lightly. Look, I'm not here to put on a show. I'm here because I've been fighting for almost 2 years straight for everybody, for all Nevadans, for this entire country, because things have gone, off the tracks. And all we want is fair elections. Listen, you have fair and free elections, you fix everything. Everyone knows that. There's no accountability. So what we're asking is that you guys will do your jobs. I mean, we've just presented you with data that cannot be refuted. It's your data. It shows tens of thousands of votes coming from people that don't exist, dead people. I mean, we could go down the whole process. So all I'm saying, and again, there's a lot of relationships I've had for years along the line here. I'm just asking you, please take a look at this. Do what's right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilbert.
Kurt
Please.
Baumgarten.
Please. I appreciate it. Thank you. Please.
Kurt Baumgarten, followed by Neal, and then Val White.
Mr. Baumgarten, welcome.
Commissioner Hartong, members of the board, ladies and gentlemen, my name, can y'all hear me if I do this? Yes. Okay.
Please.
My name is Master Sergeant Baumgarten. I work at Spanish Springs High School.
Can you please address the board, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Baumgarten?
And I work at Spanish Springs High School, and one of the things we do is we provide color guards throughout the county. Every weekend, it seems, we clean up streets for Adopt a Road, Adopt a Mile programs, and we also, our kids are out there, they're working hard. They raise funds, and some of the funds aren't enough to take them on the trips that we want to go to. So this weekend we're going to California, and we did a color guard for a meeting at Spanish Springs High School Library, and Commissioner Hartong said that he would gladly donate $5,000 to our ROTC program to help us get there. I just want to say thank you for that. The kids are going to benefit. Another thing that we do during the holidays, we take needy kids from the middle school that's next to us, and we take them on a shopping trip for their family, right? The kids at Spanish Springs High School, they raise the money, and then each kid, they give us about 20 kids, so that's $100, $2,000 that our kids raise, and then they take those kids on a shopping trip, and then we come back to Spanish Springs High School, and we wrap the presents, have a party, and those kids have a better holiday for their families. That's just one of the many things that we do. And we've got about 2,000 ROTC cadets at the 11 programs in our district. And they do the same things that these kids at Spanish Springs do. So please, support the programs, because we're all nonprofit. All right, we don't get money, right, to do these things. The kids go out on their own on the weekends and they raise these funds so they could do this stuff. The mission of Army JRTC is to motivate young people to be better citizens. It's not a recruiting tool for the military. We want them to graduate high school, go to college, represent their communities. That's all I want to say. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Baumgartner, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Bill Neal, followed by Val White, and then Elisa.
Mr. Neal, welcome.
First of all, I want to say thank you to Commissioner Herman. I don't know you personally, but I am impressed with your commitment to the citizens and the people of not just this county, but the nation. The rest of you, not so much, not so impressed, don't know you either, so that's, in all fairness. But I do know you by your actions and your inactions, and I find those reprehensible. I find those disgusting. I do not find those to be the action of common, decent people. If I'm wrong, and I apologize. I understand that, when Lincoln was looking at Gettysburg and he said, now we're engaged in a great civil war, well, we're engaged in a civil war right now, but it's not very civil. And that's kind of sad. And it's an information war. It's an information war that's being conducted with the patriots on one side with truth and honor and integrity. And then there's the other side that wants to censor, silence, cancel. Which side do you stand on? I kind of think I know. I kind of think the people behind me know. We're sick of it. We're disgusted with it. And here's the fact. I want to boil this down to one simple fact. You're not going to top Robert Beatles on anything, because this man has put his life and his fortune and his honor at stake. Sound familiar? Should. And I don't mean this to be like some kind of little play on words to be cute. But the fact is the election was stolen. We know it. You know it. But the thing that gets galling is we know that you know that we know. But what really kind of lights my fire is we know that you know that we know that you know. And that is disgusting. So what does that have to do with this resolution? A resolution that's trying to guarantee the freedom of the county citizens, the citizens of this country, honesty, integrity in elections, prevent the theft that's been going on, that's going on. I'm going to tell you right now, you might have benefited, but in the long run, you're just not going to benefit. So how does it tie in? The gymnastics that went on behind the scenes to ruin this resolution. You know how you got it off. What are you afraid of? Because you are afraid, and it's obvious. Understand that you're minions. Understand that you answer to higher powers. Understand that you answer to those that are pulling your strings. You are puppets, and there are puppet masters. Stop delegating. It's cowardice. Stop being cowardice. We live in an egocentric world where nobody can stand up and say, I was wrong. I was on the wrong side. Well, you know what? You need to, because the things that you're doing and undermining our society are going to get you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have
Thank
Val
you.
White, followed by
Thank you.
Elisa, and then Kimberly Clark. Val White.
White? Oh, my name's Val White. Oh, I know, but I thought you said Elisa. Who's next?
Val White.
Me. Oh, you're here. My name is Val White. Please put this on the record. Washoe County voters are being cheated in our elections. On your watch, with your approval. What reasons do we have as constituents to trust in Nevada's elections? Is it the clean voter rolls? No, they're completely dirty, maybe 50% dirty. Is it the thorough electronic voting system certification? No, because the so-called certifications and tests are a sham. From the Federal Election Assistance Commission, down to the county proclamations of their trustworthiness? Is it the thorough, secure chain of custody for the ballots that our registrar of voter oversees? No, because the past election had multiple instances of chain of custody issues. Is it the guarantee that Nevadans always have a position as observer? No, because if large numbers of out-of-state observers show up, they prevent Nevadans from taking seats as observers. Is it the signature verification process? No, because 70% or more of the signatures were kicked out by the machines in the last election, and the public couldn't see the signatures being verified. There is no more trust in our government, no more trust in experts, no more trust in the voting machines and computers, no more trust that the system will eventually deliver justice. We're hoping and praying that your sense of decency, intelligence, and honesty will move you to approve the election improvements in Commissioner Herman's resolution. The staff report for this agenda item recommended approving the election resolution. Historically, this board has followed staff recommendations. We're waiting to hear what explanation you could possibly give for not following their recommendation this time. There's nothing to lose. Nevada is already ranked at the bottom nationally in election integrity. The election resolution items seek only to improve election integrity, something everyone wants. We can't do any worse than what we are doing now. Last, Mrs. Spicula put lipstick on a pig. She will do it in this meeting after public comments. No rational person believes that Nevada's elections are honest. She should be fired immediately for incompetence. She's simply in over her head. People are paying attention now. We're watching to see how much you value fair elections. Please show us.
Thank you, ma'am. Please. Thank you.
Elise is up next, followed by Kimberly Clark, and then Robin Williams.
Hi. Hello. I agree with Joey Gilbert, and I stand with his comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly Clark, followed by Robin Williams, and then Tom Lenz.
Welcome, Ms. Clark.
So it's really sad when a person like I have to get up here to make a statement. I don't like to do this type of thing. I don't like to be confrontational. But every person in this room, trust me, there's hundreds, if not thousands, behind them that couldn't make it today. I own 2 businesses. I'm very, very busy. I don't have time to come and do this, but it's disgusting. I've been involved with the Voter Integrity Committee. The things that have gone on in this county are reprehensible, and they need to change. Every one of you, I'm a leader, every one of you has a duty to seek this out yourselves. For us to do it and to come here and then to be ignored is disgusting. This is not the America that I was raised in. I was raised where people are free, where people have a right to have a business. People have a right to come and vote in America, to have their voices heard. And you guys, you need to pay attention to it, because this is not going to go away. And it's much nicer to get it resolved peacefully than what might come next.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robbie Williams. I'd like my words on the permanent record, please. I kind of relate to the last speaker. I have never been in this chamber before. I have, however, been involved in a lot of other things through the years, many years. You might consider my family the old Reno type of family, been here forever. Went to school here. My father went to school here. I will tell you what, this city is unrecognizable. This board is unrecognizable. We need to protect our vote, you guys. We must. It's what we have, and it's who we are as a country. And once we cannot vote, we will fall apart. I would like to remind you that you are voted into your office. We can vote you in, we can vote you out. When you stop listening, I voted for one of you, and you're not representing me, and I will not vote for you again. So we will vote you out unless you listen to us. You now have a record of your own voter rolls, your own numbers. And I encourage you to please do your own due diligence, look up these numbers, and see if these are correct for our county. And if these are correct for our county, and you do nothing about it, if these are correct for our county and you do nothing about it, what will that say about your character? Why are you representing us? Why are you representing our county if you are unwilling or unable to make moves to show us that you represent us? I would like to thank Ms. Herman for being the only one brave enough to speak out. If wisdom comes with age,
Please.
well, that's what they say. And I find you a woman of great wisdom and great integrity. And you're an inspiration to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Next up, we have
Please.
Tom Lenz, followed by Eugene Gurskovich, and then James Bentham.
Welcome, Mr.
Tom
Lenz.
Lenz, Sparks, Nevada. I'd like my comments recorded. I just mostly wanted to echo what everyone else has said. I'm glad to hear the numbers from Robert Beatles because now I finally understand how Sisolak got elected. But this agenda item number 14 was on the agenda, and it got removed by some bureaucratic trick. But it's obvious by how many people there were a couple of weeks ago to comment on this that it's very important to all of us. And so you use bureaucracy to subvert the will of the people. And it just begs the question, what are you trying to hide?
Thank you. Thank you.
Next up, we have Eugene Gurskovich, followed by James Bentham, and then Janet Butcher.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Eugene Gurskovich, and please enter my comments into the public record per NRS 241035. As a background, I am an immigrant from Argentina, have been in this country for 50 years old, and I have seen a lot happening in my country to be able to judge what I am seeing here now. I am going to speak in reference to the item 14 of the City Council meeting of today, removed from the agenda, and my concern is election fraud. Regarding that, and for an honest election, elected candidates should represent true legal voters. If that is not the case, the elected candidates do not have a mandate. There is no excuse for dead people voting. There is no reason to send out non-requested mail-in ballots. No justification for extended days or weeks of voting. Individual personal vote should be with valid ID. Paper ballots only. No internet-connected machines like Dominion. Outside biased influence by entities like CTCL and Mark Zuckerberg's election organization should be banned. I personally would feel safer and certainly not threatened if our National Guard could monitor the voting places. The above considerations are not going to deter qualified voters, and the others should not be voting. Thank you for listening to a legal vote.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
James Bentham,
Thank
followed
you.
by Janet Butcher, and then Karen Syrink.
Mr. Bentham, welcome.
Good morning. James M. Bentham for the record. According to NRS 241.035, please record these comments and put them in the record, and do this for all the other speakers. We do not want our comments ignored, changed, or discredited. First thing I want to bring up is this is Reno, February 21, 2022, an article by Bob Conrad and Kristen Hackbarth. Fact check. Commissioner Herman's proposed election changes are impractical, vague, and illegal. A voter integrity petition submitted February 8th to the Washoe County Board of Commissioners was far-right. Self-described patriots demand sweeping changes to local, state, and federal election laws and practices. This should have been titled, "There is a insurrection in Washoe County." We should note their editorial points, important points. Be sure to demonize the opposition. Tell a lie often enough and people will start believing it. Who will fact check the fact checkers? I received an email from Wendy Rogers, Arizona State Senate. She says, I want to see more corruptible machine. I don't want to see any more corruptible machines counting votes. For hundreds of years, human beings counting paper ballots was good enough. With observers, why can't it be good enough again? I'm pushing a lot of integrity bills. 1338, paper ballots. 1343, ballots by precinct. 1348, no machines. 1380, clean up the voter rolls, etc. Unfortunately, some in the Senate do not agree. They are trying to push through a bill to keep the machines, SB 1342. We have the same mindset here in Nevada, and there is evidence. First of all, this article. Next, the resolution changed and then discredited. And now we're facing postpone, delay, don't admit, don't own up to it. That resolution was practical, specific, and legal. Bring the truth to light. Bring it on. Bring back the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Janet Butcher, followed by Karen Syrink, and then Tracy Thomas.
Butcher, welcome.
Janet Butcher for the record. Please ensure my comments are entered into the public record. I am a legal resident of Nevada in the county of Washoe. I state that, as we know, those in objection to having fair elections like to bus people in from other states. This is a known fact. I personally watched as the Democrat poll watchers from California brought food to the poll workers, as Republicans were advised that we should not do such a thing. I personally was intimidated by a Democrat attorney at the Sparks Library while I was assigned as a poll watcher. I have been under the impression lately that misinformation is a no-no. Is the overhead on?
Can we have the overhead, please? Thank you. Scoot it down a little.
But the Nevada Democrats, is it in place?
Just down a little tiny bit.
Democrats, along with one of the commissioners, are putting forth propaganda about the items in the proposed resolution. I am very disappointed in the shenanigans that have taken place over the voter integrity resolution being placed on the agenda and suddenly stripped. Was there not enough time to gather the out-of-town and out-of-state protesters, Antifa and BLM, to get them over the hill? Pun intended. To be present at this meeting. Why is it that we don't want to ensure that our legal, only legal, live and real citizens vote? Why is it not important to keep our voter rolls accurate? Even the library cleans up its registered card holders. I must remind the commissioners, especially one, that we are not a democracy. We are a constitutional republic. It is important to know the difference. A friend of mine the other day went to a precinct meeting and found out that as she moved to the state, she registered as a Republican. She was switched to an independent.
I also was placed on an inactive role at the last election when I had been receiving information and had even voted in the primary, but in the general election, I was made inactive. I want to thank everybody that came here today because this is really important. Our votes are the most important thing we have.
Next up, we have Karen Syrink.
Thank you.
Followed by Tracy Thomas, and then Robert Nick Martin.
Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. I would like to start. My name is Karen Syrink. You saw me 2 weeks ago, and I am going to reiterate the points that I made 2 weeks ago. But I would like to first congratulate Commissioner Herman for having the bravery and integrity to force the issue of election integrity in our county. Thank you. You are an inspiration, and the other commissioners would do well to follow your lead. What I'm seeing from the rest of the commissioners is a lot of evasive maneuvers, smoke and mirrors, in order to avoid having a discussion on record about the critical issue of election integrity. We know that there are problems with the current system. As I told you 2 weeks ago, I arrived here 22 years ago. I got a driver's license and a social security card immediately without being a citizen. And when I went to register to vote after becoming a citizen, I was never asked to prove citizenship. This is a huge problem and a slap in the face to every single one of us who follows the rules and goes through the system properly. You're all taking a massive dump on my certificate of naturalization. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can no longer plead ignorance. It is time to clean up our election process. Why are you so afraid to have an honest discussion in an open meeting? It's time to put on your grown-up pants and address this issue like the people who elected you asked you to.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Tracy Thomas, followed by Robert Nick Martin, and then Renee Resentus.
Can we have the
We
overhead?
need the overhead,
Ms.
please. And I do have a document to distribute to the board.
Welcome.
Good morning. God asks us to share the wisdom he bestows upon us. So every time I come before you, I pray that I am bringing to light at least one thing new for you. So as you deliberate this resolution, I encourage you to consider some facts, not the stuff that's in the propaganda called Reno Gazette Journal. Counting must be public and continue without adjournment. Voters are provided a leave of absence from employment to vote. Only citizens must exist on current registration rolls, and only citizens must be added to it. The USCIS SAVE has been around for at least 2012. What is Washoe County's lame excuse for not using it? Ballots must be hand counted in order to have that as an option in a recount. Ballots must retain a chain of custody at all times, not just be mailed out into a black hole. This is especially important anytime they are not in the custody of the ROV. The ROV's workflow chart of August 17, 2021 lists one of the duties in the mail-in ballot clerk as ballot tracking. How do they track ballots that never get returned? Return receipts will ensure unclaimed ballots are returned to the ROV, as well as provided documented proof of the voter is actually receiving their ballot. Not just that it was mailed into an abyss. It is also another opportunity for signature verification. It should be noted that an electronic receipt that would be emailed to the ROV is significantly less than one returned by mail. The 2020 primary election was proof positive that the voting kiosks/tablets are not required as necessary to conduct an election. What are the cost savings from that election reported by the registrar's office? Where is that report? The unspent amounts of an already budget expense for labor for polling locations, call centers, delivery trucks, preparation of materials, i.e. Big Blue, intake stations, signature books, etc., unused voting kiosks, labor for maintaining, servicing, preparing, inventorying, delivering, picking up, maintaining chain of custody paperwork, etc., of all those kiosks, tables, chairs, and signs, etc., that were not used. Unused resources for training poll workers, just to name a few. Every voter is already receiving a paper ballot again. Don't waste them. Use them. I've provided an example of historical costs. This is the SAVE database. This is a sample of some historical costs of just the labor alone from the information available on how resources can be diverted toward a more secure and physical responsible election. I pray that you take this time to consider it. If you don't like an item in the resolution, strike it. Don't be throwing the baby out with the water.
Thank you.
Robert
Thank
Nick
you.
Martin,
Thank you.
followed by Renee Resentus, and then Valerie Fiannaca.
Welcome, sir.
Oh. I need to do, oh, there it goes. Okay. Hi, I'm Nick Martin. I'm a registered voter in Washoe County now for 42 years. I voted in every election. I consider myself a balanced, open-minded voter, and I've listened to arguments on both sides for quite a while now on tweaking elections. And they fall along the spectrum of tighten the rules versus loosen the rules. And I consistently find that the arguments made to loosen the rules are quite suspect. What I mean by that is that, let's take as an example, the no voter ID. Now that's put forth from the federal level on down through the counties and cities everywhere, based on the fact that some people can't get an ID. Okay, now that sounds good, right? If that were true. I submit to you that no one in America who doesn't have an ID, anyone in America who doesn't have an ID today simply doesn't want one, okay? And putting that forth as a reason, I think there's only two groups of people that would use that argument. The first are idiots, and the second are mediocre leaders whose only chance to retain power is to tweak the elections, is to cheat. That I can't find a reason that you would back that you would make that statement. And I implore you, we don't need to loosen up our election rules any further. They need to be tightened, okay? The American public, their faith in the institutions has been stretched to the limit, and we don't need to make that worse. So I implore you not to weaken the election systems, not to weaken the security, opening doors to people who can't get an ID, of which there might be 2 in all of America, if that. Okay, and we need to tighten things up, and we need to bring it back to reason so people feel more confident in what's going on. And you know, I enjoyed the statement someone made earlier about Mr. Sisolak, the reason he got into office. I'm relatively sure that Sisolak would back the idea of no voter ID, because to me, he's one of those mediocre leaders who need something like that to retain power. And I'm a balanced voter. I'm a registered Republican, but I give credence to both sides. I listen, I vote in every election. And what's going on today with the reasoning behind these changes and rules and all this is utter nonsense. It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Renee Resentus, followed by Valerie Fiannaca, and then Doug Jalen.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. Please enter my comments. Can you hear me now? Okay. Please enter my comments into the public record. My name is Renee Resentus, and I'm also speaking on election integrity. As you know, all we want is an honest and fair election. And I think, and probably most of us feel, that that encompasses clarity, auditability, election integrity. And how do we get that? Paper ballots, strong poll watching force, voter ID, U.S. citizens, tabulation machines, not Dominion-type machines. I understand that you've already purchased those, and I think you should trash them, and that would be money well wasted.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also, the poll watchers need to be placed in a position where they can actually see the ballots and what's on the ballots. Otherwise, why have them there? And really, I know you won't answer my question, but I'd really like to know the reasons you have confidence in our current voting system and the machines. We need tabulation machines. Let's see. And if we don't have confidence in our voting system, then we have an obligation to push for an audit. So many eyes will be present to see the work that is done here at the polls, counting the ballots, every step of the way. It's important, and we know it, and we'll be there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Next up, we have Valerie Fiannaca, followed by Doug Jalen, and then Tom Daley.
Welcome.
Valerie Fiannaca for the record. Before I start, I want to say this isn't a Republican or a Democrat issue because I believe they've all cheated, every single one of them, on both sides.
Thank you.
The information I'm putting forth was given to me by Secretary of State candidate Richard Scotti, who cites Newsweek.com. In 1976, France banned all mail-in ballots due to the massive amount of fraud that occurred in Corsica, where postal ballots were stolen or bought, and voters cast multiple votes. Mail-in ballots were used to cast the votes of dead people. Sound familiar? In 1991, Mexico's election mandated voter photo IDs and banned absentee ballots. Leading up to that year, the Revolutionary Party used the mail-in ballots as a method of fraud and also intimidation to win elections. In 2006, absentee ballots were allowed again, but only for those living abroad and who requested them at least 6 months in advance. Among the 27 countries in the European Union, 63% ban mail-in voting unless living abroad, and another 22% require a photo ID to obtain a mail-in ballot. 22% ban the practice even for those who live abroad. There are 16 countries in the rest of Europe that have more restrictive voter laws. Every single one bans mail-in ballot voting for those living in the country, or at least requires a photo ID to obtain the mail-in ballot. 63% don't allow mail-in ballots even for citizens living outside of their country. All require voter ID. Japan and Poland have limited mail-in voting certificates for those who have severe health issues. Liberals and progressives often argue that we should model the United States on Western European countries' laws, but you never hear them claiming that we should adopt their voting rules. There is a reason for that. Most European countries either ban mail-in voting or require people to use photo IDs to obtain their ballot. This year, France of all places, has banned electronic voting systems after what occurred in our 2020 election.
Please.
Several of our senators, including Klobuchar, Warren, and Kamala Harris, actually did a documentary which you can watch. You can still watch it, touting how our electronic systems were unsafe. All of this before Donald Trump was elected. The time is now for all of us, both right and left, to realize that both sides have been cheating and take back our elections. We must have faith in our elections or we don't have a country.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doug Jalen, followed by
you.
Tom Daley, and then Gayle Anderson.
Good morning. I have a few points I want to make. I first want to start off by saying I agree with all the previous speakers. And secondly, right at top of the voter registration form, in big bold letters, it says, "Warning, giving false information is a felony." Okay, we have sheriff's officers right in the back who are here to protect this body or perhaps to intimidate and suppress public comment. They should be out chasing these felons and investigating, prosecuting, and putting these felons in jail. That would go a long way to cleaning up our election integrity. And finally, I would like to say we should not allow any foreign influence in our elections, whether it be Russia, China, or more importantly, from California. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tom Daley, followed by Gayle Anderson, and then Terry Bartle.
Welcome, Mr. Daley.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Thank you. For the record, Tom Daley from the Estates of Mount Rose. And as a matter of full disclosure, a Republican candidate for the Nevada Assembly in District 26 in the upcoming primary. I ask that my comments be added to the record. In the matter of election integrity, you have the duty to ensure the voter rolls of Washoe County are accurate. From the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, quoting, requires all states to purge their registration rolls of ineligible voters, unquote. Doing so is not discretionary. You have the authority to require an audit of the voter rolls by the county auditor. The county auditor has no dog in this fight. A dispassionate and accurate analysis and report back to you by her would be the first step in restoring the county's credibility in this matter with your constituents. I urge you to require such an audit, and long before the June 14th primary. As a candidate, I do not want any of those voting for me or my competitors from doing so if they are not eligible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daley. Thank you.
Gayle Anderson, followed by Terry Bartle, and then Janice Jones.
Welcome.
Thank you for hearing us. My name is Gayle Anderson, and would you please enter my comments in the... Sorry, is that better? Okay. I come humbly before you this morning as a poor proletarian citizen of Washoe County. I am here to reiterate that I believe with my whole heart that my vote in last year's election was made null and void by your fraudulent vote counting tactics. It is tragic. It is very unfortunate that I have come to see you, Mr. Hartung, Ms. Hill, Ms. Young, even Eric Brown, and I'm sorry, Bob Lucy, as corrupt and greedy for power. It is treason.
Thank you.
Okay. This is treason. Our NRS statute 2931.B as in Bravo, .105. This law makes it clear that Dominion voting machines are not a requirement in Washoe County. Yesterday, Channel 2 News aired approximately 6 articles which were lies about item number 14 of today's agenda being removed for violation of open meeting law. Presenting a lie to deceive people is fraud. You allowed fraudulent votes to be counted in this county. You've allowed non-citizens to vote. This also is treason. And you must be brought to accountability. Please, I'm certain you may have been honest children, but unfortunately, events of your lives have possibly changed your personalities. Please, we ask that that Ms. Herman's item number 14 be returned to the agenda because our voter rights are being completely violated. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Terry Bartle, followed by Janice Jones, and then Mary Kilkenny.
Welcome.
I am really humbled by the speakers today, their passion and their intelligence. I am not as articulate, but you know what? I've been muzzled for 2 years, and I just want my voice to be heard. Our voting system is broken. It's a fact that voter rolls in Washoe County are not accurate. It's a fact that Washoe County mail-in ballots were sent to dead people. It's a fact that mail-in ballots were sent to people who are no longer living in Washoe County or even in Nevada. It's a fact that computers and voting machines are easily manipulated and hacked. You are elected officials charged with the ability to effect honest and fair elections. We need paper ballots, polling place oversight, and above all, clean current voter rolls. You owe it to every legal American citizen to facilitate honest elections. Citizens should not have had to initiate a resolution for this. For God's sake and the sake of the country, please do your job. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Janice Jones, followed by Mary Kilkenny, and then Fred Dellinger.
Welcome.
Good morning. Janice Jones. Please enter my comments into the public record. I suppose it comes as no surprise to me this morning to hear that the election integrity resolution has been manipulated off of today's agenda. I feel that when Ms. Deanna Spicula addresses the room today in item number 5, I think she would probably look very foolish telling this room that there's no fraud, all the while the board would be discussing procedures to put into place that deal with the fraud. My only regret is that through your cowardly manipulations, you have made Ms. Herman appear as though she has been inept at her job. Well, let me tell you folks, to coin a popular phrase, this is not Ms. Herman's first rodeo with you guys, so look out. But speaking about Ms. Spicula, I've been reading transcripts of her recent interviews, one of which is with Ms. Joy Reid of the Reid Out, where Ms. Reid refers to those of us that believe there was fraud in the election as the ilk, people of that ilk. And she also says that we perpetuate the big lie. Well, Ms. Spicula informed Ms. Reid that us people, the ilk, we were really just misinformed. But she never addressed the fraud. She never corrected Ms. Reid. Well, when you don't address the fraud, you are part of the cover-up. And that's what has made people angry, and that's why she's interviewing, telling everyone how she feels for her life, and she's scared of angry people. I guess by now she knows how they got angry. I want to see the election resolution back on the agenda. I want people to look at it seriously when you finally get your nerve back. And I want you to put these procedures in place to strengthen our election. And also Ms. Reid referred to Mr. Marchant, candidate for SOS, as part of the ilk. I will be voting for Mr. Marchant, and I think Ms. Spicula's fears are over, because when he restores that office with integrity, there won't be any room for her or her sidekick, Mr. Washland.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
Mary Kilkenny, followed by
Please.
Fred Dellinger, and then Samuel Sokal.
Welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you. Could my comments please be on the record? Thank you. I'm a little nervous. Thank you. I'm a long-term homeowner here in Washoe County, but only recently a full-time resident. I took election integrity for granted. I knew that when our 5 children left home, there were times we received a paper ballot and they were registered and voting in Colorado or Florida, but we had a paper ballot there at the house. I knew that when my husband moved to Reno from the Bay Area a few years ago, he received mail-in ballots both at our residence in Reno and our residence in San Jose for the presidential election. And as I have moved here full-time to Reno and registered here with the DMV, I'm now receiving paper ballots at our old California residents that come to me through the Postal Service, as well as my ballot here in Reno. I'm a physician. I'm always very careful to distinguish between what is evidence-based medicine versus what might be my educated opinion based on 32 years of practice and experience. They're not the same thing. It's important to distinguish them. The history of medicine has many examples, some of them very recent, of experienced and good-intentioned doctors giving very bad advice. I didn't question the reassurances from my government officials until I started to look at objective evidence that clearly shows the paper ballot system, the election machine process, and the voter rolls are corrupt. We're not trying to place barriers to those who work long hours or who cannot get to the polls on voting day from participating. I want all American citizens to participate in voting. It is our right. My adult children don't all vote as I do, but I want their vote to matter. What good is my vote or their vote if there are false ballots cast that cancel their vote and my vote? We are here today to tell you that the opinion that we've heard from some of you and that we've seen in the Reno Gazette, that the election process is reliable and legitimate, is just that, a good-intentioned opinion. But the evidence, the data, suggests there's a very serious problem. Please follow the evidence. Please act to ensure election integrity. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Fred Dellinger, followed by Sam Solis, and then Susie Howell.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name's Fred Dellinger, and want to thank you, Mr. Vaughn. If you have designated the 3 minutes, freedom of speech is a wonderful thing. I don't take it for granted. And I'm glad for all the participants here who are speaking their minds. And also, I have brothers who served, and also nieces and nephews who served. And the pledge to the flag here was done wonderfully and succinctly, with compassion, and I really appreciate that. So I sort of wish that all the children in America would still be doing a pledge to the flag in the classroom. Wouldn't be a bad sort of a noteworthy habit, that we start out somewhere, but somehow we're eliminating a lot of the valid things, and it's a little bit, causes me a little dismay. I really like the comments in reference to the rolls, and I thought the only thing I could do was vote, but I would be willing to, along with a Democrat, independent, and or someone who's green, go to hospitals, shut-ins, and all like that. I think the validity of those on the roll needs to be substantiated. It seems to be a pragmatic thing to do. And no matter what a party, one's party affiliation is, I think that would be a good thing to do. I mean, I heard that you were taking impeccable notes last time, and I waited till after the meeting. And I understand your father passed and was taken off the rolls, a good thing. But there's also a lot of information that sounds like it's questionable, and that I think ought to be looked at. I do want to, Katie Young offered a free lunch. I don't know how I would get that, but I always like a free lunch. I'd like to talk to you about it. Let's look each other up. I don't know how you can afford to buy free lunch, but you must have deep pockets or something. Okay, and also, it's good. Also, 2 cents for Joey. He's a constitutionalist, believes in the Second Amendment and the Constitution. I'm a constitutionalist and devout in that sense. And for those of you who know Ronald Reagan, it is okay to say this or that, but that we need to inspect or validate it. So that's my 2 cents, and I thank you.
Thank you.
Sam Solis, followed by Susie Howell, and then Charles Elliott. And I do have a handout to distribute to the board.
Welcome.
Hello, my name's Sam Solis. I'm here to voice my concern and disapproval to the election and voting processes claims. Any reasonable, educated person knows the dog whistle of election purity. And this is becoming more common across the country for those who don't believe in democracy, are void of new policies that benefit society as a whole, and only focus on a political party's power. Those who are making claims of mass election fraud are probably lacking in integrity and relying on misinformation, false flags, and that a percentage of the population is going to believe their claims. Did you happen to see the QAnon cultists who stated just last month they believe Nazis escaped Earth to populate Mars in the 1940s? They were cheered. Maybe the person who wrote the proposals believes that these people in their audiences are hoping to be one of Nevada's alternate electors. Only they know. Please focus on things that improve and benefit our communities. There are plenty. Our election integrity is good. If you want to complain, complain about those who did vote illegally and intentionally and only received a slap on the wrist. Oh, wait, whose party did they belong to? Looking around here today, I honestly expect at least 2 people here are going to claim this room was filled with 20,000 people complaining about voter fraud. But on a better topic, I have a suggestion for future discussion related to Sierra Vista Park. This last weekend, I found myself chatting with a Washoe County animal control officer because one or a few persons are regularly calling to complain about unleashed dogs in the park. If you've been there, this is a huge multi-use facility. I'm there regularly with my dog and have never experienced an unruly dog or dog owner, not to say it's not possible. I have not encountered any bicyclists, hikers, or dog owners who were not courteous of each other. I suggest officially designating the park as a conditional off-leash facility. If there is a sanctioned event at the park, bicycle racing, future use, etc., dogs must be on leash if in close proximity that could interfere with the event. Post signs that say conditional use with an explanation. Ensure the event management posts signs that the city, county loan out for the event and state, please keep dogs on a leash in these areas today, with a map showing the leased areas for the event. Reasonable dog owners will understand and appreciate these conditions. You may recall that the original public comment on Sierra Vista Park listed off-leash use as one of the activities that was recommended, and I included some paperwork on that today. Dog owners will appreciate the off-leash designation for the park. Animal control will receive fewer unwanted calls, and the public will appreciate the conditional understanding so that everyone can safely use the facility. Thank you.
Thank you.
Susie Howell, followed by Charles
Thank you.
Elliott, and then
Thank
Penny
you.
Brock.
Thank you. You're welcome also. Let's please be respectful of everyone. That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm asking.
Good morning. I'd like to open with that I agree with everybody that has come before me. Mr. Beatles, through a lot of his own energy and effort, have proven, election fraud. And I think one of you needs to have some integrity, call the Reno Gazette-Journal, and have them correct the lies that they have received from me. That would be great. Secondly, I was a little bit... Well, to put the thought into my mind as we opened this meeting and we all pledged allegiance to the flag, and I wondered, what were you thinking when you said one nation under God? Did you believe that? Or do you think that being so oppositional, and usually the way you treat us, your bosses, is usually pretty crummy? So I just wasn't sure on that one. And then lastly, I feel like we're living in clown world. And what they say, you know, when in Rome, just saying, I think that it would be nice if there was a lot more opposition other than the gentleman that spoke ahead of me. Isn't that telling when there's nobody here saying, great job on the election, you guys? Awesome. We love that. None. You've had maybe one or two in support. And as one gal said, behind me, maybe, a couple hundred people, but there's thousands behind that. And we're all watching you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Charles Elliott, followed by Penny Brock, and then Chris Hyland.
Welcome, Mr. Elliott.
Charles Elliott, would you please put my comments in the record? Been here many times, and I'll probably be here many more times as long as the good Lord has me here, because I was born and raised in this community, and I am embarrassed by our state, our community, and by you folks that represent us, as well as the school board, and it just goes on and on and on. I really appreciate Mr. Beatles and, of course, the next governor of the state of Nevada for stepping up.
Please.
For stepping up and speaking figures, facts. Folks, this is facts. This is not hyperbole. This is not a bunch of emotional idiots up here, not 200 of them or whatever he said, but we are here as and representing our families, our friends, and most of all, our city, state, and our country. We are able, so far, to be able to speak our mind. And I appreciate the gentleman that was before me, which was totally the opposite side. It's freedom of speech, and I appreciate that. Problem is, we're here for election integrity. Our votes do not count. We have no ability to put in those that we want to represent us because of our current voting system that we have. It stinks. You guys know it. We know it. The world knows it. Just like to bring you back to look at what's just happened in Canada. We in America, and I could probably even say we in this county, could probably see the same thing. It makes me sick to think that our law enforcement would be that strong, but I can now imagine that it would be. We need to vote people in that will then keep that away from us. I appreciate the time to speak, but we need to get, how can you guys go along with the steal? How do you sleep at night, and how do you talk to your friends? I know you have your own little groups that you talk to, but how do you speak at night? I couldn't sleep at night if I was a part of this, the steal that has gone on for not just this election or the election before, but many elections. We've got to get it together, guys.
Thank you. Please.
Penny Brock, followed by Chris Hyland, and then Elisa Reister.
Welcome.
Put on the overhead. Thank you. For
Wait,
the record.
overhead, please.
I'm sorry?
No, I'm trying to get the overhead before your clock starts.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am Penny Brock. For the record, please put my comments in the record per NRS. I agree with what Mr. Beatles said and ask that what he's asking be done. The Democrats are outraged. We read that in their Democrat state press release on the 17th. They are outraged by what we are asking. I go, they're in Vegas. Where are they today? We're Washoe County people. Well, guess what? We are outraged too. We are outraged that you pulled our item number 14 from the agenda. We are outraged by the Democrat radical election law, AB 321, passed in 2021, that gave us what we have today. We are outraged by it. No Republican in either the Assembly or the Senate voted for that bill. That should tell you something. We are outraged that liberal, progressive voting rights groups out of Washington, D.C., funded by dark money like Soros and Zuckerberg, are working in our state. They have an open access to our Secretary of State office. I know that because I've been on 6 days of Zoom meetings, and we have communications by a FOIA request. They communicate with our Secretary of State. They went to our legislature and helped them draft AB 321. They want to use Nevada, AB 321, as model legislation for other states. Why are we letting them do this? They thought that we, the people in Nevada, are so stupid, we would never figure this out. They thought that we were so stupid, we would never know what to do with it. Well, guess what? We've got a lot of smart people in Nevada, and we are not going away. So here are some of the groups, these dark organizations, liberal progressives, out of Washington, D.C. that are working on our state. First, we have All Voting is Local. They did a press release the same day the Democrats did their press release, complaining about what we in Washoe County are doing. Then we've got the Center for Technology and Civic Life. They have donated money to Washoe County. We know they are here. They may have been to your offices for all we know. Guess they've been to Spicula's office too. They are working with another group working in our state called Democracy Fund. I found where CTR says right here, they are working in partnership with Democracy Fund. Then the last group is Vote at Home. Well, I found one last night.
Thank you, Ms. Brock. Thank you. Thank you.
Ms. Brock, may I have those documents for the record, please?
Madam Clerk, I don't see the timer any longer. What happened? I don't see it up here. There we go. Okay, I didn't see it on the screen. I couldn't see it up above.
Next up, we have Chris Hyland, followed by Elisa Reister, and then Charles Albright.
Welcome. Mike.
How's that? There we go. Good morning. My name's Chris Hyland. I live in Reno, and I'm a registered voter here. I also currently serve as president of the Board of Trustees of the Unitarian Universalist Fellowship of Northern Nevada, which has served as a polling place in past elections at the request of the county. It's a small public service, but it's one that we've appreciated the opportunity to provide. I know there's been a lot of objection this morning to the fact that resolution R22-28, agenda item 14, was pulled from this agenda because the district attorney determined that the agenda item description does not match the resolution. I expect that resolution will be back before the commission at the next meeting or the meeting after that, and will be discussed by the commission. In its current form, I ask that you, if the form it comes back in is the form it's in now, I ask that you reject that resolution. I'll briefly address 3 points. The lack of need for these 20 changes, the failure to disclose the costs associated with all of those changes, and the impact that the totality of those changes would have on voters. There's a lot of talk about voter fraud, and I appreciate it. The fact is that court cases that have been brought across this country since the 2020 election unanimously showed that there was no massive voter fraud.
Please.
I believe that this resolution is a massive set of changes in search of a problem. Number two, the undisclosed costs. The staff report, which I believe was authored by Commissioner Herman's office, states that there may be increased labor costs for manual counting. The fact is, there will be. There's no maybe about it. I don't know what that number is, but it will be substantial. Please. There are also at least 3 certain new costs that are not included in the staff report. The increase in polling staffing because of the paper ballots, the cost of sending every single mail ballot by certified receipt requiring a voter signature. There are 2 extra charges that are imposed by the Postal Service. Getting that green card back would add almost $7 to every ballot that is mailed out. That is not disclosed. And finally, the cost to mobilize the National Guard to place armed soldiers at our polling places. I don't know if DOD will pay.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. Please. Can we just respect everybody's opinions? I'm just asking to respect. Please. Please. Madam Clerk.
Elisa Reister, followed by Charles Albright, and then Patty Downing. Elisa? Okay, Charles Albright, followed by Patty Downing, and then Janice Flanagan.
Hello, my name's Charles Albright.
Welcome.
I'm here for something completely different. So, for a change of that statue or whatever, hello, I'm here back again. I spoke to you a couple weeks ago about getting rid of Ambrose Dam. I'm here to request that you make it an agenda item because it's time for a 100-year-old dilapidated safety hazard in our river to be removed. And if you're the key, it's in your park, and it has to start with you saying, yes, we'd like to see this gone. Then we'll take it to all the federal agencies and state agencies that have to have a say. Every one of them that I've spoken to already has said, yes, we'd like to see this gone. And it's really simple. It's just going to take a while, but it's not going to cost you anything in the long run because of the fact that we can get federal funds and state funds and whatever else to remove this dam and do it at a fairly efficient, easy way. It's not easily accessed, but I've got a plan for that as well. And I just want to say that, you know, this is what we got to do. So please, regardless of what else is going on today, consider the fact that Ambrose Dam has got to go. Please put it as an agenda item, vote on it, then I can take that and we can take it to all these state and government agencies that have a say, and there's lots of them. And I just want to make sure that they get a chance to have something to say. And that's it. So please do that. And as for everything else, hey, I think the big lie was a big lie. Take care.
Thank you.
Patty Downing, followed by Janice Flanagan, and then Bruce Foster.
Welcome.
Can I have the overhead camera?
Can we stop the clock for just a moment, please? Reset it. And then the overhead, reset the clock, Madam Clerk. Thank you. And then the overhead is on.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Okay, not everyone has seen or heard this quote, but I want to play it for you.
We have put together, I think, the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud organization in the history of American politics.
Please, please, please.
Okay, my name's Patty Downing. I'm from Spanish Springs. I've voted my 50 years here. I'd like that quote added to the permanent record. I am going to give Joe Biden the benefit of the doubt and believe he is speaking his truth there. Logically, that means if it's the most extensive and inclusive voter fraud, that they would go after the largest counties in the swing states. So I have been reconciling data that was presented through Edison Research to the mainstream media with the county, with what the county has presented. There are 76 timestamps for each, and I've had to mix and match to make it balance. And you probably won't be able to see the numbers, but the red is showing where it does not balance. We have like over 9,000 that is off from Clark County. We have almost the same from Washoe County, and it took Nye County to make up the difference. It's very strange to me. That and the fact that the county is reported hours after what was reported on the news. I find that very strange. So over half of the Nevada's votes came in one ballot drop in the middle of the night. That was from Clark County at 1:32, I believe 1:32, and it's around that time. So by nature, we want the cheapest and easiest way, but that's not always the best investment. I have seen a sample ballot where they were able to put it under a black light and see the beautiful artwork, and it's a wonderful way, I think, to go. So it is obvious that we need new processes for voter confidence for all the parties. All the parties. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Janice Flanagan, followed by Bruce Foster, and then John Davis.
Ms. Flanagan.
Janice Flanagan.
Okay.
Okay,
Janice
let's call
Flanagan.
Bruce Foster and then John Davis.
Hold on. Do we have
There she is.
Janice Flanagan? Welcome, Ms. Flanagan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Honorable Chair, Commissioners, thank you for the job you do. I know it isn't easy. It must be a wonderful surprise to you to see a full house like this. And it's nice when you hit a hot button and then you get everybody out. I am Janice Flanagan, a longtime resident of Nevada. I'm the proud wife of a veteran, the mother of 2 veterans, and a consistent voter of 60-plus years. Freedom and the rule of law is very important to me. And speaking of justice, every court in America has said that voter fraud does not exist. I want to thank the Secretary of State for the wonderful job she's done, our county registrar, and the legislature for their extensive hearings on election law. I'm glad that Agenda 5 will inform us of the state of our election law. It is very important that we deal in reality. I want to congratulate the media for informing our citizens.
Please.
I want to especially thank I want to especially thank Mark Robinson for his in-depth reporting on the Reno Gazette-Journal and the editorial board of the RGJ. I would like to see a fiscal note attached to resolutions when there are potential tax increases to pay for the item. I think it would be a service to our community to know that nothing is free. Even freedom isn't free. But thank you all for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Please.
Bruce Foster.
Please.
Bruce Foster, followed by John Davis, and then Don Rickabaugh.
Mr. Foster.
Overhead, please.
My popular
Overhead.
picture.
Please.
Yeah.
Bruce, move it. See where it's aligned. Move it down.
There you go.
I'm sorry. Our camera's.
Yeah, Bruce
misaligned.
Foster, resident of Washoe County, and ancestry that dates back to Revolutionary War. Thomas Foster, who served. And please put this on the record. And here today is that we recognize that we're in a battle between good and evil. And the issue is that we have, and I mentioned before, is that I want to be sure the media is here so the public can know what's really going on within our community here. And I believe that we have different, what I call Marxist rags that bring up the untruth of what is going on here. And I wish to let everyone know that we have amazing patriots, pioneers in our society, in our culture, here in Washoe County, Joey Gilbert and Robert Beatles and his organization, and really digging into this voter fraud, voter integrity issue, and appreciate Jeannie Herman in attempting to get this on the agenda. And wish, as a individual had claimed, the pioneering spirit is so needed now, more than ever, because America has lost her moral and spiritual bearings, straying from the basic principles that made her great: truth, integrity, personal and corporate responsibility, self-discipline, biblical morality, and the ideals of our founders. All have been at least partially lost. America now needs a new generation of pathfinders and waymakers to arise and lead us back to our roots. Ironically, the way forward is sometimes behind us, contrary to what many people believe. Old is not synonymous with outdated. The future must always be built on yesterday's strong foundations. As the psalmist said, if the foundations be destroyed, what can the righteous do? And I wish right now for the media to see, and for their benefit, I wish the audience here, he who believes and she believes that this commission has integrity, please stand up. Point given.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Davis, followed by Don Rickabaugh, and then Michael A. Barnes.
Please.
John Davis.
Okay, Mr. Davis, welcome.
How are you, sir? I'd like to thank everybody for my First Amendment right. I'd like to thank everybody on the board for my First Amendment right to be here to speak with you all. I'd like to thank all these great Nevadians from Washoe County that showed up tonight to voice their opinion and to do what's right. This commissioner's action on the election integrity resolution that rightfully should have been on the agenda, that is where it is not intentional malice, not difficult. The choice is very clear and simple regarding what method of ballot counting to use. This is definitely not a partisan issue, nor should it be. Seems as one. It's unfortunate that our local media, without gathering the full facts of the situation, choose to misrepresent to the public the Commissioner Herman resolution, action include, and how the agenda, it was intentionally altered to prevent it from being addressed this final morning.
Thank you. Please.
My lady.
Please.
Sir? Oh, sorry.
No, I want you to be able to speak to us and for me to hear you and us to hear you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This existing voting machines is in use since 2006, and it's never once been claimed to be by anyone on either side to be completely accurate. Okay, we know this, right? No one on either side ever denied the fact that the machines can be tampered and even be fully accurate, nor be fully audited. Hand counting paper ballots simply delivers the way. This is what the people want. Give me a piece of paper. Give me the yellow copy, please. I could take it home and I can see exactly what I've done. And this is what we want. We want to be heard, not lip service. We want this to come to light. Simple. It's not hard. I wouldn't be scared if I've done anything wrong. I'm a stand-up guy, and I'm sure a lot of these people on the backside of me are stand-up people too. And that's why they're here today, to voice their opinion and make a change. Let's go, Brandon.
Thank you. Please.
Don Rickabaugh, followed by Michael A. Barnes, and then Tim Stoffel.
Hi, my name is Don Rickabaugh. I guess the thing that, excuse me?
Please.
All of a sudden I have laryngitis, of course. I guess the thing that strikes me, there's no lack of data. There's no lack of evidence that at least we know deserves to be addressed. The problem isn't at that level. I think most of us can feel that. We know that we don't just are dealing with each other on this realm. We know that there are powers and principalities that we are also fighting. And yet, each one of us who doesn't, so many times have I not needed the extension of grace to come back from something I shouldn't have done, someone I shouldn't have been. And so I only stand here as a witness as an invitation to all beings, carnate and disincarnate, to go towards the light, to receive the healing, the forgiveness, be uplifted and enlightened, which I pray for all of us. We are all forgiven. The good word is that the Lord God has given us dominion over the earth, and each one of us standing in our truth, whatever that is, we now claim it, and I claim it for the Lord Jesus Christ in this day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael A. Barnes, followed by Tim Stoffel, and then Cindy Martinez.
Welcome.
I'm Michael A. Barnes. I'm a proud resident of Sparks. I spoke with you previously about my extensive career in law enforcement. I'm here to support the resolution by Commissioner Herman. It's a honorable and honest thing to do. We talked about the big lie that there's been election fraud. I spoke about what's going to happen if you distribute ballots like car wash discount coupons. And what happens is, if I can have the overhead.
Overhead, please.
This is what happens. Many of you can read this, if not, 122,918 individual apparent cases of voter fraud, evidence in hand, submitted to the Secretary of State for investigation. You wonder where the big lie came from. This is not a lie. These facts have been presented. We're waiting for the investigation. Courts should hear this. I'm, as a law enforcement officer, required to present the facts to a jury. We have facts. We'd like to see them presented to a jury. We'd like to see the ability to further document and eliminate this fraudulent election process and get rid of the car wash discount flyers. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Tim Stoffel, followed by Cindy Martinez, and then Aaron Massengale.
Mr. Stoffel, welcome.
Hello, my name is Tim Stoffel, and I would like these comments entered into the official record per NRS 251.035. If we had a dead deer laying in this room right now, the smell of that deer would be overwhelmed by the stench of what is being shown as the corruption that exists in our election system. We've now seen 2 groups of data presented, maybe 3, that show we have got a serious problem here that needs to be dealt with very directly and very distinctly. If this continues in this county, nobody can trust the integrity of who has voted for what. And the famous saying that there were a swing county and a swing state. Well, somebody's trying very hard to swing us We need the integrity of the things that have been bravely put forth by one of the members of your commission, and this needs to be brought back in a very timely manner and voted on. We need to bring in-person voting back. Get rid of the mail-in ballot system, save the mail-in ballots for true absentees, and some of the ideas that presented very good, like watermarks, and for those few ballots that need to be sent out that way, certified mail. We need to have better monitoring in our election things. Maybe instead of doing that, maybe we need to put TV cameras on the people that are doing the signature verification and put it up on screens so that everybody in the room can see what's going on. We need to let's see what else I have in here. The voting machines. The voting machines, it's becoming obvious that these voting machines were not well designed for the purpose that they're doing. A voting machine like the old mechanical ones that we used to have, those counted votes, and that's all they did, and they were mechanical. You could go and look at the action of how these machines worked, and they were designed to not be tampered with. Instead, we've got machines today that connect to the internet and stuff like that. That is just, it's like asking for problems. So what we're going to recommend is that these machines be taken out of service and given to the local schools' computer science departments so the students can practice hacking them.
Please.
Last but not least, let's see. If funding is a problem, because I know that there are some funding concerns with this coming up, maybe we need to defer a park project, or we need to defer some beautification project or something for a year or two to come up with the money to take care of these problems. Fair and good elections are much, much more important than a lot of other things this board can do. So I'm strongly urging you to bring this back to the commission, get it voted on, and get it to become policy as soon as you possibly can. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cindy Martinez, followed by Aaron Massengale, and then Michael Allen.
Good morning. May I have the overhead, please? Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Manager, Mr. Assistant District Attorney, Madam Clerk. For the record, Cindy Martinez, I am a private citizen, 27 years of Washoe County. Please ensure my comments are accurately entered into the record in accordance with NRS 241.035. Here is the original resolution submitted by Commissioner Herman. That's the one that somehow was hijacked and altered and rewritten. That will go to Madam Clerk. I was disappointed by the county memo that notified that item 14 was being removed from the agenda. The reasoning given was a fig leaf. What I found, what was really glaring to me, and I'm a retired law enforcement officer, so I read into statements. And what I was surprised is that District Attorney Chris Hicks threw his assistant district attorneys under the bus. The commissioners on this board threw Commissioner Herman under the bus, intimating or inferring that she had broken the law. There's no violation of the open meeting law. The reality is, the reason that they gave was a fig leaf, and there is no fig leaf large enough for any of you to hide behind. And so I'd like you to return this resolution to the March 8th agenda with all 20 items for open discussion. It seems to me that you're afraid of having a conversation on the record, so I'm not going to talk about what the Capital Research Center talks about, $2.7 million given to Nevada to Washoe and Clark County by the Center for Tech and Civic Life, also known as Zuckerbucks. And that was approved on the agenda December 8th. We also got $439,000 from the Secretary of State for COVID-19 mitigation to do the mail-in balloting. But more importantly, out in wildlife, predators stalk what they perceive to be the weakest in the bunch, and they have mistaken Commissioner Herman's kindness for weakness. Last year, I told you that we were not here to awaken the sheep, but that we were here to awaken the rest of the lions. We're here.
Please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
Aaron Massengale, followed by Michael Allen, and then Tara Thornton.
Welcome.
Good morning. I wanted to echo the sentiments of many of the people here who have been speaking up about election integrity. I honestly was surprised when I saw that it made the agenda for today's meeting. However, I was not surprised when it was removed at the 11th hour shamefully, when our commission buckled under the opposition's pressure. I certainly hope that you choose to resubmit it for the next meeting, as this is something that's very important to the integrity of not only this county, the state, and America. Additionally, I'd like to stand on my hill and ask that you agendize and pass a resolution to ban vaccine passports and any sort of vaccine verification system that creates a two-tier society.
Please.
I would like that you not only ban vaccine passports and vaccine verification systems for patrons to businesses, but that you ban that for all businesses doing that to employees. We are not slaves. It violates our medical privacy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Michael Allen, followed by Tara Thornton, and then Melanie Sutton.
Welcome.
How you doing? Thank you.
May we have the overhead, please, for Mr. Allen? Ooh, just a little, there we are, sir. Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. A novice commissioner on this board has used their position to intentionally spread disinformation and mislead the public. They must be held accountable for the violation of the office. They must contact news media immediately and correct their inflammatory and false statements. Their irresponsible and careless comments demonstrate their inability to maintain their office and must be barred from holding any chair position. At the very minimum, they must be censored. The National Guard is not intended to intimidate voters nor militarize voting locations. These comments are intentionally attempting to cause division within our community and incite fear and hostility. The National Guard is in the business of helping our communities. This item is not on the agenda by any direction from the DA's office. This is an intentional lie to mislead the community. The item was placed on the agenda upon the chair's request at the February 8th meeting, which said Commissioner was absent from during various times. It is highly recommended this commissioner review this video. Not one of the proposals are illegal, as has already been affirmed by the county's legal resources. These intentionally false comments are again meant to incite hyperbolic division among the community. There isn't one item Washoe County cannot implement or request. This intentional lie is again striving to mislead the community. This commissioner has no proof to support their comments, while there is solid evidence refuting each comment. Corrected statements must be sent immediately to the RGJ, and this commissioner must be swiftly, severely held accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Allen, may I have the document?
Please. Please.
Tara Thornton, followed by Melanie Sutton, and then Lane Linebaugh. Mr. Allen, may I have your document, please, for the record?
Welcome.
Hi. What I care about is my child. I care about your children. I care about the children of all the people here. I care about the children of this country and this world. And I know that we were all created to be free humans and not to be slaves. When you talk about our vote, that is one of the ways that we stand as free beings or not. Right now, we are looking at our country and our voter election process, and we have seen real questions and real concerns and real fraud. That means that we have nothing more than theater, that we are no different than a dictatorship or banana republic in the world. I want to tell you a little story about what happened in this building 2 days after the vote in 2020. I was here with two friends here early in the morning, And what we found, I stayed here during the day, all day through lunchtime, and I was talking to someone who works inside at lunchtime, and she told me she'd been counting votes for years and years and years. And she comes she counts on it for a little extra income. And it's always the same, you work long hours, you get overtime pay, they bring in pizza for everybody, and that's how it goes. But you know what happened this year? Day after the votes went in, right here in this building, the woman in charge of the day said, you know what, I'm not feeling so well. Everyone can head home at 3 o'clock. We got this, our votes are gonna be good, we'll have this covered. And so everyone thought, well, that's not normal. And gosh, there goes my double time pay and the extra pizza. And when they got in there, they're here at 7 a.m. that next morning, and I saw them come in and report for duty. And at lunchtime, guess what one of them told me when they were in there? They were told that county workers came in the evening, were called in, and worked till 2 in the evening, because I guess they needed folks after all to work on the vote. So there's a real concern. I'm glad you guys are worried about, protocols and procedures. I think there should be a public records request into this in your support of what exactly happened there. Because no one wants a disenfranchised vote. So I'll just add, I want to go back to what Aaron Massengale said. Besides bringing this onto the record again, onto the agenda, you do need to make a resolution and even an ordinance banning vaccine passports. Lander County, Nevada led the nation in a resolution for that, and they are the only county in the nation with an ordinance. If they can do it, you can do it. And as Fannie Lou Hamer said in the 60s, nobody's free until everybody's free. That means our vote, that means our bodies, that means our children.
Time has expired. Thank you. Please.
Melanie Sutton, followed by Lane Linebaugh, and then Pam Reed.
Welcome, Ms. Sutton.
Good morning. I just want to let you know there would be more people in the audience if the weather wasn't the way it was. Yeah, I spent probably an hour and a half on the freeway. I live up in North Valleys, and 4 of you voted for more houses out there without making sure our water and our freeway is taken care of. So that's number one. Number 2, I keep hearing I'm a right-winger. No, I'm American, first and only.
Please.
And then what are you scared of? To take this off the agenda, you put it on the agenda, what are you scared of? Voter ID. Anybody that doesn't believe in voter ID, you guys are the racist, okay? And then, obviously, you guys are cowards because you took off the agenda. Can I have the overhead, please?
Overhead.
My husband couldn't make it here, so this is for him.
Thank you. Please.
Lane Linebaugh, followed by Pam Reed, and then Hope Backman.
Hello, is this working? Yeah. Dr. Lane Linebaugh, please ensure my comments are entered into the public record per NRS 241035. Please feel free to pay attention to me and every other citizen here today. Pay attention because you work for us. Pay attention to God's law and the people's law. The truth is the truth. Not your truth or my truth, but the truth. And if you have to lie, the truth is, if you have to lie, cheat, and steal to win, it's not the truth. If after all the evidence of mass fraud and irregularities that has been presented to you, has you so convinced that we, the people, are wrong in demanding election reform, then please prove us wrong.
Please.
If we are so wrong, the prospect of proving us wrong should delight you. You should like this if we're so wrong. Please feel free to show us that. And why and what are you hiding? It must be something big. I don't know, you're being blackmailed or being threatened, got a lot of money. Pay attention every time you lie, we know. Every time you project your lies and corruption onto us, we know. We know Jeannie Herman followed the process to get the election reform on the agenda to the letter. She's been at this for a minute. Pay attention. We know you don't want the rest of the sleeping public to hear you on the record acknowledging the Washoe County elections are corrupted and there are reasonable, logical, and lawful solutions to ensure every legal vote is protected and counted. Pay attention. We know you have sworn an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. What you are doing by cowering behind layers of lies will not work. None of you will serve again. Fix it, put this back on the agenda, or be tried for treason. And just a little side note, since I have time, I'm a walk-away Democrat, kind of moderate. And I've thought about this. I'm like, would I have thought that election and voter ID was a bad idea, even when I was delusioned? No. No, it's a pretty good idea, and it's certainly not racist. It's American.
Thank you. Please.
Pam Reed, followed by Hope Backman, and then Darla Lee.
Can we have the overhead, please?
I'm speaking in place of my mother, Pam Reed. There's something she wanted to say, and it's my God, help yourselves, you people up there. Jeannie Herman, thank you so much for having a conscience. We appreciate you very much and respect you for doing that. The rest of you, please help yourselves. Eternity is a very long time. That's from my mama.
Please.
All right. Can I have the rest of her time? Okay, great. So my name is Hope Backman, a natural-born woman. I'm going to start declaring my status with you guys because you're untrustworthy. I can't start with how disappointed I am when I look at your faces. You failed Nevada. You have failed our children. You have failed the working class in this state. And your bosses are done with you. You're fired. You're fired, okay? If you want to help after this meeting, please stand up, pack your belongings, and exit the building. Don't come back. You're fired. You have failed your job. We hired you to do a job and you failed. So that means you're done. You don't get any more second chances. I don't know why, Alexis, you're still wearing that. If you truly believe in science, then use your eyes and read, because that mask is doing nothing but hiding your face.
Please.
Okay? For the rest of you, please leave this position. We need people that are going to fight for our kids. That's not you. Okay? We need people who are going to stand up for Nevada. That's not you. We need more people like Joey Gilbert. We need more people like the Patriots in this group, Melanie. We need more people like Kitschy, Melanie, Joey Gilbert. There's tons of Patriots, and I want to thank you for bringing us all together. Because an ant doesn't have a whole lot of power, but when you get a colony of Patriots together, you guys are going to be babysat by us until you're gone. Until you're gone.
Please.
Every time I come here, the crowd gets bigger, and it's going to continue to keep getting bigger because the word's spreading. You're untrustworthy, and this is who you're sitting in these seats you don't deserve. You don't deserve, and we don't want you. You should hear about the way you're spoken about when we're not here. This is calm. Yeah. And we all have voices. We all plan on using them. And we want fair elections. We need fair elections, and we demand it. We demand it. And we demand that you start treating our children better and stop holding them in government child holding facilities and making $12,000 off their heads.
Thank you. Please.
Do I get to talk again for my time?
No. Thank you. No.
Nope.
Darla Lee, followed by Cindy Sassenrath, and then George Lee.
Welcome.
Darla Lee for the record, and if you could enter my comments according to NRS 241035. We've heard a lot of facts and important comments this morning, which I'm happy to see that you are looking actually attentive. So that is encouraging. I would ask, is Mr. Lucy on Zoom or is he just absent today? He's absent, fine. I'm going to make this brief. I asked when I was up here 2 weeks ago, I mentioned about the Heritage Foundation and their voter integrity scorecard. And I think I sent perhaps all of you a link to that. I'm hoping that you looked at it and considered how deficient our election integrity is. But my main question is, why wouldn't you want to have an open and honest discussion of these integrity items that were proposed by Jeannie Herman? It's just astounding to me that we have actually had a few people in opposition show up today, because thus far, the people that have been coming to these meetings have always been calling for voter integrity. And for the folks that have spoken in opposition so far, I am sorry that they are so uninformed. I think their hearts probably have good intentions, but they are misinformed according to everything that you have been presented with this morning. I found it very disturbing that one of you apparently is afraid of the National Guard. Now, maybe that item could be stricken if it's so egregious, but in my mind, having the National Guard or something like that to ensure voter integrity is beyond question, because I was a poll watcher in the last election, and I saw literally people within the 100 feet electioneering, and it was not stopped. Okay, so that's an eyewitness report to you folks. And there's so many, many testimonials that have been ignored by the court, by you. So I would really encourage you to get behind Jeannie Herman's resolution and at least have an open and honest discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, we are at the 2-hour mark. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we will return. I don't know who's next in line.
Next up, when we are back from recess, is Cindy Sassenrath, followed by George Lee, and then Joy Trushinsky.
Perfect. Okay, we are in recess for 10 minutes. Okay? All right, should we just adjourn? Okay. No, 10. Yeah. If you guys would like to sit down, we'll continue the meeting, but if not, I'll just adjourn us and we can. I'm asking you politely to please sit down. So we'll be missing one commissioner for just a couple of minutes. That's exactly what she's doing. Okay, but we have a quorum still, so I'm going to bring us back to order. And Madam Clerk, would you call the next person that is up for public comment?
First up, we have Cindy Sassenrath, followed by George Lee, and then Joy Trushinsky.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon. 2 weeks ago, when I was here, you were all wearing masks with the exception of Jeannie and Bob. And I surmised then that you did not want to be recognized on the street. That's why you were still wearing your masks, because there was no other reason to do so. Now that we can all see your faces, you're not willing to have a discussion about election integrity. Is that because you can't allow people to see you basically taking away our sanctity of votes? You know, everybody talks about, well, there was no election integrity problems. There was no voter fraud. All the court said so. No, the court said, you don't have standing. It was all a technicality. And now you're using a technicality to take item 14 off the agenda. Oh, it wasn't labeled correctly, therefore it's in violation of open meeting law. It wasn't. This is all just a bunch of baloney. Thank you, Jeannie, for being an upright, standing citizen who's doing the job that we elected you to do.
Please.
You are an inspiration. When I read the the Reno Gazette-Journal article yesterday, my heart sank for you because it is so hard to be working as hard as you do and to have people just trample on you and throw you under the bus. And I hope when I'm 84 years old, I can have half the energy that you do. I'm going to switch topics now. I'm sad I'm not the first person to bring this up, but no, actually, I'm happy I'm not the first person to bring this up. Washoe County has got to stand up to this ridiculous vaccine hysteria. The more science shows that natural immunity is better than this ridiculous shot that even the inventor of mRNA technology says, don't put that in your body if you're smart. We need to have a vaccine ban, mandate ban. If you want to put that in, if you want to be part of the greatest or largest human clinical trial, go for it. But don't ask me to do it. Don't ask your fellow citizens to do it. We need to stand up and say no vaccine, mandate, passports, whatever, in Washoe County. It is unconscionable that people are asked to do that. I will not support a business that requires me to be vaccinated. They don't need my business. Nobody should be forced to take any medical treatment that they don't want to have. And to deny people medical treatment because they don't put an experimental, and it's still experimental, people. When have you ever seen anything approved without 5 to 10 years of safety data? A lot of money changed hands, folks. Watch Project Veritas. They've got it all on camera. Thank you.
Please.
George Lee, followed by Joy Trushinsky, and then Deborah Martin.
George Lee for the record, and I want this as per NRS 241.035 entered into the record. Computer integrity. That's important, right? Computer integrity. The fact that Washoe County was purchased, following after Ms. Sassenbrand's speech, Washoe County was purchased. The medical institutions here were purchased because they said, we'll give you more money if you push this mandate, if you push this stuff. We were, as the citizenry, were sold to the federal government. Now, that's an enticement so that you won't make rules against it. You know, it may not be an enticement to do it, but it may be an enticement so that you won't stop it. I saw one of the things in here, in this agenda, is talking about after the fact acceptance of X dollars. You know, it's a crap bunch of money. And anytime you sign a contract, it's a contract of trust, right? Isn't that it? You trust somebody else to do what's in the contract. You trust them to be honest. Well, the people who signed this contract for, and it's not on your agenda now, but anybody who signed this, and it's over 10 years old, the contract with Dominion and Smartmatic for these machines, trusted them to do the right thing. But unfortunately, they did not verify. They trusted without verification. Anybody who says, I want to look at the code, I want to look at the software, that person gets sued for millions and millions of dollars. So they use the law to silence people. The second thing is, you know, people say, oh, well, it's never been adjudicated, and Ms. Sassenbrenner, she alluded to that. No courts have had the guts to actually hear any of these issues. That's the real problem. If they had heard them, and if our Secretary of State's office had investigated, then it would be a matter of fact. It would be accepted law, but they didn't. So anyway, the point is, these people signed a contract and unable to verify, and that was a waste of money.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Joy Trushinsky, followed by Deborah Martin, and then Lisa Fleiner.
Welcome.
Joy Trushinsky for the record. In the Nevada 2020 presidential election, 15,000 mail-in ballots were cast from addresses other than where the voter legally lived. 4,000 illegals voted. 1,506 dead people voted. 42,000 voted twice. 132,000 signature matching errors occurred, and 8,000 voted with no addresses on file. This was just the tip of the fraud. Dominion voting machines were hooked up to the internet and changed specific Republican votes to Democrat votes. The Republicans requested a digital forensic audit of the Dominion machines, but that was not allowed. Of course, with the voters' names and addresses being separated from the ballots, then counted, how could you know the illegal from the legal? The Democrats really opened the Nevada election system to fraud with the passage of AB 321. I, with all my patriots here, want to go to the elimination of voting machines, we want to use voter IDs to vote, no ballot harvesting, specialized ballots which can be authenticated, and I support one-day voting. Also, mail-in ballots granted upon request. The Democrats went to the reservations before the presidential election and gave gift cards and money for their vote. It was caught on video. Anybody who thinks the 2020 presidential election was not rigged in Nevada is ignoring the truth. Please support voter integrity.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Deborah Martin, followed by Lisa Fleiner, and then Susan McMurray.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Deborah Martin, and please keep my comments on the NRS. Pardon me? Oh. That. Please keep my comments on the NRS 241.035. Most important, the Dominion and Smartmatic machines must not be used anymore. They should be kept for evidence from the November 2020 election. Any computers that have Wi-Fi must not be purchased for the elections in Washoe County in Nevada, and no machines at all. Only paper ballots with special safety features built in may be used in person, same day only voting, only unless a voter is not able to vote in person on election day. The voter is to request an absentee ballot. All ballots must be voted on this day and counted on this voting day. No early voting and no same-day registration. The last day to register to vote must be a month before elections. And no elections on the voting day, because there's no way of verifying if this is a legal ballot. And let's see. No illegal aliens and no felons have the right to vote. Only citizens of the United States of America can vote. The voters must have picture ID and must sign the voter book at the poll. You would think that Governor Sisolak, since he closed down the city for so long during the COVID, that he could make one day a holiday for voting. Voting is a serious matter. The leaders of our nation must be vetted, must be qualified, and must be the person each voters chose to vote for. I don't like the signature machines, especially when the ballots are stuffed in the signature machines and there are errors occurring. I heard that is what happened in Clark County in 2020. Ballot harvesting must be made illegal and no drop boxes should be allowed. The elections this year are coming up quickly, and there are certain corrections that should be made to make our elections honest and with integrity. In the year 2020, elections were not honest and with integrity. Ballots were mailed out in a willy-nilly fashion. Ballots were mailed to dead people, people who had moved away, mailed to addresses that do not exist. Obviously, the voter rolls were not cleaned up. The 2020 election cost the Washoe County citizens a mint. I heard the ballots were all over the mail receiving areas of apartment buildings. Everybody who had lived at these apartments at any time in the past would have received the ballot.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Lisa Fleiner, followed by Susan McMurray, and then Wayne Gordon.
Welcome, Ms. Fleiner.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners, for hearing us today. I just want to let you know that I voted early at the convention center, and upon pulling into the parking lot there, I was being scoped out by somebody walking around with a clipboard, and he identified himself as an out-of-state person who was here volunteering, but he was collecting signatures for some petition. I felt really uneasy with that. I didn't want to be signing something right outside my polling station, kind of thought it was weird he was there. I kind of dismissed it, but I was like, oh, that's weird. Then I came over here weeks later to, earlier I realized that it was the same gentleman standing out front at here in the complex when I was doing some other business here at the building. It was the same guy, and I'm like, wow, for an out-of-state guy, he's really committed to being around here and doing this petition. I didn't understand what organization he was with or who he paid for. Now, in retrospect, I would have given it better attention and checked him out. But I just want to let you know, as public officials, I know you guys have all taken an oath of office to hold the positions you have, and you also have a surety bond that protects you as individuals. But in order to get those things, you had to sign the oath to uphold our Constitution, not only of the state of Nevada, but for the United States of America. And that's the thing I'm having an issue with, is making sure that you protect us, because I don't want to go to the way of a Marxist country. And only you here have the ability to affect our lives with the regulations and the things that you pass or don't pass. So it is very important, Alexis, that we have your attention on these things, because it matters in our lives. It really does matter. It matters for each of us, our children. And the other thing is, like I said, when I brought all those ballots, the mail-in ballots here to the registrar's office, I forgot to mention they didn't seem very interested that this pile that I was bringing them were for people that no longer lived at the residence I was at. That kind of takes me aback. But I really want to see that we have voter ID. And if Envy Energy can demand that for my son to be signed on to get an account with me, then I think that's the least we can do. And if having a voter ID is a problem for anyone, create a fund for that. I would be glad to contribute to it. Every legal vote should be allowed to vote and have ID to do it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Susan McMurray, followed by Wayne Gordon and Jimmy Bradshaw.
Welcome.
Thank you. When I was here a couple weeks ago, there was a couple of things that I mentioned, that there was a Monmouth University poll that said 80% of Americans favor having to have a picture ID in order to vote. And I also mentioned the fact that 35 states request ID before they let people vote. So I support Commissioner Herman's resolution, and I'm having a hard time understanding why there seems to be so much reluctance about this. If there are tens of thousands more votes than there are voters, then what does that mean for my vote? I'll tell you what it means. It means it doesn't count. I am effectively being disenfranchised, and I'm not the only one. About a month ago, I was out registering people, and I was dismayed to see the number of people, when I asked them about their voter registration, said something to me like, I don't bother with that anymore. It doesn't do any good. It doesn't count. I was horrified by that. So your actions today to keep this off the agenda, so we can't even discuss this resolution, really give me kind of pause. I wonder what your intentions really are. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Wayne Gordon, Jimmy Bradshaw, and then Laura Dickey.
Welcome.
Hi, my name's Wayne Gordon. I live in Reno on Miraloma on the east side. I'm here to request that you take steps to protect our elections and our votes. I want to start by reminding you that the United States is not a democracy. It is a constitutional republic. Our bottom line is this document right here, the Constitution. Okay? That's the absolute laws of this nation. I want to point 5 parts to you. Actually, I'd like to point more, but I'll start with that. Article 15, which was approved right after the Civil War. No citizen shall be denied or abridged to vote because of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. 19 is on account of sex. 24, there shall be no condition of poll taxes requirement to vote. And 26, the right of the citizen of the United States to vote who are 18 years or older. Those 4 changes have been made in the Constitution. In addition, maybe the most important one, which doesn't directly affect vote, is 14. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and of the states within where they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges, or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive a person of life, liberty, or property without due clause, or deny to the person within jurisdiction of equal protection under the law. When our votes are held in such low regard as what we did in 2020, mailing votes all over the world practically, and then having them done what was done to them, violates this 14th Amendment because we're not getting equal protection. The perception, for those of you who say, well, there was no fraud, well, first of all, there was. But just the perception of fraud is just a bit as bad as fraud. Because those of us who don't believe it are going to be disenfranchised just by that when you ignore it and try to tell us, oh, there was no fraud, when in fact there's been lots of it.
Thank you, Mr.
Already.
Thank you.
Jimmy Bratcher, followed by Laura Dickey and Betty Thiessen.
Good morning. Thank you, Ms. Herman. My name is Jim Bratcher. The first Bratcher we've been able to find in this country was in 1630, and we know that because he was an indentured servant and he was beaten to death by the man he was indentured to. Oh, how about now? There? I want to read something that was written by Abraham Lincoln. Our country's under attack right now. The government's being under attack. The Constitution's under attack. Our freedom of speech is under attack. And this is what he had to say in 1838. He wrote this and spoke it to a group of young men in Springfield, Illinois. And it's about the perpetuation of our political institutions. He warned of mobs of people who disrespected U.S. laws and courts and that could destroy the United States. He went on to say that the Constitution and the rule of law of the United States are the political religion of our nation. Shall we respect some transatlantic military giant to step the ocean and crush us at a blow? Never. All the armies of Europe, Asia, and Africa combined with all the treasure of the earth, our own excepted, in their military chest with a Bonaparte for a commander, could not by force take a drink from the Ohio or make a track on the Blue Ridge in a trial of 1,000 years. At one point, then, is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide. I'm asking this commission to fix the election process. You're allowing it to be stolen again. I don't want the next election to be stolen. This man was who I respected when I was a kid. I was raised as a patriot. This county sucks, you know? We've got a bunch of patriots here. Listen to them. Fix the election process. Deny, deceive, and delay. That's how lawyers like to work. Deny a problem. Oh, there's no problem with our elections. Delay it. Delay her resolution on this, you know, or deceive. You know, oh, there's no problem with the election machines. My God, the courts have already decided that. No, as been stated, the courts have already decided they didn't want to hear it. That's what I've got to say about all that, and thanks for listening.
Thank you. Please, please, please.
Laura Dickey, followed by Betty Thiessen, and then Suze Van Ness.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Laura Dickey, for the record, and I am a resident of Washoe County and have been for 40 years. I, too, am a patriot. I am also a Mayflower descendant, and every one of my ancestors fought in all the wars throughout this country's history. I stand before you here today in opposition of the resolution and the staff report that was up for consideration by this body. I respect everyone's right here to the right of their opinion, to their expression of free speech. The reason I was concerned about this agenda item number 14 is because I did not feel I had a voice. I felt my voice had been squelched because I was not aware of this item that came before the Board of Commissioners. It was under public comment. It was not an agendized item. I researched the item when I learned of what was to come before the Board of Commissioners today, and I listened to the recording of the meeting on February 8th. I also requested documents from the county clerk's office so that I could understand what Commissioner Herman was referencing when she referenced significant public comment. I submit to this body that significant public comment that was shared on February 8th was only of one side, and voices such as mine were not heard. I contend that other perspectives were not voiced by members of the general public because the opinions expressed appeared to be those of a single cohesive group who share common viewpoints regarding the 2020 election. Those of opposing views, such as mine, were not present at the Board of Commissioners meeting because, again, the comments were expressed under public comment. They weren't agendized. And notwithstanding, Commissioner Herman generated the staff report and resolution. Evidently, there was some discussion about how that all came about, and I'll accept that. But it's a very important issue. Voting is the foundation of our republic, our constitutional republic. It's what our founding fathers fought for. The 2020 election was not stolen. It was certified by the Nevada Secretary of State, and no irregularities were found. It is not enough.
Please.
Excuse me, I listen to all of you. It is not enough to disenfranchise voters because your candidates lost.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Betty
Please.
Thiessen, followed by Suze Van Ness, and then Maxine Bradshaw.
Can we have the overhead, please?
My name is Betty Thiessen. I'm a Nevada native, fourth generation. Can you hear me now? Okay. My husband is a disabled veteran from the Vietnam veteran. My brother is. My oldest grandson is just entered the Marines, and I am sad for them. For what they've done for our country, it's wasted. I would like to thank Jeannie Herman for her courage, putting this resolution on the agenda. I was at one of the commissioner meetings last year sometime, and she asked for an audit, a forensic audit. It was never brought up. I request the county commission to put this resolution back on the agenda, make sure it's on the agenda so we can listen to your arguments. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Also, this is something the media has actually done something right.
Thank you. Thank you.
Suze Van Ness, followed by Maxine Bradshaw, and then Donald Fossum.
Welcome.
The overhead in a little bit.
The overhead, please.
First, I'd like to ask for the Holy Spirit to guide my words and be within this room and fill it up, please. I say that because last time I got a little angry, and I spent a few days without joy or peace. So I had to start praying for all of you. That was very tough, but in a few days I got it back. Praying for you also that you all would stop the corruption. Now I need the overhead. There's been some bullying going on from all of you. There's been some bad treatment of women within this county. We've had it. Your cohort isn't here. I'll be back to talk to him also. I wish for all the mothers in the audience to rise. All the mama bears within Washoe County, stand up. Now let me tell you all something. We are mothers. We are workers. We protect our children. And we are not going to allow men to pick on any woman within this county again. We've had it. If you want to see us out in force, you're going to see us. You are going to see us everywhere. Now, enough of the corruption. You want a scolding from a mother, you're going to get it. Now, this election was not right. Right now, on the 22 voter rolls, it's filled with names and addresses that don't exist. My colleague and I have driven all over Washoe County with a list. I'm asking you all, how come you haven't sat down with the Beatles family and asked him for that list? I think the biggest one was when Betty found a picture of a gold mine up on a hill with registered voters coming from there. But that's only one example. The addresses we went to, you couldn't even deliver a pizza to. Now, how were they getting the mail-in ballots there? The people at the apartment building said, yes, we got a whole bunch of them, and we had to hand them back to the postman. Bottom line, you will treat Jeannie Herman with respect from here on out.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Maxine Bradshaw, followed by Donald Fossum, and then Isaac Indalo.
My name is Maxine Bradshaw. I can't follow these people. It's a tough act to follow. But I just want to say I'm so impressed with people like Jeannie Herman. I mentioned on the 8th that I worked with Washoe County to bring in letters from Washoe residents that they signed. And it mentioned voter issues. They wanted in-person voting. And they signed letters to that effect. And Jeannie Herman was the only one of the commissioners who brought in those letters and said, these are from my constituents, and held them up. This was the voice of the people in Washoe County. Nothing was done. It was never put on an agenda to address those issues in those letters. And I just want to say thank you so much for you being an epitome of the kind of servant of the people that every city, town, and state deserves. Thank you. And I also want to say that Bill Neal stood up and he mentioned in his talk to you that you answer to a higher power. But I would only share with you that the only higher power that is the most significant one in your life will always be God. Just keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Donald
Please.
Fossum, followed by Isaac Indalo, and then J.S. McElhenney.
Welcome.
Overhead, please.
May we have the overhead?
My comment request. Thank you. All right. This is how many years I've been coming before you regarding election integrity, and nothing has been done. I went on Cola TV because somebody liked my presentation enough. I didn't think it was that great, but they put me on Cola TV to do a report on it. They played the clip once and pulled it. All right, you've seen me in here before on this one, all right? I came in saying I hope you could bring you all breakfast, but guess what's missing? Aunt Jemima's freaking missing. You know what else is missing? Our ass kissing for you. Because what you have surrendered to is the same thing that got her off of this. And they may have canceled her, but you're not going to cancel us. We, the people, will not be canceled. You postponed us. That's all. Like the lady a little bit ago said, we're going to be on your asses. We are. You want to see somebody about election integrity? Go see this man. Or like somebody just suggested, go see Robert. I stopped over here last week in a spirit of gratitude to say thank you for getting on the case here. Because I used the word gratitude and sincerity. I withdraw it. Because you are full of crap, except for Jeannie Herman, all right? So we have a country. I had hoped to start here today with a peace sign, but no. When I got the report that you'd been jerk-offs and pulled this thing, I said I can't use that first anymore because we have a country divided. You know what it's divided over? I know you can't say, but I want all of you to say it because I'm going to wait for your comments when we're done here. Well, here's what we're here about. It's this simple. Accountable. I was just testing you. Okay. So, okay, it's this simple. Accountable. What we've been going through so far is failure to be accountable. You're a party to it. The people that got Aunt Jemima off of here and their tactics are the same ones that are pushing the buttons on top of you, around you, all over you. We have got your attention, but guess how we did it? We didn't do it through breaking windows. We didn't do it through looting. We didn't do it through burning buildings. But right now, we got your damn attention. And these same people that probably objected to this motion that Robert presented are the ones that you are under the influence of. We refuse to accept that.
Thank you. Please.
Isaac Indalo, followed by J.S. McElhenney, and then Jan Helton.
Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Thank you, commissioners and patriots. My name's Isaac Ndalo, and I'm here. It's my second time here. I'm an immigrant from Kenya. I came here when I was 10. Now I'm 31, 21 years later, so I have a specific point of view, I'm guessing, a different perspective. But I would like to thank the Patriots first because with their power is why I'm up here and I'm able to speak. Because a lot of other countries would not be able to do this. And I believe that's why immigrants come to the United States. And once you're here, you hope things are honest. And then you find out that things are not, and you try to change things. But I wrote a few notes in here. Let me see if I can remember. So I believe the United States is one of the last standing areas for humankind. I think everywhere else has kind of fallen apart, and this is the last place. And I am here for Earth's humans, for their freedom, and for the criminals to stop playing God. And it starts on this soil, I believe, and it starts in the communities. Something third world country politicians don't care about. The news is intentionally filtered to keep other areas in the dark. And as I'm in here, I'm a millennial, so as I look around, no offense to anybody else, there are not a lot of millennials in here, or Gen Zs, which is interesting. Is it the time of day that this meeting's going on? So there's a large group of humans that are not aware of what's happening. I was actually surprised I didn't stare at my phone the last 2 hours I've been sitting here, being a millennial, phone addiction, take a selfie. But I would like to change that because the youth are the future, and school being number 50 needs to change. The election needs to be resolved. I'm going to be a citizen soon, so I'd like to, being a citizen, thank you. Being a citizen, especially becoming a United States citizen as an adult, I think is very unique. It could bring a grown man to his knees crying because many people are not born with that privilege. What else do I want to say? That's it. Thank you, Patriots.
Thank you. Please. Please.
J.S. McElhenney, followed by Jan Hilton, and then Vicki Dunn.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. J.S. McElhenney. I practiced dentistry here in Reno for 40 years, and I've invested a lot in this community. I would like my notes, the notes of my presentation, to be entered into the public record per NRS 241.035. Election integrity is the most important aspect of a voting system. In opposition to the gentleman that said that cost is too high for election integrity, I don't believe that. There is no cost that is too high to have an honest and fair election. It's the foundation of our country. I supported, and I do support, election resolution R22-28 and urge the board to accept it when it is placed back on the agenda soon. County staff should not have changed the wording which caused it to be removed from today's agenda. That being said, I would like to state that current Nevada law is too lax when it comes to voter registrations and voting laws. And that is the purpose of item 14 that was removed from today's agenda. This removal demonstrates that the county and the elites like yourselves are not listening to the people and are working harder to hinder the reforms we are proposing than to represent the people fairly and honestly. There are several bad laws that have been passed over the years here in Nevada. I oppose same-day registration. I oppose DMV registration because illegal aliens are allowed to get driver's licenses and they should not be allowed to vote. I oppose unsolicited mail-in ballots. I oppose ballot harvesting. I oppose extended early voting. Make Election Day a holiday and everyone votes on the same day in their own precinct. No one should vote before the last debate between candidates. I support voter ID to register to vote and on voting day. I support purging voter rolls annually to remove deceased individuals and people who have moved within the state and especially out of state. Simply having the Registrar of Voters office review the obituary page in the newspaper, both digital and printed, would go a long way toward this process and be relatively easy. Just a few cases per day. Some complain that purging the voter rolls is voter suppression. That's absurd. It just prevents those who want to cheat to steal the election from using disqualified people from voting. I support absentee ballots being limited to military, those in hospital and in assisted living facilities or traveling. Requests for absentee ballots should be required to be made several weeks in advance of voting day and in all but isolated cases. And absentee ballots must be received 24 hours before Election Day, not just postmarked, so that they can be counted on Election Day like all other ballots. I oppose out-of-state poll workers and watchers. How many in this chamber today are from Clark County or even bussed in from California? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please.
Next up, we have Jan Hilton, followed by Vicki Dunn, and then Megan Archambault.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Jan Hilton, and I'm here to support the election resolution. But how does the resolution titled, quote, authorized measures to increase accuracy, security, and purity of elections, unquote, get changed to title, quote, authorizing the grant of public monies to a government entity, unquote? That's not even close. And Commissioner Herman certainly had nothing to do with that. True, no election is perfect, but we need to go by the laws, especially when there are numerous new Nevada laws like mail ballots, that's M-A-I-L. You've heard a lot of testimony about wrong events during the last election, And anyone denying Washoe County didn't have issues needs to talk to Washoe County election workers and get out of their bubble. All commissioners should have reviewed the 12 NRS laws listed in today's item 14 that was pulled because, well, they could be sued if they're not implemented. The Register of Voters needs a viable way to implement and enforce all the election laws, new, old, and federal. The proposals in the election resolution are legal per RDA and go by all the laws and ensure purity, accuracy, security, and hopefully can revive election integrity in Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Next up, we have Vicki Dunn, followed by Megan Archambault, and then Mark Leonard.
Welcome.
May I have the overhead, please? Just a little bit of show and tell before we start this off. First of all, I would like to concur with several of the previous speakers on what's going on. And for those that came here in support of you, I would just like to tell them, if they're still here, that I have some white canes with red tips and some hearing aids for your use, if you believe that there has been no fraud. Next, I'd like to present this. Those people who are against voter ID would like to see your vaccine passport. And this is especially for the commissioners. I'd like to share that I have worked for the state, I have worked for the county, I have worked for the city in every capacity. And I want you to know that I know what corruption, what fraud is going on. I've seen it firsthand. I also know that no county, no state is worried about a budget, because if they were, they wouldn't be tearing up perfectly good stop signals and building roundabouts. So the money thing, you could take that off your talking points because you're wrong. This one I love. Integrity is choosing your thoughts and actions based on values rather than personal gain. Get some. Last but not least, for those that thought there was no election fraud, this is for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Megan Archambault, followed by Mark Leonard, and then Christina Sherbrooke.
Welcome.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners, for having this meeting today. My name is Megan Archambault, and I'm here in opposition to the return of this racist, ableist resolution at any time.
Please.
And before you heckle me, to quote Rick Sanchez, your boos mean nothing because I've seen what makes you cheer.
Please.
I am loath to give Ms. Herman the credit for this resolution. It is unoriginal in its flat bigotry, but manages to be more radical than the majority of other dubious election purity measures nationwide. Its proponents are clearly nostalgic for a time when the vote was reserved for a chosen few in the name of purity. They should be ashamed of themselves. This illegal resolution would certainly result in costly lawsuits for Washoe County. It purges existing voter records and includes an automatic expiration of a voter's registration in violation of state law and the Federal Voting Rights Act. It demands the National Guard oversee polling centers and tallying of results in violation of federal and state law, and harkens back to the days when the National Guard was called out to intimidate Black and brown people from exercising their civil rights. I would also like to note for the record that a mail-in ballot is a paper ballot. If Joe McCarthy were still alive, he'd give the county commissioners supporting this his wholehearted support. Commissioners playing footsie with white supremacism is a dark path to take and spits in the face of every veteran who served this country, including me. It is wild to see folks advocating for us to use SAVE for literally any purpose. According to Senate staffers, USCIS barely updates enough regularly for folks who have visa applications pending and who depend on them to do those updates. The right to vote is one of the most sacred rights guaranteed to all Americans over the age of 18. That the Washoe County Board of Commissioners would even consider ripping this right from Nevadans under the guise of patriotism is a callow bowing to these fascists. This resolution was proposed and pulled due to its violation of open meetings law. That a sitting commissioner would not understand the law or seek to circumvent it is deeply concerning. The Night for Nevada campaign would also like to commend Commissioner Alexis Hill, for her bravery in speaking out against this unconstitutional measure. It is absolutely repulsive that this would be discussed in the name of patriotism. That I sat quietly as everybody else talked and that you've heckled me throughout my entire 3 minutes says everything I need to know about your character. Little is less patriotic than impeding the right of your fellow Americans to vote. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, 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 please. I'm asking you, please. Thank you.
Mark Leonard is up next.
Mr. Leonard,
then
welcome.
Christina Sherbrooke and Amy Keys.
Well, now for another point of view. My name is Mark Leonard. I'm resident of Reno, and please enter my comments into the record. Commissioners, I want to know why Commissioner Herman's resolution got removed at the last minute. Some unnamed staff apparently made changes that the DA then used to justify removing it. We have not heard an explanation. Who did that? Why did these changes get made, and who made them? These games erode our trust in you, except for Commissioner Herman, who has the courage to address these issues. Thank you, Commissioner Herman.
Thank you. Please.
Christina
Thank you.
Sherbrooke, followed by Amy Keys, and then Roger Edwards.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Christina Sherbrooke. I'm a resident of Washoe County. I am here to add my voice to all the others who've expressed great concerns over our elections. Our privilege to vote is a sacred honor. We need to know that our vote counts in order to have faith in our system and in order to have faith in you, our representatives here. Let's please clean up our elections, and let's do this together as Americans. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, thank you.
Amy Keys, followed by Roger Edwards, and then Daniel Abbott.
Welcome, both of you.
Good afternoon. My name's Amy Keys. I am a resident of Reno. I'm here with my newborn daughter, Ruby, who's one of Washoe County's newest residents at 6 weeks old. I am here to talk about what was agendized as item 14 on today's agenda. However, I understand that the item was removed from the agenda. But I would request that the board please consider my comments if and when the resolution is reconsidered. That's Resolution R2228, to implement procedures related to elections by the 2022 primary. I believe that a lot of the comments that we've heard today and a lot of the resolution itself are grounded in and motivated by fear. It's fear of the situations or outcomes that may or may not have come to pass or that may come to pass in the future. And the county is considering some changes that I personally believe to be a little bit drastic in response to the perceived threat. I certainly respect the opinions and the rights of every Washoe County resident to voice their opinions related to this matter. So I just want to point out the specific items within the resolution that were concerning to me personally. So item number 5 grants power to enact any other measure that ensures accuracy, security, and purity of elections. I certainly found that concerning because it seems to grant an unlimited amount of power with no checks and balances, and doesn't really define what purity of elections means. I certainly believe there may be room for improvement within our election system. However, that particular item itself is concerning to me as a broad brush of power. Item number 13 requires the presence of National Guard personnel, which I'm not necessarily opposed to. I just don't understand the particular reasoning for. And item number 8 requires the use of certified mail, which costs $3.35 per piece of mail. With roughly 450,000 residents in our county, it would cost approximately $1.5 million if everyone voted this way, which is not likely. However, I do believe that cost should be presented to the citizens of the county clearly so that they understand. Not necessarily opposed, just believe it should be presented. And then item 18 requires purging of voter registration every 5 years. That's another item that I would like to understand further, just to really understand exactly which problem that's trying to solve. Thank you very much for your time, Commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Roger Edwards, followed by Daniel Abbott, and then Robert Devon.
Mr. Edwards, welcome.
Good afternoon. I've been before you folks a lot of times. First, I'm a lifelong public servant. I started serving the public in 1965. And there's no point in me and my thousands of partners in the National Guard to even be doing all of this if our votes don't count. If the election in Nevada was decided by 8,000 votes and we've got 47,000 irregularities, Nevada's vote was totally worthless. And, as a 37-year National Guard guy, I can guarantee you we can get volunteers to stand in the polls and help make sure that they are legitimate. And by the way, they did it in the 1960s also to give blacks the right to vote, not to shield anybody from voting. And by the way, if there's an extra cost to have a true vote, you can send me the bill.
Thank you. Please.
Daniel Abbott, followed by Robert Devon, and then Tammy Holtstill.
Mr. Abbott, welcome.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Abbott. I live in downtown Reno. I came here today to express my objection to several of the new election procedures under consideration for election resolution R22-28. I want to briefly thank the Commission and all those whose lifestyle permits them to participate in this conversation. Despite its removal from today's agenda, I don't imagine this will be the last we hear of the resolution, and I already took the day off work, so I decided to submit my opinion on the matter. I think everyone in this room agrees that election integrity is vital to a free society, so I looked into it. In the 2020 election cycle, there were approximately 4,000 allegations of voter fraud submitted by state Republicans. The Secretary of State's inquiry found that no more than 10 dead voters had ballots cast in their name. Out of these, one case, a man in Las Vegas who voted in his dead wife's name, has resulted in a guilty plea. One. There is no evidence that any of the suggested changes in Resolution R2228 would prevent any subversions of democracy, and at the cost of reduced ballot access for many residents of Washoe County. Voter fraud is already illegal, easily detected, and carries stiff penalties for the offender. Any allegations of irregularity or inconsistencies should be taken very seriously, so let them be fully investigated and resolved using the systems already in place. Any hurdle placed before our most fundamental right must be weighed against an overriding public interest. And make no mistake, this resolution would place undue obstacles to voter access for many of our fellow citizens in Washoe County, many of whom would be here today if it were not during regular working hours. The resolution is a collection of deeply flawed solutions in search of a problem. Whether that is a feature or a bug is perhaps a matter of your political perspective. I have my own suggestions as for how to ensure voter integrity, but time is limited. This would all seem nonsensical if not for the larger context of efforts in several states to abridge the franchise. Whatever short-term electoral gains might be achieved by this course of action are outweighed by the bitter harvest of a less democratic, less representative, less free American future. In the first American election, approximately 6% of the population was eligible to vote. We've come a long way since then toward expanding the franchise and our freedoms, and I see no reason to step backward in time. I implore you to think long and hard about this resolution when it inevitably surfaces so that we can pass on the torch of democracy to the next generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Robert
Please.
Devon,
Please.
followed by Tammy Holtstill, and then Victoria Meyer.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. Robert Devon. I'd like to have my comments in the record. First off, I want to thank the commissioners for letting so many people with a different view to what we are trying to accomplish to speak here and voice their concerns. I think that's a great thing. It's a demonstration of our Second Amendment. However, as a 24-year-old naval veteran and a 24-year businessman, I'm appalled that the commission's office, in cahoots with the district attorney, tried to pull a trick on eliminating the item number 14. This is a legitimate concern. We've heard page after page being read of all the irregularities that went on in the last election. I'm appalled by the shabby treatment of Jeannie Herman, especially as one of your county commissioners. The folks here are not trying to be fooled by a trick of this being a quick fix to the electoral system. Item number 14 certainly is open for discussion for all of those who are here, even though I personally disagree with them. I think this sleight of hand was a fraud, was an opportunity taken as a sleight of hand to change the resolution and invalidate the movement to ensure integrity of our voter system. Legitimate voting is America's greatest treasure. We are tired that a small group has been trying to steal our elections and our political systems and our country. I encourage you to be on the right side of this issue. Voter integrity matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Tammy Holtstill, followed by Victoria Meyer and Nicholas St. John. Tammy will need the overhead, and I do have a document to distribute.
Welcome.
Tammy Holtstill, Lemon Valley Swan Lake Recovery Committee for the record. Before you see a pair of ruby red slippers. We talk about integrity, honesty, and respect. Well, the chair had wished a house on me at one time during 2017 flood. I have been before this commission since 2017. Respect from this commission, there's only been one commissioner that has been truly respectful, and that has been Commissioner Herman. Honesty, trying to steal people's money out of their wallet for something that you can't even respond to an email. This piece of paper is an email that has a question directed at you, Chair, and I never received a response. Why should residents pay more tax for a stormwater system when there's too much effluent in the system to begin with? You never answered. It was a dog and pony show the other day. The rest of the council, you've been there, but you haven't done anything. Nobody wants to step up and try and do anything. That with a new county commissioner or county manager, things might change, but no, we saw Dwayne Smith doing the yabba dabba do, and nothing's being done. Lemon Valley is in the same condition it was back in 2017. And it is not the people, existing people, that have the issue. It is you and you approving all the development out there without making sure the infrastructure was done. You sold out to the developers. That's all this commission is. That's all the city of Reno is. That's all the city of Sparks is. Sellouts to the developers and the vagabonds, and that's got to change. Integrity, start there. I'm sorry, folks. Voting is our right, but you know there's been other issues that have show the integrity of these people. So you think it's going to change just because of the voting issue? No. Change these people, and hopefully then we might get things changed. Respect, give it to us, then you get it back.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Next up, we have Victoria Meyer, followed by Nicholas St. John, and then Edward Goodrich.
Welcome, Ms. Meyer.
I'd like my comments put on the record. I'm a 40-plus year voter in Washoe County. I've voted in every election, been here a long time. I stand 100% behind Mr. Beatles and Mr. Gilbert, our next governor, and all here who want fair elections, which should be all of us. This isn't a red or blue issue. This is a red, white, and blue issue. We are all Americans. We all want the same thing, I'm assuming. I don't know why you wouldn't want election integrity, and if there's enough lack of confidence in this process, then you ought to look into it. You ought to do your due diligence. You have a fiduciary responsibility to us, to represent us. We're not serfs. You're not royalty. You're not elite. You have a duty to act in good faith and represent us. All these people here who want to see this investigated and changed. You have a duty to us. Do not deny if you do. Just please go do some due diligence. If you've been deceiving us, ask God for forgiveness and start over. Don't delay. Act today before the primaries. I want to inform everyone here who has spoken against this, thinking that we have free and fair elections. I'd like to direct, and all of you and everyone else that stands behind me as well, to something called the Trusted News Initiative. Trusted News Initiative. Write that down. Trusted News Initiative. This is a global alliance of media that was formed in 2019, pre-CCP virus, and they were joined by the BBC, the European Broadcasting Union, Facebook, the Financial Times, First Draft, Google, the Hindu, the Wall Street Journal, and the list goes on. It's the AP, okay? This was the embryonic start of a soon-to-become global media-wide early warning system that would rapidly alert members to disinformation which threatens human life or disrupts democracy during elections. AKA, they all got together and started screening all the information that goes out over the AP. So do you wonder why the message is the same few things you hear over and over and over again in the media? The pandemic threatens the survival of all humanity. There is no therapy to cure the sick. It is necessary to confine the whole population, and the delivery will come only from a vaccine. Look up the Trusted News Initiative and see how globally we are being fed a storyline.
Please.
Nicholas St. John, followed by Edward Goodrich, and then Kenji Otto.
Welcome, Mr. St. John.
Good afternoon. Nicholas St. John for the record. I too want my remarks put on the record. There are 6 things which the Lord hates, yes, 7 which are an abomination to him: haughty eyes, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that run rapidly to evil, a false witness who utters lies, and one who spreads strife among brothers. All those things should sound familiar. We're hearing that almost from everyone who comes up. One of those is one of the things that they are that's bothering them. I need the overhead, please.
Overhead, please. Flip it around. There we go. I went back and reviewed from, I think it's April 13th last year when Ms. Bicula came in and spoke to the council on voter integrity or on the whole voter thing that we've been talking about here. So I started doing some digging, and one of the things that she talked about was that they were going to get tied into the national change of address. And so I sent off the database and found out there was actually, after the election, or since she talked, there's been 37,000 people that moved out of Nevada that she did not catch that was on the voter registration. We've done some calling. We found one guy who moved away 3 years ago, lives in Connecticut. He voted in Connecticut in person. He also managed to vote in Nevada, in Washoe County, with a mail-in ballot. Now, that's just one. We don't have any idea because for some reason they're not going to look into it and find out how many others there are. Now, Mr. Beatles has done a great job of looking into a lot of this stuff. I want to point out here, this is the provisional ballots. In Nevada, there were 61,126. Of that 61,000, 56,000 were in Clark County. Look at the number in Washoe County. 0. Guys, that is a statistical impossibility. Story County had 1. They only have 2,800 people registered to vote. So I'd like someone to ask Deanna Spicula when she comes up how it is that we had same-day registrations and no provisional voting ballots. Thank you.
Edward Goodrich, followed by Kenji Otto, and then Jeannie Quintana.
Good morning, commissioners.
Welcome.
All right, how's that? Or, I'm sorry, good afternoon, commissioners. All right, of course, I'm here about Resolution 22-28. This resolution agrees me, and I seek redress for it. I urge the commission to never, ever allow this type of voter suppression to come to light at the hands of those who want to choke the democratic process. My family landed on these shores in 1642. From then until today, my family has proudly supported our new nation and in its own ways have fought for this nation. Some in glory, others more quietly. Throughout, we have understood what a fragile and precious thing the franchise to vote is. Verifying the integrity of the vote is not it, because what it does, the franchise is important to get as many people as possible to vote fairly. How this resolution made it this far as it did is kind of astounding to me. As elected officials, you are charged with positions of trust under the Nevada Constitution. I take this to mean that you need to stop the insanity of resolutions like this to pass. For example, the minor fiscal note, I did a quick calculation with the current postal rates, $3.142 million for that certified receipt out of 307,000 voters. So I have studied the county's election system for a whole lot of years, actually. I have participated as a partisan observer since the mid-90s. Now, as a partisan observer, this means I'm looking for a problem. I have been looking for the problems in the system since the mid-90s. And I have been able to hold up the current system in Washoe County in national public forums as the gold standard for honesty, fairness, and participation within the United States. This proposed resolution aborts that gold standard. For these and all the other fever dream concepts and defects, too numerous for me to mention in my time, that restrict the franchise to vote. And that's the real issue, franchise to vote. I urge its absolute defeat and burial. Congratulations, Commissioner Herman. You've poked the bear. The bear is awake and watching. Thank you, Commissioner.
Please,
Ken Giotto,
please.
followed by Jeannie Quintana, and then Candy Lyons.
Welcome, Mr. Otto.
Hello. So, I'm an American. I was born overseas. My dad served 20-some years. I've served 20-some years in the military. And there's nothing more important than the right to vote. I have 3 IDs here. All of them been used for multiple reasons. All of them for stupid reasons. The one reason it never gets asked for the best reason in the world, to vote.
Please.
Why aren't we being asked to prove who we are when we come up to that ballot and present ourselves to conduct our right? Why is it that people who shouldn't be voting may possibly be doing that? What is such the big deal that asking for an ID to vote is wrong? It's not wrong. It's right. And it needs to be done. I helped somebody get an ID. What a pain. They asked for IDs. I was trying to get them an ID, but they wanted ID. The person didn't have one. The federal government, the military, everybody wants an ID. I've been all over this world. Everybody wants an ID except for to vote. D.A. Hicks is wrong in what he did to Commissioner Herman and to us, the people of this county. This item needs to be heard. The Democrat Socialists of America have taken over the Nevada Democratic Party. This is the truth. It's not fake news. There were 3 people in here with masks. You know, I remember masks were criminals. And those were 3 white people. I'm an American of Asian descent. They do not represent me. You had a number of people up here who are of color. They don't represent them. They are liars and cheats and deceptors. They went back and talked to the officers about possibly a complaint, I would assume, and that's the Marxist way. This is America, and I fought for 20 years. I stood and I said my life is on the line to protect against Marxism, and we are now fighting against Marxism.
Thank you. Please. Thank you.
Jeannie Quintana, followed by Candy Lyons, and then Julie Osborne.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Jeannie Quintana, and I'd like to thank Commissioner Herman for working on this resolution and bringing it to all of you. And I would hope for the future of our children, you would do something about it. You would bring it up for discussion, and a lot of other people have worked very hard on this. I would think, like a parent has for their child, we have an instinct to look out for them. I would think you would have a similar instinct to look out for the people you represent, the constituents. All I can say is I pray that you have a conscience, or that it comes back, so you can do the right thing for the people and that our votes are respected. Maybe you can just remember that sunlight is the best disinfectant, and maybe that will eventually wake you up. And I'll just leave with an anonymous quote. Good times create weak men. Weak men create hard times. Hard times create strong men. Strong men create good times.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Candy Lyons, followed by Julia Osborne, and then Keith Lockhart.
Welcome.
I just want to say I support Mr. Beatles. Oh, sorry. I want to say I support Mr. Beatles' resolution. Thank you, Jenny, for putting it on. I knew I liked you a couple of weeks ago. Like I said, the rest of y'all I don't think I can trust. Put it out back on the agenda, and we'll be here. God bless you all.
Thank you.
Julia Osborne, followed by Keith Lockhart, and then Karen Benna.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. My name's Julie Osborne, and I am a Washoe County resident. I'm a retired firefighter paramedic, and as a first responder, I would like to thank the Sheriff's Department for providing some security for us. I would also like to commend to the commissioners, the Washoe County Sheriff's Department, who provided services across the border in California within the last month for ice rescue and recovery items. As a Washoe County resident, Commissioner Herman is my commissioner. I'm very proud of her. I stand behind her fully.
I'll put it on the
She
record.
is doing what I would like her to do. And I am horrified, aghast, and disgusted that the rest of the Washoe County personnel would throw her under the bus for doing her job, which I asked her to do for me. There's obviously a problem. Whether you see election fraud or not, there's been over 80 people, per your administrator, speaking today. And out of those 80 people, or over 80 people, 8 of them said, yeah, we don't have a problem. Well, 90% of us say there's a problem. So whether there's a real problem or perception, you need to take care of the perception that there's a problem. There's a big problem. One of your speakers, or one of the speakers here today against item number 14 said that there's a lack of need for election integrity. There is a big need for election integrity, and I ask that you put it back on the agenda, have public discussion, like we're doing, and like Americans do, and I ask that you put it back on the agenda and do what your constituents want you to do. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Please.
Keith Lockhart, followed by Karen Benna, and then Catherine Snedeker.
Welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, I'm Keith Lockhart, a resident of Southwest Reno, the unincorporated Washoe County area. I came today to hear the report about the voting procedures and the Register of Voters report, but apparently you're discussing what was to be item 14 on the agenda and the proposed resolution. I think you know I have a commitment to good government, efficient and effective government services. As a 25-year city employee, but more importantly, a former member of your Planning Commission, many of you a member of your Library Board of Trustees, and for several years a member of your Community Support and Development Advisory Board. I registered to vote as soon as I was able to here in Washoe County and voted every election that I was a resident here. I've served as a poll worker, and my wife's worked as a poll worker, and we thought we saw a well-functioning process. We verified signatures, We saw as people voted that there was a printed record recorded of their vote, and we thought the process worked well. But in looking at the staff report and the resolution, I thought it was poorly written as somebody who's looked at many staff reports. And in an email to you, I highlighted some of the concerns. There's no indication of review by county staff. There's no indication of review or comment by the county register, which really needs to take place prior to your full consideration of an item like this. You know, the involvement of National Guard at each polling place, box location, why is that uniformed military personnel important to a civil election process? And the resolution cites the grant of monies to a governmental entity, but no information is cited as to how much money is being granted to or from whom or for what, for what purpose. Some of those 20 points may be valid, but you commissioners know what you are seeing here today. You're seeing an organized pressure group. How is it that all these people came to you here 2 weeks ago, 13 months after the election in question? Now, there are people who have a basic mistrust of government, and I get that. But it was a telling moment when you had a speaker about an hour ago who asked for a stand-up of people who trust the commission, and most people remained in their seats. So most of the people here do not trust you, and my comments are not going to change their opinions. But I know you recognize your responsibility to the 480,000 people of Washoe County and the oaths you took as Washoe County commissioners. Be critical in your thinking on this.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Karen Benna, followed by Catherine Snedeker, and then Debbie Hudgens.
Welcome.
Yes, I'm Karen Benna, and thank you for allowing me to speak. And I was not part of a group. I just came by myself. I'm a fifth-generation Nevadan. I've voted every year since I was 18 religiously, and I'm here for the voter integrity. So anyway, I wondered how people like Sisolak won the election when nobody knew him and where did he come from. So I thought that, maybe something was wrong. And I feel that many of you were not really elected. I feel that you were just installed. And I am a primary source witness to the shenanigans of the elections. My husband and I were poll watchers. We were made to sit 30 feet away and we could not see one thing. We had more poll watchers than were allowed, so they made us rotate in and out of the building. So when I was inside with the poll watchers, there was this man sitting next to me who wasn't watching the polls. He was glued to his phone, tapping something into the phone. Then some other man came in and talked to him, whispered something to his ear, and he nodded, and then he left. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird. So then it was my turn to go outside and my husband's turn to go inside. And I saw that same man who came in and whispered. And he was out there with his phone, tapping away, tapping away, tapping away. And I kind of interrupted him. I go, oh, you're a poll watcher. He goes, oh, yeah, I'm from San Francisco. Me and my buddy, we're here from San Francisco. Thinking, why are there people from San Francisco at our polls? And what are they doing on their phones? So, and I think, boy, they shouldn't have Wi-Fi at the voting poll places because what can they be doing? I read later that the Dominion machines were connected to the internet, and it's simple to hack them. Even a high school student can hack them. And I reported it to the head person, to the poll watcher woman that organized it, and nothing happened. So it's obvious there's corruption, and these fraudulent elections need to stop. And without safe elections, we're just a banana republic. So I beg of you who are in power to be heroes and please fix our elections before 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Catherine
Please.
Snedeker, followed by Debbie Hudgens, and then Pablo Navaduran.
Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Catherine Snedeker. I'm a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. For those who don't know what a person is, that's a corporation or a legal fiction created by the state. A natural person is not a human being or a man or a woman. It's a business found in NRS 41. I'm not a resident because I'm an inhabitant. You people, you just disgust me. I'm glad you're wearing the mask. You should hide your face.
Please.
You know what? Too bad. Where's that guy? Couldn't stand it last time, so didn't come this time? You people don't follow the law. You get your district attorney, whichever one happens to be there at the time, to rewrite statutes so you can get your way. And I've got evidence of it. So tell me about lawful. Tell me you're following the law. You're not. You're making up your own laws as you go along. In your code, there is nothing in there for us to redress. All the protections in your codes are for the employees. I find a problem with that. Now you have two hats you wear. You wear the corporate hat where you take care of the business of the county. I want to know when you're going to put your government hat and be our representatives on, because you are never acting as our representatives. You act for your own personal gains. And that can be proven too. And probably wouldn't be very helpful to you. We are sick of you ignoring us. We're sick of you taking our services away and continue to charge property taxes for them. You know what? That's got to stop. Or else we just have property owners vote. And then we can have more say about it. Because it's our money, the people that own homes, that are getting ripped off by you people. The CARES Act, all the money you got, part of that money, guess what? It remodeled their offices. I'm sure glad they did that, because boy howdy, for some visitor to come and see the other office would have been just terrible. I think you need to follow your oath that you subscribed and sworn to. And I think you need to start following the laws like you're supposed to, like you declared you would in your oath, or we'll just go after your bond. Because we can do that when you cause us harm, and you're causing a lot of harm.
Thank you. Please.
Debbie Hudgens, followed by Pablo Nava-Duran, and then Carl Sweeter. Debbie's not here, so Pablo Nava-Duran.
Welcome.
Welcome. Overhead, please.
Can we have the overhead? Can you restart the counter, please? Stop the counter, Madam Clerk.
Where is that?
There's it's right there, sort of on that white spot. Yep.
Okay,
right
here we go.
There
You see
go.
that? So we have a democracy under attack, including Washington County School District, attacked by the Washoe GOP, by Robert Beatles and Joy Gilbert. And I do know most of us are mostly Republican or Trumpicans who want to steal 2020 election for go overturn for Donald Trump and cause the big lies, including Nevada. So as you see, Adam Laxalt filed a lawsuit against the Supreme Court, and Nevada Supreme Court dismantled. Nevada, I believe Joe Biden won the elections. And after, in January 6th, Adam Laxalt and George Gilbert went to the Capitol Hill and cited, encouraged protesters or insurrectionists to attack our Capitol Hill in D.C. And
Please.
I do blame Adam Laxalt and George Gilbert for this. So we got insurrection here in the House, and also the Washoe Patriot was taken over by Washoe GOP, because the Washoe GOP now is controlled by a far-right group.
Please.
And I do know Bruce Park, chairman, and Sadie Martinez are vice chairmen for the Washoe County's Republican Party, Washoe County. So, and I do know this is and I do know anybody who speak about election strategy that avoid depression. That the disadvantaged community against the people of color, such like me. I'm a Hispanics, brown people. And other than that, and I'm very condemned by Jeannie Herman on the resolution on Section 14, and I stand by Von Herman to take out the action, and I don't live by your district, but I do live in Mount Lucy's district. And I'm very proud of you. I will stand by you for the recall. I support you. And then also, instead of a National Guard to go on orientation, I think the National Guard should send to Washington County School District bus to help to fill all the students to go on a Washington County School, so to increase the attendance and make sure Washington County School District is a world-class education that we have to offer.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Carl Sweeter, followed by Ann Sweeter, and then Craig Newton.
Sweeter, welcome.
Thank you. As you've clearly shown by your past actions, or more accurately, your inactions, it should come as no surprise that you pulled Agenda Article 14. This item passed all necessary steps to be heard today, but you chose to listen to some un-American voices, including the ACLU and the Las Vegas Democrat Socialists. Can there be a more un-American organization than the Las Vegas Democrat Socialists? Why should Las Vegas Democrat Socialists have a say in Washoe County business? As a commission, you've continually chosen to ignore the will of your constituents. You continually refuse to discuss the unconstitutional mask and so-called vaccine mandates. You chose to ignore opposition to giving over $25 million of our tax money to the most unproductive and undeserving group of people, instead of using most of this money to help those taxpayers who suffered under your closing of so-called non-essential businesses as intended under the Recovery Act. If you truly listened to and acted on the will of your constituents, you would have no need to fear them and make them partially disrobe and pass through metal detector for the privilege of watching you ignore them. You're pushing people to the point where they will not wait for another rigged election to take action. Thank you.
Thank you. Please. Please.
Next up, we have Ann Sweeter, followed by Craig Newton, and then David Chamberlain.
Welcome.
Thank you. To say I am disappointed that agenda item number 14 was pulled from the agenda is an understatement. Here was an opportunity to discuss, hear all the options, and resolve the election issues, even get a resolution. However, commissioners don't want to discuss with we, the people. Commissioner Hill will discuss a one-sided view with the RGJ. I found that unprofessional, and in very bad taste. Resolutions are made here at the county commission with the people inputting their ideas and exchanging views with the commissioners. Fair elections are so important that if there is one wrong ballot being cast, then there is a problem that needs to be solved for the sake of all the people, no matter which party you vote for. It needs to be fair for all. However, like all the other problems in this county that are ignored, mask mandates, vaccine mandates, lockdowns, and on, I don't want this voting resolution to be ignored. You can't resolve issues if they can't be discussed with we the people, who you are supposed to be working for. I hope you will reconsider and put this important item on the next agenda. Let's discuss ideas, the options, and get this resolved together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next
Please.
up, we have Craig
Please.
Newton. Craig Newton, followed by David Chamberlain, and then Scott Meyer.
Mr. Newton, welcome.
I'm here in support of the resolution. Now, I got up this morning and I'm here in support of the resolution, yeah. I got up this morning, my wife says, she says, it's Tuesday. And I'm like, well, yeah, I know it's Tuesday, okay. What's the trick here? She kept saying, and then she said it again, it's Tuesday. And I'm like, okay, it's Tuesday. And then she goes, Tuesday. And I thought, what is she talking about, So then she goes, 22. I'm like, what are you talking about? I should have had a V8, man. I couldn't get it. So anyway, but it is. It's, 2/22/22. And guess what? 2/22/22 was the very day that Pluto was in the same location in 1776. So Pluto, for astrologers, means death and rebirth. So I'm expecting, and we can all see it, you can feel it in this room, that is, this year will mark the death of corporate USA.
Please.
And it's going to mark the rebirth of a new nation. And all of you are going to be on the wrong side of history. I mean, don't you worry about that? I couldn't sleep at night if I were in your position, except for our great patriot, Jeannie Herman. I wouldn't. I couldn't sleep at night. I'd be so worried. And I've been a cop, all my life, 30 years as a cop. And it is so fun to bust people. It is, and it's going to be a blast to see all of you go down. It is just, I'm going to just be cheering. I want to be there. I do. I want to be, I'm part of this thing. I love it, and I'm excited about it to see this nation return to the constitutional government that we used to have, that was born with. My ancestor, Francis Newton, fought in the Revolutionary War. He's a descendant of Richard Newton, who was a brother of Isaac Newton. Another ancestor of mine, Joseph Newton, fought in the Civil War, Brigadier General Newton. I've been here, my family's been here a long time, and I can't wait to see this country return to what it's supposed to be, a godly country. In fact, on September 23rd, there was a constellation.
Thank you.
Done.
Please.
Next up, we have David Chamberlain, followed by Scott Meyer.
Welcome.
Need the overhead, please.
David Scott Chamberlain, for the record, Reno resident. Back in November 2020, I volunteered to go door to door in Northwest Reno to do a canvass to check on if folks voted or not. And I wanted to play you a video.
Very good. I'm David. Nice to meet you, David. So I'm with Election Integrity Project Nevada. Okay. You can look them up at EIPNNV.com. Okay. So we're just double checking who's voted, and we have you down as voting. So that means
it has to come that I went and voted.
Yep. So that means that somebody voted with your information. Yeah.
And my wife also then probably.
I don't know about your wife.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me look here.
Yeah, because we both. Emma, it's not about that. It's not about.
Just give me a
someone
second.
voted under my name. We did
This is a body cam.
So would you like to look at this? And if you, this is a document stating your name, that you didn't vote, and that you'd like to go on the record stating that you didn't vote.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'll fill that out. Are you going to be in the neighborhood for a minute? Or are you just stopping by here? Because I say you can pick it up in a minute, or I could do it right now.
You can do it right now if you want to. I'll even let you use my clipboard.
Yeah. Yeah, because my wife got a sample ballot also, and she didn't register. Well, she may have registered, but she did not vote, so. It's okay, honey, I don't need my mask right now. You need a mask. Well, I know, but I'm okay right now.
So you were born on 7/13/73?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was me, 100%.
All right, here you go.
I have not voted in,
Dad, when I go to school, I still need a mask.
let's see, last I voted in Bush.
Okay. You know what? It's
Declaration, my name?
yeah.
For real, this stuff is.
So he filled out the affidavit, which was submitted. I'm here to support Jeannie Herman's item 14. I'd like to see that on next meeting. I'm here to support Robert Beatles and Joey Gilbert and all the patriots behind us here who have spent their time to try to bring this issue to the fore. So if you'd like, I'm happy to share the video with you, the affidavits, and everything else. God bless you and God bless America.
Would you share the affidavits with the clerk? Would you share them with the clerk so that they can get to us? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Next up, we have Scott Meyer.
Okay. Mr. Meyer? Oh, there you are.
Yeah, how you doing, everybody? I support Jeannie Herman's, what she has submitted, and I'm sure it's uncomfortable for a lot of you up here, sitting here all day hearing things that I think you don't align with. But I'm hearing Ms. Herm's item for the agenda was removed or altered by staff. Okay, well, I don't believe that staff does anything except maybe go to the bathroom or go to lunch without instruction or permission from you people. And I would personally like to know who gave those instructions. Pretty rich to us to allow that story. And lastly, I don't appreciate the lady who spoke before me, it was right before the break, I think, insinuating that we are white supremacists. It's not cool. Not cool. Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have nobody else signed in.
Please, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry?
I have nobody else signed in.
Okay. All right. Well, we have reached the 2 o'clock hour. I told you at the 2 o'clock hour we were going to take a break. I am getting lightheaded. I need to have something in my stomach. Yep, my blood sugar is going crazy, which is why I've been eating these things, trying to stave it off. Commissioners, what time would you like to return? How about 2:45? 2:45. We're in recess. one more commissioner. Okay, all right. I'm going to bring us back to order. And that takes us now, Mr. Manager, unfortunately, Commissioner Hill is still doing mother stuff.
Mom stuff.
So I apologize for that. Let's go in, Mr. Manager, how do we want to handle this? Do we want to go straight in without Commissioner Hill here on announcements and updates? Or what would you like to do? Or would you like to jump back to that? Let's go to item 4.
Item 4 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager, do you have any such items at this time?
I do, Mr. Chair. So I wanted to provide an update on one of the matters that has been commented on multiple times today, and that is item 14 and the unfortunate omission of a paragraph in that draft from what was originally submitted by Commissioner Herman. So by way of review, a week ago, Commissioner Herman provided me a hard copy of the document that she wanted posted. I took that document and turned it over to my team. Unfortunately, there was a clerical error in terms of conversion of that document from a PDF to a Word document, and a paragraph got omitted. And we didn't catch it until it posted. I would say to you that this in part is a lesson in terms of what happens when we rush to post something that hasn't gone through our normal process. This did not go through our normal process. We were trying to accommodate the commissioner's wish to get this on the agenda for today. And so as such, I want the public to know that the buck stops here. My group was my office staff were the only ones that saw that document before it got posted. We were the ones responsible for posting it accurately, and we didn't do that. The DA's office did not see that document as posted before it went out. None of the other commissioners had a chance to review it. It did not go through our normal vetting process, which would include, among other things, an agenda review in which the chair and vice chair generally get to review all the agenda items and ask questions appropriately. That also ensures that all of the affected departments, whether it's budget, whether it's the DA's office, HR, depending on the item, get a chance to review it. We circumvented that process so that we could get it posted by the deadline on Wednesday morning. So for that, Commissioner Herman, I apologize. That is not acceptable in terms of what you have come to expect from the Office of County Manager staff. And I will make sure that we take the proper steps so that this doesn't occur again.
Take my own advice and turn on the microphone. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Commissioner Jung, I have you first signed in.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to put on the record and hopefully get some help from our county manager as well as our RTC board, who are the experts in the region for roads and sound walls. I noticed on I-580, where the expansion is of the freeway to go into 4 lanes rather than 2, the the typical sound walls being placed that are very du jour in Clark County, whereas in Washoe County, that view of the Sierras belongs to all of us, and I don't want sound walls there, and I'm very well aware that it's a requirement by the state and the feds to do noise abatement for those who are may be affected by the freeway noise. And I believe that, actually I know for a fact, it's not my belief, I know that sound walls are not the only things that we can use to abate freeway traffic noise. And I know we've been discussing a lot of our concerns about the Nevada Department of Transportation, but could we put that on our list of other things to discuss? And maybe could the RTC discuss this too and perhaps be our lobbying force? I know that sound walls are not the only mitigation that we can use to suppress the traffic noise. And I would like to know if this is simply a repeat of what they do in Clark County, which by the way is by far the largest county here, and not a lot of creative thinking, kind of what we've been talking about for about 6 months now up here, about we are vastly different. And I believe that those views of the Sierra Nevadas are important to the well-being of everybody here too. There's tons of data to support that type of natural scenery affects mental, physical, spiritual health, and has a calming effect on the populace and the drivers. So if I could just have somebody, I know you're keeping a list, Mr. Manager, if that's another request that I have, and please let me know if they say they can't do anything else, because I know better. I helped a Councilman Ayazi back in 2003, 4, for the same issue when they were building sound walls on 395.
Okay.
So Commissioner,
thank you.
Just clarify for me, because Commissioner Lucy and I serve. I just want clarification. No discussion. Are you talking about 580 to I-80 west or I-80 east, 580 south?
580. The only place I've noticed it is
get back to me.
at the Spaghetti Bowl,
Right.
going due south on 580.
Okay.
And I'll get back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in next.
Am I on? I think I am. Okay. So I just wanted to thank you to Mr. Manager for, at least we were able to see something online for once, and so that's a good thing, and I appreciate the apology for that. So election integrity is an important item. I want to clarify a couple things, and I'm only going to be 83 this year. And I'm just doing my job, and I'm just following my oath of office. And thank you all for being here. I appreciate that very much. Plus, I was born on the 4th of July, so I'm sorry the way I am, but that's the way I am. Okay, thank you.
Sorry? That's it? Okay. All right. I thought you had more. All right. I apologize. Commissioner Hill, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Vice Chair Hill.
Just a few things. I wanted to follow up on the school zone on Plum and Kitski. I have concerns that it has been inoperable for a very long time, and I want to see how the county can support, if we can, that school zone. I find people rushing through it, and I don't know who's in charge. So if it's on Plum, it could be RTC, it could be the city of Reno, and I asked staff to reach out, and I just want an update on where we are with that, because it's a very dangerous area of town, and we have kids going through a school zone here. I want to update the Incline Village Crystal Bay community that the mobility study that I had been talking about with this board, and we had discussed as part of the Tahoe area plan, is going to be moving forward. The county has selected the consultants, their parametrics. Amy Cummings is actually going to be the lead of that study, and we're going to look at traffic issues, parking issues, and multimodal concerns in Incline Village and Crystal Bay. So I'm just warning the community, keep an eye out for opportunities to get involved and engaged in that process, and I thank the board for your support in allowing for that study to start. I also would like to see an update on our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Where are we with the rules, with grants, any support that this commission can provide with that? I know that the city of Reno is moving forward with their affordable housing concerns, and I think it's really important that we see what we can do to support that. I know we have a lot of projects in the hopper on the county side, and I want to make sure that we're moving forward with these opportunities to make sure people can get housed in our community. And then I'd like to see the commissioner rules be brought back for this board to discuss how items get on the agenda. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. So for me, Mr. Manager, let me start with this. Many spoke today. There was a lot of there was a lot of good information, and I'm looking forward to working with staff, trying to understand some of the issues that were brought forward. That said, many spoke about things like AB 321. Those are legislative issues, and the solution is a legislative solution. It doesn't come before the county commission. It's not something that we can do. That happened at the legislature. That's not to say that we don't have control. That's not to say that we can't deal with some of these things and try to understand what can we do. I mean, it's a process. A young lady stood up earlier who was a firefighter, and I have several dear friends who are firefighters, been firefighters for 20 plus years. If you talk to any of them, 20 plus years ago, they did things differently than they do today. So it's an ongoing process, and I look forward to trying to understand how we can deal with some of these issues. Mr. Manager, will you please work with Commissioner Herman to just come back to us and give us some more information and just move forward with the process?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now I have one more thing. Hold on, Commissioner Herman. I see you've signed back in. For those of you, and there's probably only maybe 3 of you in the audience, maybe 4, who live in Spanish Springs. Many of you, or if you live in Sparks, I don't know if you drive Pyramid Highway. You may be aware that I asked NDOT I did an FOIA request for the data on the crash data on the advanced signal warning systems. NDOT has not yet provided that to me. I asked for the LiDAR data that for both Pyramid and Mount Rose Highway, asked for the crash data on Mount Rose Highway as well. They have not provided any of that through this FOIA request. So, Mr. Edwards, can we work to follow up with NDOT? It has passed the 5-day time period, and I need to know where do we go from here?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I can have the attorney in our office who worked with you on that request follow up on that and see what the next steps are.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in next.
Thank you. I just wanted to say one more, ask a question, because it's been kind of confusing to me. For all the 7 years I've been on the board, there were 2 ways to put an agenda item on to the meeting agenda. One was through the manager's office and one was through the board chair, and not both. So I'm wondering, did you change this in January when I had COVID and I missed the meeting?
Did not.
Okay, then why has it changed for this issue only?
I don't understand the question. Why is it? Oh,
Okay, I'll repeat it.
okay.
For 7 years, I've been a
Yes.
commissioner,
Mm-hmm. We
And
put
we-
the item on the agenda, Commissioner,
and then you took it off.
at the advice of the DA because language got changed that I was unaware of, and their advice to us was that, okay, all right.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hill asked for this to be an item on a future agenda. It's not on your agenda today, so my recommendation is going to be to hold off until it's on an agenda and then have that discussion about how your rules are going to operate for items to get on the agenda. That's my recommendation.
She's asking about how it got removed from the agenda.
Well, the discussion is concerning the rules and what they are and how they operate and those kinds of things. So, and Commissioner Hill already asked for an item to be on the agenda in the future for that.
Okay. Okay. All right.
What about the past and present?
Okay. All right. If there are no more, I will close item number 5 and take us to, I did answer the question. It was at the advice of the DA. Item number 5, Mr. Manager, would you please take us into that?
Item 5 is a presentation by Washoe County Registrar Deanna Spicula to provide an overview on election administration for the 2022 election. Discussion may include, but not be limited to, federal and state election laws, election authority of the Registrar of Voters, Nevada legislature's changes from 2019 to 2021, regular legislative sessions, as well as the 2021 special session, key election dates and offices up for election this cycle, and location for filing. Ms. Spicula.
Welcome.
Is it? Excuse me. Too close. For the record, my name is Deanna Spicula, and I am the Registrar of Voters for Washoe County. This presentation is just a overview of the framework under which we conduct and operate elections in our office. And we will talk about the offices that will be up for election on the ballot for 2022. Right. So we start with the federal government. They are the ones that enact nationwide election laws, which the state and local authorities must abide by. Our state legislature is where they create and pass state election laws. The Secretary of State, she performs her duties as a chief election official who provides election oversight. That includes the statewide voter registration list and investigations of allegations of voter fraud. At the county level, the position of the Registrar of Voters was created to assume the responsibility of conducting voter registration and election activities for Washoe County. This is the same in Clark County as well. They have a appointed Registrar of Voters. It was decided that populations and duties of administering registration and elections warranted a nonpartisan office of the Registrar of Voters. So here are some examples of federal laws that impact, or that have been enacted that impact how we operate and run elections. Specifically, the National Voter Registration Act of 1993, which we call NVRA, and the Help America Vote Act, which we call HAVA, include provisions for voter registration, equal access to the polls, and voting rights for citizens with disabilities, among other things. Many provisions in these acts have been codified into state law. At the state level, laws that are passed by the state legislature are signed into law by the governor. Includes rules for voter registration in Nevada, such as the statewide registration form and what is required to register to vote in the state, such as proof of identification and residency. Requirements and deadlines for mail-in ballots are also something that is passed by legislation. And the allowance for same-day registration is also legislation we've seen recently. The early voting and election day minimum locations and hours were also something that was put into bills within the last 2 legislative cycles. At the local level, we administer elections in conformance with federal and state laws. Some of the responsibilities I have would be finding polling locations and creating the early voting schedule and locations and hours for early voting and the polling locations for Election Day. I'm also responsible for sample ballot production and ensuring that we can obtain vendors to do these very important services for our county. Some of the highlights from the legislation passed in 2019, AB 137 provided for polling locations on tribal land at their request. And this is something that we have provided and we do continue to provide for our Native American tribes. AB 345 has the ability of voting at any location on Election Day, which operates just as early voting has. It also provided for same-day registration. Oops. In 2021, we saw some very large election bills also passed. AB 321 expanded options for voting, including all mail-in elections in Nevada, while we still support in-person voting during early voting and on Election Day. It also has a provision for voters to be able to opt out of receiving a ballot without requesting it. AB 121 expanded options for voters with disabilities to register to vote and use the EASE system, which is the effective absentee system for elections. SB 292, we also saw changes to minor party qualifications and the filling of vacancies for federal offices and state legislators. Special session 2021, we had, I believe it was AB 1 that was passed. And this is something that affected us because it helped us by changing the judicial filing date so that it was ran in conjunction with non-judicial offices. And this occurred due to redistricting and the efforts that we had gotten the data so late and wanted to make sure that we could provide adequate time for all the activities in our offices. So here are some of the important dates for the 2022 elections. And these are some of the offices that are up for election in 2022. Actually, this will be all the offices that are up for election in 2022. These are the offices that are statewide or multi-county, and these are the offices that will file with the Office of the Secretary of State. These offices are ones that are wholly contained within Washoe County, such as state legislators whose districts are wholly contained within Washoe County, and all county offices. Did we see that one? I might have gotten off. This also includes special districts and the school board trustees, and all of these offices I just mentioned will file their candidacy with my office here at the Office of the Registrar of Voters at the Washoe County Administrative Complex. These are offices that we'll see on the ballot for the city of Reno, and anybody who wants to file for any of these offices will file with the Reno City Clerk. And this is a list of offices that are up for election in Sparks, and anybody wanting to file their candidacy for these offices will file with the Sparks City Clerk's office. All right, I'm here to answer questions.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in first.
That was fast. Thank you. Right. Okay, so I have a few questions for you. And some people have asked me over the last few months, questions, and I didn't have the answer for them. And so now I'm going to ask you, so, all right. So, this is one that, the first question would be, how many people, I had to write them down because I couldn't remember them all. So how many people registered on 11/3/2020 for provisional ballots?
So again, for the record, Deanna Spicula. That's for the provisional ballots for the 2022 election. I actually did take that number down. There were over 4,000, well, there's 4,637 provisional ballots cast, And of those, 4,179 were counted.
4,000, how many were counted?
How many counted?
The second?
Oh, the second number, the number counted was 4,179.
Okay. Okay, and then this is a question that I have for you myself. And when a person can't get mail at their residence address, how did they change their address to their actual mailing address? Do you have a card or?
So somebody who's, so we do have this issue in rural and also like an incline village where they don't get street service for their mail, so they have to use a PO box or a mail service. They can change that with our office. We do need something in writing before we can alter a voter's record, but
So you just need it in writing?
Yes.
Okay.
And with with the voter's signature, and yes, we can
That's
update.
easy. That's easy. Okay. So over the 7 years, and you know this because I've thrown stuff at you on a regular basis, it seems like, from the time when John was still here. Remember, we had a whole pile of stuff that I'd gotten. Yeah. So I've over the last few years, I've had like hundreds and hundreds of people who call me with their horror stories about things that happened to them at the polling place or some other deal. And, like they weren't allowed to vote because something happened. Like this year, I almost didn't get to vote because this last election, because the signatures didn't match. And if somebody hadn't been at the end of the table and reminded them that I was their commissioner and they should know who I was. So anyhow, that's one of them. And so this is the one I'll get into. No, I'll do it right now. This is a lady that called me panicking last night. She had to go to work today, and she couldn't be here. No way. So she sent me this letter here, and she's got two problems on hers. Just to give you an example of some of the problems. So she wrote her name, Andrea, and she said to make sure and let you know who it was, Andrea Corbett. And she's a resident of Washoe County. And so I won't read the whole thing, but she said, therefore, this is my sworn statement, an affidavit. During the last presidential race in 2020, I voted down at the convention center. I have voted her, she's voted her entire life and always had her ID asked for. And I know that's not something we're allowed to do anymore, so I'm not going to go into that. She called a couple of she could see the votes that she was about to cast, except did not see the presidential choices. And it was blank. And so she called a couple of employees over and asked them why she couldn't see her presidential choices. They didn't have an answer. She was really incredibly uneasy about not being able to see all of the choices. They did, I would be too. I did go ahead and cast my vote, but have no idea if my choices were cast towards my presidential choice. And then the other situation was that she has to get a annual background screening and all that, and so she was thinking that we should have to do that. But on the background check, an address of Maricopa County came up in their search. So then the employees from the background screening company checked the previous year to see if Maricopa County address was on last year's background check. It was not. This was very disturbing. I'm concerned that somehow I cast a vote in Maricopa County, even though I have never been in Arizona. I will attach the background check to my sworn statement. So I understand why people are worried about their vote. I mean, it's kind of scary. So she lives in Lemon Valley. And that's just one of like hundreds of people that have had all these individual problems. 1 year I couldn't vote because somebody had already voted in my place. It was about 15 years ago. And so it's not a new thing. I know nobody's perfect, but but I just wanted to give that because I promised I would. Okay, so I got a couple questions that people have asked me over the last few months. Anyhow, there's a question that, and we've had people talking about this today. Why do we have out-of-state people working at the polls here in Washoe County? That was one of my items that I put on that you probably were watching today, that on the election integrity document. So do you have an answer for that one?
Yes, certainly. My name is Deanna Spicula, for the record. I think it's a terminology problem here because our poll workers are required to be Nevada registered voters. So anybody who was coming from out of town was probably an observer, and we do get observers and paid petition gatherers, people who go out and actually circulate petitions that are paid. They are allowed to do that. They don't have to be residents. But we do get a lot of attention, especially during election time. And we do have people that come in from out of state to either be an observer or circulate petitions. Those aren't county employees. They're not our poll workers. Those are, anybody can be an observer and can go to the polls and watch. So that's something that's, again, not something that we pay these people to do. It is something that either parties or even just regular citizens just want to go and observe the process.
Okay. So there's two more questions. How much money has the registrar's office requested from Mark Zuckerberg, his Center for Tech and Civic Life?
So I can tell you what we requested. I don't have the exact dollar amount, but I can get that for you. And we did receive one grant from the Center for Tech and Civic Life to help cover some cost of paying poll workers for the additional requirements of cleaning and sanitizing and making sure people were socially distanced. So I can get you that number, though.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, are there any private entities that the registrar's office applies to for private money, like such as the 2022 primary and general elections, or are they gonna? Are you gonna need more funding that you will go to private entities for?
No, there's no funding that we receive from private entities other than, like I said, the one time from the nonprofit group.
Right, and I hope you understand why I couldn't vote for the canvas of the vote because of all the things that have come up in the past years. So, and especially for the last election. So, anyhow, thank you very much for your answers. I appreciate it, and I'm sorry I took so long.
No problem at all. Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I've got a couple of questions, Deanna. So, observers can be out of state. You just said they can be from out of state. Okay. Do we have a process in place if an observer witnesses something that they think is an issue, there's some impropriety? What's the process for them?
Usually, again, Deanna Spicula for the record, usually the process is, so the polling place manager, if an observer sees something they think is something they need to bring the attention of the polling place manager, that's where they would start, is going to the polling place manager or assistant manager to see if they can either get the answer to their question or a resolution to whatever issue is happening. They're also, if they're the first ones that they go to, if that doesn't resolve the issue, they will call our office and either talk to, usually it would be Assistant Registrar Heather Carmen or myself. And from there, we'll take it to the next steps, whether it be we need to respond, such as a complaint about campaigning or electioneering within the distance markers or things like that. We'll respond if we have to. If it's above something that we can't resolve and there's other issues, we'll call law enforcement to help.
Okay. So can we put in some type of a hotline or something of that nature where people can report these kinds of things?
We do have a form that we have on our website. I know it's
No.
kind of...
No. I don't want a form. I want a way for them to contact us directly and something even that they can do it right off their phone.
Certainly, if it's something that we need to address immediately, we use Washoe 311,
Okay.
traveling through there, or we do have just our regular main office line that people can call to get that resolution. I do warn people, though, that if it's time sensitive, sometimes our lines get very busy, especially around the election time.
Yeah, well, I mean, these things are time sensitive.
Yes,
I mean, obviously
going
they
through
are.
Washoe 311 or going directly
Okay.
to our main line would be the fastest way. If you leave a voicemail on my answering machine or on another staff member's answering machine, because we are so busy, we may not get to it in time.
Okay.
So definitely, yes, calling
Okay.
directly.
All right, that's something that we would need to solve at this level. I know for a fact, because I saw this, that there were all kinds of crazy things going on at polling places. It's 100 foot from the polling place?
It's I don't have that memorized either. It's 100 feet. It depends on if it's election day or early voting.
Okay.
It's 100 feet from the check-in station for early voting, and it's 100 feet from the entrance to the building for election day.
Okay. And we don't have it, there's no prohibition by state law that because I mean, I saw like a taco truck and they were giving out free stuff at one of the polling places.
So long as they're offering that to everybody, then that's okay.
Okay. So I've got a few more questions. Bear with me, commissioners. Do we look at the number of residents at a given address? So I know at one point, when my kids were both still in college, living at home, we had 4 at our residence because they were both over 18, and so that kind of number wouldn't be an uncommon number. But is there a trigger, like if you see 10 people registered at the same address? Do we look at that kind of stuff?
We do. We don't actively go and look for that kind of thing on a regular basis. That's something that we usually see when we do our voter registration list maintenance projects. However, if we are working with our database, if we do see something like that, we will definitely look into it. Sometimes we'll just send an address confirmation card because prior residents may have moved and not changed their address either with us or removed themselves from our roll if they registered somewhere else.
Okay.
So we do see that. Unfortunately, our system is kind of a legacy voter registration database, and so there's no automatic triggers in there that can be set. However, we are transitioning to a top-down registration system beginning after this election cycle. So in 2023, we'll start that transition, and that will keep all counties in the state more connected, and people's voter registration will move more seamlessly between the counties if people move between the counties.
Why are we waiting until after 23 to do that?
Why? That was the timeline that was put in the bill. I can't remember the bill off the top of my head. I can get that for you as well.
Okay, yeah, would you please?
Mm-hmm.
There was one speaker talked about addresses not being residential. How do we check to make sure that an address is residential? And when I say residential, I don't mean just zoned residentially, because I mean there's a ton of property. I can take you out to Spanish Springs. It's zoned, LDS or MDS, or which is all residential zoning designations, but there's no house there. Technically, it wouldn't have an address signed to it, but how do we deal with that?
There are instances where there might not be a residence on the property, but people do live on the property, either in an RV or a mobile home. There are situations where people are homeless and can use a specific spot. They can declare where they lay their head at night, and we can precinct them using that address where they lay their head at night. We do have a street range index. Again, our system is not extremely robust. It does define street ranges, but say that there's 1,000 to 1,050, and there happens to be a vacant lot or two in there.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't know that those lots are vacant. It does know that this range is allowable, and then the next one is not because there are businesses or other issues with those addresses. We do check against the assessor's database, and especially with new development, there's been a lot of that lately. So we do check and make sure that we have the address ranges right, and that we get those into our system. But again, a legacy system, there are limitations.
Okay. On that legacy system, what's it going to take to get that cleaned out? I mean, is that something we can do? There's got to be a better way, is my point.
Well, as far as voter list maintenance, we are currently doing 2 projects. We do use the National Change of Address Program,
Okay.
and we also got a report recently from the ERIC, the Electronic Registration Information Center, and we have sent cards out to voters asking for them to either update their information with us or confirm that they have moved. Those projects are ongoing. So if you would like numbers of the number of records we've checked and how many we've actually acted on, I can get you those numbers.
Yes,
We
no,
report those.
I'd like that. I'd like a report on that, please.
Certainly.
So somebody mentioned to me the other day, we were having this conversation about the cleansing of the voter rolls, and they mentioned, and I'm almost positive that it was Alabama that had a piece of software that was very good, and that was just something that something that they're using. I'm not suggesting that we. Well, actually, I am suggesting. Are we looking at the best software out there for the cleansing of these voter rolls? Because I mean, I know I had an experience with my own father who passed away, and I know you didn't know his name because it's not my stepdad. His name was not the same as mine. He had moved here from Arizona. I brought my parents up here because my mother was very ill. She passed away in 20 of January, and then in 21, my dad passed away. So, but he did get an opportunity to legally vote in the 20 election, and his name did come off. But we went, and I did not contact your office, so I was pleased with that. I just went through, we canceled his Social Security. He had a pension through, another source that was actually a governmental source that he had a pension through, EINL. But then after that, we went through, the bank knew that he passed away, and then, the other, financial assets knew that he had passed away. Or his financial assets, we contacted them because obviously we had to roll those things over and sort of deal with that. That said, the system worked, but there's still a question. Is there better software out there? I'll cut to the chase here. There is a question here. Is there better software out there?
I would say that yes, there is. Things have changed a lot since we received our system. Again, that conversion of the original system was purchased in 1991.
Okay.
And then there was a major upgrade in 2004. But since then, there's been no major upgrades to the system
Okay.
other than patches for security.
I'd like to know what else is out there and the
So-
timeline for instituting that.
We are currently working with the Secretary of State's office on this conversion process. They are doing the requirements gathering for the new system. I can get the names of the companies that they are looking at and testing to see if they will work for our state.
Okay, all right. And if I want to know, you said something very critical to me. If they will work for our state, I want to know if they'll work for our county.
Definitely.
Okay.
Again, we are part of that working group. So
Okay.
we do have a member, actually 2 members at one point in time, but now 1 single member who does work with the state, going over those requirements, making sure that they will work for us.
Okay. One last question. The Dominion voting machines that we are currently using, I mean, there's been a number of questions about the integrity of those machines, and I know I've read things on both sides, pros and cons. Our machines have a paper backup, do they not?
Yes, they do.
Okay. How often do we audit that electronic count with the physical paper count, and how do we do that?
We do part of that is done with our pre-logic and accuracy testing. So we do verify that the markings that the person doing the testing actually made is what is printed out on that VVPAT tape. And that's the voter verified paper audit trail for those who don't know the terminology. We do that testing during pre-logic and accuracy testing. We also do a post-election audit where we do the same thing where we're looking at those voted ballots, and that's the paper record. Again, it is a paper backup. It is just like any other record. It just looks different. But we do pull that ballot up or that tape up, and they will choose a ballot on that tape. First of all, we'll do the total of the entire tape, the entire machine's history. And then we also do an individual check to say, okay, we're going to say this ballot, batch number 125, we'll go and pull that ballot up from what was actually cast in our tally system, and they'll compare it. Again, this is done by our Accuracy Certification Board, and so they're the ones who are actually doing this and also signing off on it, that yes, we did that audit, we checked those tallies, and there was no differences in the ballots cast versus the paper audit trail.
I'd like to understand if there's a way that we can potentially do a more robust audit to just ensure that what's being tabulated on a given machine, just choose a machine randomly, and then let's look at every single vote that was cast and every single, the paper trail on every single, I know it seems a little time consuming, but I think the accuracy is of paramount importance for us.
So we did have the risk limiting audit passed in the legislature. I have been asked to be included in the pilot program. We've done one last election in the 2020 general, and this year they were picking counties, so I did volunteer our county to do that for both the primary and the general election, to be part of that program for the risk limiting audit. So we'll be doing both audits this election cycle.
Okay, all right. All right, those are all the questions I have. Commissioners, anyone else? And nobody else signed in? Okay. All right, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, Ms. Spicala. Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 6.
Which is the consent calendar, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
I have no changes.
Okay. Commissioners, do we have anything that needs to be explained in the consent agenda, or are we good, and can I get a motion?
I don't have any changes, Mr. Chairman, and I'm happy to make that motion for approval of the consent agenda. I do want to point out something that was pointed out during public comment about your special district funds being dispersed, $5,000, your being Chairman Von Hartung, to the Washoe County School District Spanish Springs High School for the purpose of supporting the Spanish Springs JROTC Cougars Battalion, and to approve the resolution. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for that donation. So that's my motion.
Thank you. Great kids. Okay. Thank you so much for that acknowledgement. So I have a motion by Vice Chair Hill. I have a second by Commissioner Jung. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on our consent agenda?
I have nobody signed in on any of the items.
Okay, I will close public comment to bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm assuming motion carries unanimously, because I didn't hear any nays. Okay, that takes us now, Mr. Manager, to actually let Vice Chair Hill, would you recommend a potential block vote for us?
Yes, I do recommend a block vote of items 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Just as a reminder, item 14 has been removed, and 15.
Okay.
And that's my motion for approval.
Okay. So I have a motion for 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 15. Do I have a second? So I have a motion and I have a second. Before I call public comment, would you read those items into the record, Mr. Manager?
Sure. Number 7, item 7 is a recommendation to approve a 5-year contract with Microgenics Corporation, DBA Thermo Fisher Scientific, for the annual purchase of reagents, calibrators, controls, consumables, maintenance, to include annual user licenses for the Paracelsus software and service charges at an annual cost of $164,578.10 or $873,767.31. 5-year total under a sole source exemption pursuant to NRS 332.115, utilizing existing department budget authority in support of the mandatory drug and alcohol testing performed by alternative sentencing. The contract will supersede and replace the existing 5-year contract with Thermo Fisher that was approved on April 23rd, 2019, agenda item number 12. If approved, authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute all necessary contract documents. Item number 8 is a recommendation to award invitation to bid number 3168-22 for environmental sample testing, data review, and reporting to Alpha Analytical, Inc., 255 Glendale Avenue, Suite 21, Sparks, Nevada, the lowest responsible and qualified bidder in an estimated amount of $150,000, and authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the necessary purchase order over the award period commencing July 1st, 2022 through August 30th, 2023 for a 1-year term period with 2 1-year term renewal options, each at $150,000 at the discretion of Washoe County. The contract is for the required groundwater sample testing and analysis, which supports the Washoe County Central Truckee Meadows Remediation District. Item number 9 is a recommendation to approve the purchase of 9 replacement pieces of heavy equipment from Cashman Equipment Company, 600 West Glendale Avenue, Sparks, Nevada, 89431, in the amount of $2,386,061 with a 5-year guaranteed payback of $1,547,500, utilizing Sourcewell, a public agency created by the Minnesota legislature. Contract number 032119-CAT, pursuant to joinder provision of NRS 332.195, and authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the sales agreement with the vendor. The following units are being replaced: a 2017 Caterpillar 140 M motor grader, a 2017 Caterpillar, actually is 3 of those. Then we have 3 3-yard wheeler loaders. Then we have 3 backhoes. Item number 10 is a recommendation to adopt resolution R22-26 to temporarily suspend reclaimed water use rates for the 2022 irrigation season to encourage improved management practices of reclaimed water irrigation and reduction of potable water resources through increased use of reclaimed water. Reductions in reclaimed water rate revenues are estimated at $350,000 in fiscal year 22 and $750,000 in fiscal year 23. Item number 11 is a recommendation to retroactively approve purchases not to exceed $340,000 through the period ending June 30th, 2022 from ASM Global in support of the COVID-19 response testing efforts. Item number 12 is a recommendation to approve an agreement for professional services between Washoe County and Rapid Space doing business as Quick Space to provide temporary site services, including temporary fencing, portable restrooms, portable hand washing stations, portable office buildings, portable storage containers, and other items as needed for the Nevada Cares campus for an initial 16-month term not to exceed $475,000. Authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the agreement beginning March 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2023, with the option to renew for 3 1-year periods thereafter, up to $400,000 annually. Item 13 is a recommendation to retroactively approve allocation of American Rescue Plan Act funds through the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund for purchases exceeding $100,000 for audiovisual equipment offered by Justice AV Solutions, $591,489.19, and Innovative Communication Systems, $451,582 for the ARPA SLRF Project Number 21, District Courthouse Audiovisual Upgrade, and retroactively approve purchase of audiovisual equipment offered by Justice AV Solutions in the amount of $135,037.71 for the ARPA SLRF Project Number 14, Sparks Justice Court audiovisual upgrade. Item number 15 is a recommendation to approve the Lenel to Genentech conversion contract between Washoe County and PowerCom Solutions to the sole source purchase to assist Washoe County Technology Services and Genentech professional services in converting existing Lenel on-guard access control and alarm monitoring systems to a Genentech Synergis enterprise system not to exceed $248,620, and authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to execute the agreement on behalf of Washoe County.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, would you call public comment?
For item 11, we have Cindy Martinez.
Welcome.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Cindy Martinez, private citizen, 27 years, Washoe County. Please ensure my comments are accurately entered into the public record in accordance with NRS 241.035. Item number 11, I've read with great interest, not to exceed $340,000. And as I look at the, that's the wrong one. As I look at the staff report for that, I see that this again is for more COVID-19 funding. So this, according to the staff report, and here, let me talk about block votes. You are lazy. Block votes are lazy governance. And it's a way to hide what you're doing, the money you're spending, and to obscure what you're doing. If you don't have the time or the patience or the stamina to do this job, there's a way to not do that. Either don't run for the job or submit your resignation. Or you can wait for the recall, Mr. Chair. But this particular item is for $100,000 to facilitate more drive-through COVID-19 testing for the community. And of course, we know what the testing does is it drives up false numbers, which creates a false narrative that people need to get a vaccine. So people go and get tested because they think that they're going to get sick, so they get a vaccine. And then they're suffering from vaccine injury. And it's an absolute demolition. But what's interesting about this is so we have $100,000 to facilitate more drive-through testing so that they can go through on the parking lot at the Livestock Event Center, which back in May you approved to Sierra Nevada Construction, $888,000, actually $888,007 to Sierra Nevada Construction to pave over the parking lot because the incident commander determined this relocation of the pod would be the least expensive option. But interestingly about that is that the RSCVA already had that. Did you get my point? Is that this is a money suck in this county with this COVID money? That's why we have an emergency, so that the money can continue to roll. So, and you've got this backwards. Not if you're going to do a block vote, okay, that's fine. But when you have people that have public comment, you should be pulling that item out of the block so that you can discuss it in front of us, because that's what we're asking you to do. And when you leave it in your block, to me that implies that you've already decided how you're going to vote upon it, which would imply a violation of the open meeting law.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, for
Yes.
item 12, we have Nicholas St. John.
Okay. Welcome.
Thank you, Nicholas St. John, again for the record. Obviously, I don't get the amount of time like you guys do to look at all these various agenda items. But I was looking at this, and wondered, it just seemed, I don't know, extravagant that they would spend, was it 400 and some thousand with, I think it's 475,000 for 16 months with a 3-year renewable option for a bunch of portable buildings and wash stations and bathrooms. Does that not seem a little expensive to anyone else? And if it's portable, why is there portable things going on for at least 4 or 5 years? That seems like a little long for something that is supposed to be portable on a facility that, I don't know, something like $18 million you're going to spend on. So I just question how well we're looking at our fiscal responsibility and whether these kind of numbers really can be justified.
Next up, we have Cindy Martinez and then Lane Linebaugh.
On which
on
item?
Item 12.
Again, for the record, Cindy Martinez, please ensure my comments are made part of the permanent record. I agree, and I have to ask the question, well, let me reiterate, because I'm going to do this point by point. You have public comment on this? This needs to be pulled out for public discussion so we know why you're doing this. Does this have anything to do with the collapsed ceiling in the CARES campus on the men's side of the shelter? Is that what this is for? I think the money that is going into the CARES campus on the other side of town, now I don't begrudge legitimate, charitable, short-term help to help unsheltered, homeless, however you want to characterize it, to help people get back up on their feet. I have no objection. I understand that there's got to be a social safety net. I don't object to that. What I do object to, as I've been here for over a year, watching the money that's rolling through this county, and especially after I started digging into 2020, this is, and Commissioner Jung made the comment though a couple of weeks ago about we had no idea how much billions of dollars you're spending of our money. Thank you for the prompt. Now we know. So my question is, what is this money for? And when you stop putting this stuff in block grants, we want to know what you're doing, why you're doing it, and for whom you're doing it. You're corrupt when you do stuff like that. I don't like having to look at you guys and say, I don't trust you. That is absolutely my whole world of what I believe to be true about truth, justice, the American way, and this wonderful country has been blown apart by what we have now learned about the people that asked for our vote and have betrayed it at every turn. It is an absolute disgrace. I understand that you've done many good things, but as I told you once before, from my experience in law enforcement, one aw shit wipes out 1,000 attaboys, and you keep on leaning on the first.
Thank you.
Lane Linebaugh.
Hello again.
Welcome.
Lane Linebaugh for the record, and please ensure my comments are entered into the public record per NRS 241035. I'm also concerned about this. And like Nicholas and Cindy, well, Cindy, she digs into all of this, but I am a legacy. You know, I still work, so I don't have time to look into all the ins and outs of this. But I really got to wonder what this was for in the first place when this was brought up last year, and all of this money was spent on this CARES facility. Is it for more illegal immigrants to come here and be housed? You know, I just kind of got to wonder about that. And then are we going to move them around with the portable stuff? So, yeah, and I'll ask a question about that, as was brought up previously this morning in public comment about people wanted to know how we were going to afford election reform. Well, I would say it's right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
For item 13, we have Nicholas St. John and Lane Linebaugh.
Mr. Edwards, what's our rule? What is the process by the open meeting law on block vote?
You're allowed to block vote, Commissioner, if that's your question.
On public comment.
Well, I'd like to take a minute and take a look at that if you're asking for anything more
I'm
specific.
going to allow it today, but I'd like to have
and I feel like that's a
legal
discussion that
review.
we can have going forward.
Mr. St. John, go ahead.
Again, Nicholas St. John for the record. As I was looking at this, the thing that struck me when I was looking at this was the ARPA, America Rescue Plan Act, and there was a coronavirus state fiscal recovery fund and the coronavirus local fiscal recovery fund was going to purchase audio, video, visual equipment for courthouses. And I'm not sure what the rules are, but between the two of those, that's almost $1 million going for an upgrade that comes from where? Is that part of, I don't know if it's the CARES or whatever, but America Rescue Plan? Does that seem like that's where that money should be going? And again, because you guys have got a lot more time to look at this than I do, we don't know what dictates CARES or ARPA or the SLFRF. Where do you get to put that? Where was it intended? What were the strings that were attached with it when you got it? All of those things are questions that I think the public should have answers to. And it just seems that $1 million spent on audio, video upgrades for courtrooms from federal funds or wherever that comes from, one, is a little extravagant, and two, I'm not sure that's where that money really should be going.
Thank you.
Lane Linebaugh for item 13.
And same thing, please make sure my comments are entered into the public record. Lane Linebaugh. I agree with Nicholas. And, you know, it's like, why do we need all of this money for upgrades in courthouses? If we look at this building, it looks pretty good to me. It just seems very, very extravagant, a little suspect. And back to my earlier point, if we can afford this, we can afford money spent on election reform so we can actually have a vote. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have nobody else signed in.
Okay. All right, I will close public comment. I will bring it back to the board. We have a motion and we have a second. We have taken public comment. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying, oh, Commissioner Herman, I'm sorry. I didn't see you signed in. Go ahead.
Could you hit the button again?
Yes.
It was on. Okay, so maybe the public would maybe appreciate you giving them a little explanation of the study that you went into to figure out whether they were legal purchases, you know, under ARPA and whatnot. I mean, I think you spent a lot of time trying to do that. So if you could explain that to them, how those requirements were and whether we have a big debt to pay or.
No, these are eligible
Okay.
for ARPA funds through the Department of Treasury, and a lot of this is to address the backlog in the courts that was created as a result of the pandemic, which is forcing us to reevaluate and accelerate how we conduct our hearings and trials and other sessions. So we had audiovisual equipment. It was not set up to operate at the level that we now need it to. It's going to be a sustaining feature of how we conduct our court operations going forward, and that's what the monies are for. They are eligible under ARPA.
Did that answer your questions, Commissioner?
Well, I just thought they needed an explanation. Thank you for allowing me to do that.
Okay, very good. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. We had discussion. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 I think motion, I don't know, I can't see, I don't have Are we locked up?
Yeah,
Oh,
there.
I'm sorry. Okay, very good. I didn't see it on my screen. Motion carries unanimously. All right, Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 16.
Item 16 is a public hearing. Public hearing master plan case number WMPA 21-0011 and regulatory zone amendment case number WRZA 21-0007, rollback, May Annie Avenue. Recommendation to adopt an amendment to the Washoe County Master Plan for the purposes of adopting a Washoe County land use designation of suburban residential on 28 parcels that have been removed from the City of Reno's sphere of influence and returned to Washoe County's jurisdiction. The subject properties are currently designated by the City of Reno as large lot neighborhood. The 28 parcels include the APN numbers so indicated. If adopted, the master plan amendment will take effect after a determination of conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission and adopt subject to final approval of the associated master plan amendment and a favorable conformance review by the regional planning authorities, a regulatory zone amendment from the City of Reno's designation of large lot rural 1 acre to Washoe County's regulatory zone of low density suburban 2 for parcels as indicated. The Board of County Commissioners may adopt the proposed amendment, may further modify the proposed amendment, and refer the matter back to the Planning Commission for its report in accordance with NRS 278.220, Section 4, or may deny this proposal amendment after the public hearing. If approved, authorize the chair to sign the resolutions to that effect.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager. Ms. Olander, can you come up for just a second? I know Commissioner Herman, I had you signed in, so you're not, are you signed in?
I just thought you were going to have her
Oh,
speak
okay,
on
okay,
it
all right.
first.
So I know we're going through a lot of these SOI rollbacks, and I don't understand quite why we have an issue with respect to our underlying original land use, which is really, I think it was, what was it, pre-84 or something like that, or pre-93? I can't remember the exact citation, but why doesn't it just revert back to our land use, our original land use? Because an SOI is just a sphere of influence overlay, which means that they really genuinely don't have authority to develop a piece of property until it goes into the city.
Thank you for the question, Commissioner. Julie Olander with Washoe County Planning and Building. Oh, is it on?
Yeah, it's on. Just pull it closer.
Yeah, you gotta get it.
Julie Olander with
There
Washoe
we
County
go.
Planning and Building. Thank you for the question. So what we, in this situation, decided to do is just to go back and look at them as in the current situation they're in. They had planning and zoning previously, however, they were removed, my understanding, in the late 90s when we were under the one map system. So at this point, that's not how we function anymore. So it made more sense at this point to look at the properties individually, and then that's how the zoning was determined at that point.
Okay. Are we working on our conversion tables in the update, regional plan update in sort of the latest version?
So the properties are, it came out of, the conversion table is primarily for Reno and Sparks. They look at that conversion table when those properties are annexed into their jurisdiction. However, for us, most of them have master planning over them, and it's when they get annexed in that those jurisdictions look at that conversion table.
Right, yeah. I mean, I completely understand that. When it's annexed in, they have to bring it in as a similar land use, and then they can essentially revamp that land use to whatever whatever it is that they're trying to achieve in terms of just densities. I mean, I get that, but when they roll back the SOI, it just doesn't make any sense to me. I know we've got a couple of properties, and I know the city of Sparks did this out in Spanish Springs, where they rolled the SOI back on quite a large area. Is that going to affect those folks? I mean, because the underlying land use, as an example, is GR.
Julie Olander with Planning and Building again. So my understanding with the ones in the Sparks area, those were rolled back in the same way that these were rolled back. We rolled them back to what the zoning meets. So the property is a 1 acre parcel, then we zone to the low density suburban, which is the minimum lot size 1 acre. And that the same thing was done in Sparks, that the size of the parcels were looked at. So it really was more accommodating to the property owners so that they would move forward using the property the way that the size of the lot allows them to use it.
Right, okay. All right. Is the ultimate solution to this, do we have to deal with this at regional? I mean,
Yes,
so that it doesn't have to keep coming to us?
So that would be a question for regional. At this point, this is the process we need to go through to meet the regional plan.
Right, okay, yeah, and I'll have that conversation with the director. Okay, Commissioner Herman.
So this, the intent of this change is that it wasn't to make more dense development in that area because it's easier to do this way?
Julie Olander with Planning and Building. Thank you for the question. My understanding was that the property owners in this area contacted the city of Reno because of some challenges that they had in developing their properties, and the outcome was that the city of Reno rolled the sphere of influence back off these properties so that they are no longer in their sphere. I can't really speak for the city of Reno and what their thought process was. However, as they come back into Washoe County, they come back in with the master plan and zoning that reflects the size of the parcel and the use that's going on these parcels. They are all residential properties and were originally developed under the county primarily. There's probably been some development that's gone under the city of Reno. However, this will allow them to be developed under the county. And as I say, most of them are developed. There aren't very many vacant parcels.
Thank you.
And Commissioners, I think that this speaks to some issues with respect to the SOI. I know that there were properties out in Spanish Springs that the SOI literally got forced upon them, that it was just an overlay, and I don't know how we solve that. Probably at the legislature once again, and it has to do with annexation as well. So, all right. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, I will close public comment. I will bring it back to the board. Commissioners, what's the pleasure?
I'm happy to make the motion. I'm trying to find it in my staff report. Aha. Move to adopt the master plan amendment case number WMPA 21-0011, which adopts an amendment to the Washoe County Master Plan for the purpose of adopting Washoe County land use designation of suburban residential on 28 parcels that have been removed from the city of Reno's sphere of influence and returned to Washoe County's jurisdiction. The subject properties are currently designated by the city of Reno as large lot neighborhood. The 28 parcels include, Mr. Attorney, do I need to read all those into the record?
No, I think you can just outline it as in the staff.
Okay, as outlined in the staff report. And then add 26 parcels to the Verdi area plan, a component of the Washoe County Master Plan, APNs outlined in the staff report, and subject to final approval of the associated Master Plan amendment and favorable conformance review by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission, adopt the regulatory zoning amendment case number WRZA 21-007 to adopt regulatory zone amendment from the city of Reno's designation of large lot rural 1 acre to Washoe County regulatory zone of low density suburban for 3 parcels as listed in the staff report, and low-density suburban LDS for 25 parcels as listed in the staff report. And I can also make the findings for the master plan amendment as required in Washoe County Code Section 101.820.15D.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Jung. We have asked for public comment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Believe motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes on the screen. Okay, that takes us to item number 17. Madam Clerk, would you give us some information on this? This is a second reading.
Item 17, this will be ordinance number 1683, an ordinance amending Chapter 25 of the Washoe County Code to impose a fee to be charged and collected when passenger car is shared through a peer-to-peer car sharing program as authorized by 244A.810 and providing for other matters properly related thereto. It was formerly Bill number 1872.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Rodriguez is here. Commissioners, do we have any questions for her? This is a second reading.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, Jamie Rodriguez for the record, there was a question during the first reading about an exemption of this tax for rental vehicles by county residents, and I wanted to clarify. We did go back and look. There is an exclusion for residents who are renting a car as a replacement vehicle. So that is if your vehicle is in the shop or being repaired, or if it has been a loss due to an accident, you would not have to pay this tax for the rental car that you do during that period of time. So I just wanted to clarify that for the record since we had commissioners make that request.
Right, and all this money it goes back to the original agreement that was signed quite a number of years ago with the Ball Stadium. That's the one.
So this is part of the bond to repay the bond for the ACES Stadium.
Right, which gets rental car tax.
Yes, that's how we pay the bond.
Yeah. Okay, all right. Yeah, this is before our time. Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
There's nobody signed in.
Okay, are there any other questions for Ms. Rodriguez? Okay, all right, looking for a motion.
I move to adopt ordinance number 1683, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Have a motion and a second. We've asked for public comment. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, I believe. Okay, with all commissioners voting. Okay, Mr. Manager, that now takes us to item number 18, our final public comment.
Item 18 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Okay, thank you so much. Madam Clerk, will you please call public comment?
First up, we have Tracy Thomas, and then next we have Karen Syrink, but I think she's gone. So Cindy Martinez after Tracy. We need the overhead, please.
Welcome back.
Good afternoon, and I just wanted to clarify up front for the record, I have not just come here today or 2 weeks ago. I submitted an email to you all last year with all the concerns I had about the things I observed behind the scenes in the Registrar of Voters' office as a poll worker, as an employee of this county. It fell on deaf ears. I got crickets. So now I have had to come back week after week after week. So if you would just engage in conversation. Do we have all the answers? No, but it's a start. You don't get to a final product if you don't have any conversation. I have worked at these elections since 2000, 20 years, longer than any of you have been up here. I was an employee of Washoe County's Technology Services from 1999 to 2015. So I have institutional knowledge. I am not grabbing at this stuff out of the air. I am not bringing you problems. I have brought you solutions. Solution after solution after solution. Here's another one. As exhausting as it is, I have endurance. And just different than the folks that were here before, I will put God's rattling bones against any bear any day. The purity and transparency of Washoe counties will be tremendously improved by locating central counting operations at the Reno Sparks Convention Center. The venue is well prepared to provide 100 booths for precinct counting, much like they already do for other events, a home show, garden show, hot August nights, etc. Booths will help reduce the volume of noise and will be identified according to the precincts that are being processed in each. They will be equipped with one table and laptop with a privacy screen shield, 2 chairs and cubicles for sorting processed ballots. Security cameras will be positioned over the top of the tables and cast to large flat screens, much like you have here, much like they have in bowling alleys, much like they have in all the sports bars. Identifying each booth, as well as a flat screen displaying real-time tallies. The envelope sorter and receiving area to allow for observation in seated areas. Stations will control flow of traffic down aisles for those who wish to observe without disruption to verification and counting processes and ballot delivery to booths. The convention center provides security checks at the parking lot entrances to ensure only those approved to be there can gain entry. Working with primary parties for lists of approved observers and recommended election employees will go a long way to gaining back the public's trust, as well as reduce the burden of recruitment to the ROV down to just by nonpartisans. They can work on that side of the equation. Chain of custody documents will be signed off on by each employee that handles a ballot, all the way to the end. This is all, by all means, again, not addressing every aspect of the election, but it's a good start, and this is all I can fit in 3 minutes. Thank you.
Next up, we have Cindy Martinez and then Karen Syrink. I see you here. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. Cindy Martinez for the record. Please ensure my comments are permanently placed into the record. And I agree and support and endorse Ms. Thomas's plan. She is accurate when she says that she's been coming back here week after week since last year. As I mentioned 3 weeks ago at the early meeting of this month, Republican Women of Reno came here with their election integrity brigade and talked to you. We can go back to February 8th for my comments. I'm not going to reiterate. We have been here before. We have talked about this. Isn't new, Chair Hartung. I appreciate your curiosity, but you must have been sleeping when we were here. Or maybe that was one of the days that you were still at home taking care of your dog and called in on Zoom. Thank you for the explanation about the money for the court operations, that there's a backlog, which confirms what we had talked about, is that the pandemic and the unlawful edicts by the governor impacted the constitutional rights not only of law-abiding citizens, but the people who have been charged and are in the justice system and did not have their 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th Amendment rights were violated. And they seek redress of grievance, and they don't have the access to this microphone that we do. I want to especially, and I've been kind of lasering the commission, but I want to comment upon Deputy District Nate Edwards, who I know to be, from my experience when I was active duty, to be an honorable prosecutor. He's been doing some heavy lifting. I appreciate what you've done, and I do not include you in my lasering. So please continue and know that you do have the support of the citizens. We know what you're doing, and we appreciate. It takes a lot to step out into the breach when you see wrongdoing and to stand up for the people, so thank you for that. I did that when I was working. I committed career suicide, but I reported my agency for the wrongdoing they did to the federal government. And they couldn't take me out because I was on the side of right. Let's see, the last thing, and the thing about election integrity is that this isn't a left or a right issue. Thank you, Commissioner Herman. It's not a left or right issue. This is about doing what is right for the citizenry. The Constitution is for everyone. It's not just for conservatives. It's not for libertarians. It's not just for Christians. It's for everybody. It's for atheists, for Protestants, for the Native Americans. It's for everyone that's in this country. So we're not talking about something that we want. We've been working over a year on this stuff. We were working on Stop the Steal in 2020. So the folks that wondered that we're organized, darn right we're organized. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Syrink.
Welcome back.
Karen Syrink, please make sure my comments are entered into permanent record. I've said this before in front of you. I could have been voting in Washoe County illegally for 14 years. That's 4 presidential elections and 3 midterm elections. But I did not because I respect the Constitution. And that's what this issue of election integrity boils down to. It's respect. So I ask you, please respect those of us who have followed the law to become naturalized citizens. Please respect all of my fellow citizens, Republican and Democrat, whose votes mean nothing without fair elections. Please respect yourselves enough to have an honest discussion about election integrity during an open meeting. What are you afraid of? I hope that you have enough dignity to ensure that you and any other elected officials who serve in this country are elected legitimately. Please, it's time to discuss the resolution presented by Commissioner Herman. And since I've got a little time, may I remind everyone that the comments made by Megan Archambault, Daniel Abbott, and Edward Goodrich are unfair and uncalled for. To lump all of the people speaking in favor of election integrity as racists, as Nazis or fascists, I guarantee I am more anti-fascist than Ms. Archambault. My dad starved in the streets of Europe during World War II. I am far from fascist. So please, on behalf of everyone here that spoke, those comments do not represent us. This is not a racial issue. Many of us have said this before. It's not about race. It's not about left or right. It is about respecting the Constitution of the United States of America. All of you have sworn to do that, so please respect yourselves enough to do your job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Lane Linebaugh, followed by Pam Reed.
Welcome back.
Oh, I'm after the Hobbit. Gotta love the Hobbits. Lane Linebaugh, please ensure my comments are entered into the public record. Just to recap a little, I do absolutely agree with all the solutions that have been presented to you by Tracy Thomas, the Republican women of Reno, Robert Beatles, and more. Okay, there's a lot of solutions, and they are legal and they're lawful, and we've got a serious, serious problem. Again, as I spoke earlier today, why are you so afraid if there's nothing wrong? And a little bit on respect. It's kind of funny, you know, I tend to like to dress more professionally for this sort of thing, like church and everything, but I just felt today that since you had disrespected us so greatly, and Jeannie Herman, that, you know, maybe I didn't need to dress up. So thank you again so much, Jeannie, for standing up to the mob. I thank my colleagues here for standing up to the mob. And a little bit, on the people that spoke earlier today, wondering, you know, why they'd been left out. Well, you can just look these meetings up. So, you know, we aren't to blame for them being left out, as well as the blatant disregard for our sentiments that this is a American issue. This is a United States issue, not a racist issue, not a left, right, black, white, or any of those things. We have to have voter reform, and we can see it all across the country. So, hey, let's lead the charge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Reed.
Ma'am, Oh, I'm sorry. Come on up. Are you Pam or are you Hope?
I'm her daughter. I'm her daughter.
Okay.
My name is Hope Backman. Thank you for having me here today. I am a natural-born woman and not a person, and I'm going to have to start making that more apparent every time I come up here, apparently. So I just want to say that Reno, Nevada has turned out to be quite a horrible place to live. I am originally from the great state of Texas, where there's freedom and people get to make their own choices, and we have a lot more respect and belief in our elected officials. Guys, look, we have kids that we're raising in this state, and if you don't care about honesty or our children's future, please, I am begging you to step aside and let us get on with our lives in a normal, honest fashion. We don't like coming up here. I don't like coming up here and making fun of your mask or telling you, guys, what a horrible job you're doing. You know, just do what's right. Didn't you have parents? If you did, I mean, didn't they teach you right from wrong? This is something that's going terribly, terribly wrong in this state. Jeannie Herman, thank you for being a good person. Guys, I'm not joking. I mean, we've been coming here for quite a while trying to get you to listen to us. Do we need to start protesting outside your houses, your churches, your favorite restaurants? Is that how we're going to get you guys to listen to us? We're not kidding around here. Our most prized assets, our most important things in life are our family, our children, God, which seems to be completely ignored by you guys. I mean, we know about George Soros. We know he hires people to work in here and courtrooms and attorneys and police officers. This has been going on long enough. No one's benefiting from this. We have the worst schools in the entire United States. Come to Nevada. We won't educate you. Come to Nevada. We have the worst gas prices, too. Come to Nevada. We have the largest number of California rejects. They couldn't make it there, but they'll scrape up the last of our housing so no one else can buy any. This is the worst state to live in. Go outside. You can't see our blue skies. It's just trash everywhere I look. And it's not getting better. Please care about our kids' future. Please, it's so important. You've already taken 2 years of my child's life away, and that is long enough. No more of this. You had your fun. It's over. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catherine
Thank
Snedeker,
you.
followed by Betty Thiessen.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Again, my name is Catherine Snedeker. I'm a non-person, non-resident, unenfranchised natural woman. I'm tired of your lies, too. I mean, was it your handlers that elected you? The ones that pay you off for doing certain things that they want you to do? Or did we, the people, elect you? And then you betray us. You're a traitor to us. You are warring against the Constitution by violating it. I forget what crime that is. But we can go after your bond. And you'll never be able to be any kind of a political anything ever again, thank God. These courtroom cameras. We are supposed to be allowed to go into the courtroom and face our accuser and watch facial expressions and body language, not on a Zoom call where you see the headshot. That's not justice. That's not a real courtroom. We don't even have real judges in the courtroom. Your bonds are paid by us, the taxpayers. You're supposed to buy your own surety bond, NRS 282. We're not supposed to buy the bond to protect you from what you do wrong. You're supposed to buy your own bond. I don't buy your car insurance, at least I hope to God I'm not buying your car insurance. Why would I buy your specific performance and liability bond? You pay for it yourselves. Oh, can't do that. We got all this money from the taxpayers. We can use that. I'm really tired of this pandemic. Actually, it was a plandemic. There never is a pandemic. The PCR test never worked, not from day one, and you were told that, and you knew that. And when you insist people take that, and it causes them a damage, you're personally liable. See Owens versus City of Independence, Supreme Court case. You think this is a joke. I hope you don't get any sleep tonight. I hope you worry your asses off that you're going to get sued. Because it's coming. I'm telling you, it's coming. And you're not going to like it. The fraudulent statements, the intentional misdirection and misinformation that we get from you. What makes you above the law? That you can do that to us. I think you better change your ways. I think you better listen to all the people that have gotten up here and spoken and forget about ALEC and forget about the APA and do your job for us.
Thank you, ma'am. Please.
Betty Thiessen, followed by Suze Van Ness.
Welcome back.
Betty Thiessen, Washoe County resident. I just would like to thank Jeannie again for everything she's done for the county and the people. I request the county to put her resolution on the agenda as soon as possible. I would like to talk about the things that Deanna Spicula talked about, because I've seen these roles firsthand. I worked for Robert Beatles for 4 or 5 months, doing canvassing, sitting at my computer for hours upon hours. And I saw businesses that had hundreds of people that vote from these businesses. Registered, at least. I don't know if they voted, but. And we canvassed around the university. There were places that are closed that had over 200 registered voters. So look at these records. I insist on it. You work for us. And I thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Suze Van Ness, followed by Maxine Bradshaw.
Welcome.
Thank you. I once again ask the Holy Spirit to guide my words and be within this room. I hope that you and I don't have a problem, Commissioner Hartung. I just saw, what we call the stink eye a while ago a couple times. So I hope that you and I can, maybe it was something I said, I'm not sure. But we'll go on with the rest of this. I also have canvassed all over. I also have sat at the computer. I also had meetings with Deanna Spicula and recorded it. And what I heard today, I need to go home and match what was said with what was said today. But what was said to the citizens is not the same thing that she said today on a few points, and I'll come back and I'll put that together. Now, as far as what you said that your father was taken off, and that was good, however, they are put in an inactive file. Now, what they do is they hold those in the inactive file. They're not sponged from the record. Hopefully your father's was. But if someone's deceased, it should be wiped off, right? So what we've found on some of these is, ladies and gentlemen, there are veterans within the voter rolls that are deceased. They're sitting in a little basket over here waiting for the next day after the election. A veteran who's deceased, haven't we used those people enough? I don't understand why everyone here, if you want to know what's in those data rolls, why don't you go to Mr. Beatles? Why doesn't everybody say, you know what? Something's not right here. Why can't we sit down and see what data you've got? I went to the voter registrar. I talked outside today to one of the tech people, and he did a dance around that. He said, no, we're going to go see what an alternative group has just come up with. We're going to look at that data. Can you tell me what's wrong with that? Mr. Beatles put together a whole database. If it's lying and it's not true, then you too can look at it. It doesn't make any common sense that all of you do not want to go sit down with him and have a look yourselves. I sat for hours. My colleague and I traveled this Washoe County all over. We saw it. We saw everything. It's there. So please support the agenda next time.
Thank you.
Maxine Bradshaw, followed by Vicki Dunn. Is Maxine here? Vicki Dunn? Nicholas St. John? Can you leave? Janet Butcher?
Welcome back, Ms. Butcher.
Janet Butcher, for the record. Please ensure my comments are entered into public record. I am a legal resident of Nevada in the county of Washoe. I think Tracy Thompson presented a very common sense solution. But we know common sense isn't a thing of the day. Because no one has been convicted of voter fraud doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I had a family member a year and a half ago have their car stolen at gunpoint by a repeat offender. He didn't even go to trial. Doesn't mean he wasn't guilty, but the DA threw it out. If a tree falls in the forest and does it still make a noise?
Thank you.
Val White, followed by Roger Edwards. Is Val here? Okay, there she is.
Welcome back, Ms. White.
Thank you. Tracy Thomas, 3 cheers for you. Her ideas are solid gold. I hope the board considers them. Trust but verify. What does the phrase really mean? It means you want to trust, but there's actually not a lot of it, so you need to verify that the trust is well placed. Verify means to be certain of the truth or correctness of by evidence. The election setup as it exists today is filled with activities and equipment and processes that do nothing to instill trust, because there's actually no opportunity for Joe Public to see evidence of the process's trustworthiness. The machines that check the signatures do a horrible job, so they're sent to workers to verify the signatures. Joe Public can't see the signatures himself, but he's asked to trust that the workers are doing a good job, even though they're approving several signatures in just a few seconds. Joe is asked to trust that the machines have been certified and are trustworthy, but there's really no way for Joe to verify the system himself, and actually no one in our entire government can see what's in the system software. We're all just told to trust the unnamed experts that did a thorough testing. Joe is also asked to trust the voter registration rolls. Can Joe verify the rolls are clean? He can if he canvasses some of the registrants, but he can't canvass the entire state. Yet his small canvassing of the registrants shows that up to 50% of the names and addresses are false. Joe is asked to trust that the Registrar of Voters is protecting the integrity of the election. But when unexplained stoppages in the counting process happen, like it did in 2020, Joe is asked to just trust that the reason was valid. Yet again, there's no way for Joe to verify. These are just a few reasons why there is no trust in the election processes as they exist now. You need to implement the recommended election improvements that will allow Joe Public to verify, not trust, all portions of the election. Any honorable elected representative with integrity would have no disagreement with the resolution items and should vote to approve them as soon as they hit the agenda again. This whole thing that I just spoke was trying to get you to see that we, Joe Public, can't see with our own eyes that this election is fair. We're asked to trust things just on the word of other experts or procedures. We need to see them, and that's what a paper ballot and a hand-counted ballot by precinct, as Tracy suggested, would solve the problem. Get the signatures with all personal confidential information removed. Let everybody see it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Roger Edwards, followed by Robert Beatles.
Good afternoon, Roger Edwards again, 49-year resident, lifelong civil servant. I too believe that you need to listen to Tracy Thomas. I mean, she is staff. And you know, you guys go by staff reports. Well, you've been getting staff reports from that person for a long time. My concerns are, you know, we just filled up this room twice, 300 people the first time, 200 the second. And you had to understand that our concerns were with election integrity, particularly in Registrar Spicula's office. And yet you had her appear for a presentation, and it was so fast we couldn't even read it. You have very few questions from this board, which really upsets me. Yet over 40,000 more votes and voters, and nobody asked her about it. Chairman Hartung asked her several questions, which I applaud. But she kept saying, oh, well, it's all fine because we have an accuracy certification board. How many of you folks are on the accuracy? Any of you? So what's this board made of? It's not made of me. I would sit on it. I volunteered for everything. He put me on it. So who's certifying the certifiers? You got some Registrar Spicula addressed this conversion process several times. Now, I understand you guys give reports that we don't get. But, you know, you have to understand that, and you have to explain that, or have her or somebody, that person making the presentation, explain the nuts and bolts to these folks. These folks are the bosses. You guys work for us. If we don't understand, then we ask questions that are stupid because we don't have details that you guys have. So explain it to us. And I really want to know everything that I can know about the Accuracy Certification Board. This sounds like a great job. I need to be on that one. And this cross-referencing addresses and stuff and some conversion process. How long are we going to be in a conversion process? We got another election coming up. We have to have an accurate program in place tomorrow. Yesterday would be better. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Robert Beatles, followed by Roblin Williams.
We have the overhead for Mr. Beatles, please. There we are.
Please put everything on the record. Robert Beatles, Reno, Nevada. So I thought it was kind of interesting. There was no apology officially to, Mrs. Jeannie Herman, because, she gave you all a resolution. She did it properly. Then the county changed the format, and then it somehow became out of format, and then it got thrown off the agenda. But everybody was quick to run to the press and say that it was racist or it was illegal or she's incompetent. Where's her public apology, especially from you, Mr. Hartung or Hill, who made it to the news to give your speeches and stuff about how you didn't want to cover this, I think you formally owe her an apology. Absolutely. Especially in the media. I also find it, really upsetting that nobody asked Spicula about any of this stuff. You guys had all these little softball questions, so do the machines have internet? I mean, you didn't even ask that. But why didn't you ask how come our votes just for the last election are off by 40,000? We had 40,000 more votes than voters. And that's just our last one. And you can see this trend. So it's more than just Spicula. This has been going on for a long time. Our votes here in Washoe simply do not count. And this is their data. That's their disc. So they can say whatever they want to try to discredit this, but that is their data. And then even if they want to say that, oh, this is inactive voters, well, then how come there's 180,000 new voters over the past 25 months? These are like the things a second grader would understand. They're too hard to refute because they're truths. I mean, you can see it. It's right from their own data. So then she gets up here and she talks about these fairy tales about how the voting system's great, but she doesn't give you guys a cost. I thought all you guys care about is the budget, the money. Because you guys, when you looked at the resolution, you said, oh, there's no budget. We don't know how much it costs. Well, guess what? It'd save you guys millions of dollars. The whole thing would cost about $300,000. Right now, the Register of Voters has a budget, I think, about $4.9 million, if I remember right from the budget, from reading it. It doesn't specify anything. It's a joke. It's literally like 2 pages. It says like their mission statement on the back. It has like the budget of sorts, but it doesn't lay out any of what the money actually goes to. Where this would be very simple. If you look at, I think it was New Hampshire that has twice our population, just to do paper ballots there was like $180,000. So that was from the Secretary of State. This isn't just random citizens. That was what the Secretary of State said. So if you get rid of all these machines and you just simply go to paper ballots and you do what was in the resolution, we could literally be having elections for maybe $300,000 or so. And we have all the volunteers that we need. Instead, they are hiring them from out of Las Vegas, and they're hiring them from here, and they're temporary workers, and they're working our elections. This isn't fair. We have people right here in this county that would do the work. In addition, when you start bringing in all these observers from all these other states, well, then guess what? The people in this state can't even observe their own elections. We've caught Spicula in so many lies. She's either guilty of treason or she's the dumbest register of voters on the planet. She has to go.
Roblin Williams, followed by Victoria Meyer.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Again, my name's Roblin Williams. I would like my comments as part of the record of this meeting. I have 4 things I want to get through, so I'm going to talk very fast. There are things I want to bring up that's come up. Number 1, I take great offense at the earlier comments that I am part of any biased right-wing body trying to suppress anyone from voting. And I take offense with the commentator that accused me of racism for wanting safety measures in place to be sure that there is 1 vote for 1 qualified voter. I am very tired, and I think it's very sad, and I worry very much about our community that is being divided by the word racism. I think we've come a long way, and I think that that has to be acknowledged from when, like between my parents to my children, who one is in a biracial marriage, and I'm getting pretty tired of being labeled a racist just because election integrity is important to me. That's number 1. Number 2, I want on record that I oppose any use moving forward of any privately funded, nonprofit money being accepted by my county to help with our election and our voter rolls. And this means any Zuckerberg-funded foundations, and it means any Soros-funded foundations, and even we already know Eric is a part of this. I don't like it, and I am going to fight against it. We pay taxes, we have county staff, we do not need to bring in foreign or domestic agendanized, that's word, people for our elections. That's number 2. Number 3, the Guard. doesn't scare me. It's already known that there are going to be problems if this election doesn't go their way. At a time when police officers are being blinded by lasers, I want to be protected because I think that we're being threatened. And number 4, I am very dismayed when the same person that had an agenda item removed also spoke to the media. This is the 93rd birthday of my 2-time Pulitzer Prize-winning father in journalism. He was also a judge. He would be sick. He was the publisher of this paper before his death. What is happening in the media is sickening, and I hope nobody puts too much into truth in media, because that has died.
Thank you.
Victoria Meyer, followed by Donald Fossum.
Welcome back, Ms. Meyer.
I want to ditto what she said. Wow. I don't like the labeling of all these people as racist. I, for one, am not a member of any group, okay? I'm a citizen of Washoe County, 40 plus years. We have issues before us today. Please put my comments on record, by the way. Illegal immigration, vax mandates, vax passports, the child abusive practice of masking our children, election integrity. These are the defining issues of our day. The arguments against this resolution that was supposed to be on the agenda today, the arguments are weak and we see through them. The arguments against, like, putting a spotlight on the election, the arguments against doing that are so weak. 2 weeks ago, Ms. Jung, you made a comment under tears. I did ask for all of you to comment, and I appreciate that you did. But you stated that you were sad to see such hate. This isn't hate. Nobody here hates you, at least most of us don't. This is democracy. We are speaking up. We want you to put this item on the agenda. Ms. Hill, Mr. Hartung, we just want you to take a look at what so many millions of people across the country have uncovered. I don't care what the courts say. We're verging on the edge of tyranny in this country. Bureaucratically, through our health departments, they're getting so much money from COVID funding, and they're getting, go to cdc.gov, look up the word shielding, search it, and you'll see the word camp, segregating, taking people out of their homes against their will. This is cdc.gov, the word shielding. I didn't make this up. You can see it for yourself. I don't know where all this is going, but I don't like the sound of it. So why is my neighbor who passed away 5 years ago still listed on SOS as an active voter? Why did I receive 2 ballots in the 2020 election? Why have I received an address correction card for a woman who has never lived at my address? Why are there 6 people listed as active voters right now at my address when only 4 of us live there and the other 2 moved to New Hampshire in July of 2021? There's questions to be answered. And will you meet with us, Mr. Hartung? Will you meet with a group of us to discuss these issues? I'd like to hear from you guys, and I'd like to hear from you today on that. Thank you.
Donald Fossum, followed by Scott Meyer.
Hello, Commissioners.
Welcome back.
Long day for you all. Us too, but we didn't start it by being in a warm door. We were out in the cold. I was going to start, hopefully, overhead, please.
Do we have the overhead?
I intended or hoped to start this meeting with that because we had come together based on how I felt things were going up to yesterday when we got the report that this wasn't going to go through today. We have a divided country, and a lot of the reason is because of the election integrity question. Those who don't question it are pissed off as hell at the ones who question it. So I'm not very smart, so if I had to make a bumper sticker for all of this, I would just make a bumper sticker that says that, because this is just about counting and how we do it, which is a lot. So, like I said, I was optimistic that we could fix this, and I'm not going to let you off the hook by saying we're going to push you out, we're going to move you on. No, because we're going to squeeze you harder than that. Because it isn't, don't take it personal. It isn't that I think you people might be okay in another light. But I want action now, okay? So don't take a mental break by thinking you're going to be floating out of office pretty soon. We need to do something about this now, because not only do we have a divided country, a divided community, a divided state, we got the wrong president.
Thank you.
Scott Meyer. Mr. Fossum. Mr. Fossum, can I have your documents, please, for the record? Can I, for the record?
Meyer.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be short and sweet like the last time. So I just have a question, and it's pretty easy. You don't even have to speak. You can just nod your head. Are any of you willing to meet with Mr. Beadle? Just nod your head. I got 3 minutes here. What's that?
I'll meet with
You'll meet with the devil? Okay, good. So you'll meet with him. How about... You've been trying to meet with him? He can show me the emails that you haven't. So he can show me the emails that you haven't. So I can see the emails, I'm sure. Bring them over here. Let's look at them.
Okay.
Now, bad.
Commissioners, please, commissioners.
So, can any of you just not, okay, other than you said you would, so we'll hold you to, we all hear this here, right? She's willing to meet? Kitty, with the devil, will you meet with him? He's not the devil. Okay, well, anyway, so you said you would, so we've all heard that, so, okay, well, I'd like to see that. But anybody else, I mean, what are you afraid of? I mean, let's prove him wrong. I saw his presentation, and it was damn good. It was, really enlightening and made me go, wow. Yeah, I couldn't argue with it. So I'm just wondering, are any of the rest of you willing to just nod your head that you'll meet with him? You will? Mm-hmm. Okay, there you go. Mr. Hartung, I appreciate that very much. That's what we're looking for. Please. How about Alexis Hill? Are you? Thank
Please.
you.
No,
just... Alexis, are you willing to nod your head?
No.
Hello. Are you willing to meet with him, or what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of something? Hello. Earth to Mrs. Hill. Come in. Huh. Interesting. Anyway, noted. I know that Jeannie, obviously she already has. Anyway, I just think, and I appreciate that, Mr. Hartung. That's great. I appreciate, we need to talk to each other here. We need to talk to each other. That's just, decency. So anyway, yeah, let's talk and let's figure this out. There's nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, is there any other?
Mr. Chairman, that's everybody signed in.
Okay. I will close public comment, bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item 19.
Chairman. Do you have room for me?
Sure.
Thanks.
Will
I
you,
just had a couple afterthoughts.
will you sign in
Janice
for us?
Jones.
Okay.
If you can add my comments to the record, please. I watched Deanna Spicula come in here and introduce herself. I saw her at a Sparks Republican Women's Dinner about 2 weeks ago. But she introduced herself and she threw a whole bunch of slides at you so fast I thought you'd get whiplash. She threw these up there. She said, slam, bam, thank you, and she was ready to go. But you slowed her down. You asked her questions. And she's a fast talker, and she sounds like somebody that's used to just covering things up with an appropriate answer. But I realize it's probably a good place for you to start with your questions. And I just think that if you really, truly are interested in getting some answers so that you can understand, like, at your level or what you want to understand, what we're all talking about, I just really think that you could get a whole lot better answers than her if you get with the people that really know, like Mr. Beatles, like Miss Thompson here, who has, oh my gosh, so much information. We talk about her offline about how impressed we are with what she knows about the processes that aren't working. And how about Mr. Jim Marchant, who's a candidate for Secretary of State? He has fought the fraud. You have to talk to someone who believes in the fraud, not Miss Spicula, because ask him about Dominion software. If you sat down and talked with him, ask him about the ERIC program. Don't take Deanna's answers. That way, at least you could formulate your own questions and your own thoughts, because you're not getting a bunch of canned answers and slides thrown at your head. Just a suggestion, but thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay. All right. Do we have anybody else signed in, Madam Clerk?
No,
Okay.
just the district attorney.
Okay, no, I will close public comment, and I will bring it back to the board. Mr. Manager, take us into our final item, please.
Item 19 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions' updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Okay, Mr. Manager, do you have any such items?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Mr. Edwards, I have you signed in first.
I just wanted to say that I already respected Mr. Brown a lot before today, but his statement after the break, where he acknowledged, what had transpired with that item, made me respect him even more. And I also wanted to say to Ms. Martinez that thank you for those nice comments about me, but I do want you to know that you're not able to see everything that goes on behind the scenes, and it has to be that way. Our role is limited in that way. But I do want you to know that I'm only able to do what I do because of my boss, and he does back me up, and I want you to know that. But thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Jung, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I owe you a big apology. I shouldn't have been popping off during public comment. I am going to go back to our commission rules that say there will be no discussion or response to public comment. It's been a long day, and I can pop off, but I'm trying to vibrate at a very different level, and I just want to beg the board my pardon. And you know me, I'm solution oriented. And I'm getting ready to do some solutions too. So, I beg the pardon of the speakers as well. It was wrong of me, and we should not be responding to public comment or interjecting. It's your floor. So, I please forgive me, and please, Mr. Chairman, forgive me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hold on, Commissioner Hill. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I forgive you. Okay, so getting back to the drawing board. Since you're going to make me go through an obstacle course to go through both the chair and the manager, why don't I put the responsibility on you to bring us back the agenda item? I'd appreciate that very much. I would put your name on it. I don't care.
But I'd like you to work with the manager. I've had conversations with the manager to make sure that we have the correct, because I know that there were different iterations, and that was
no.
the I'm just telling you the information that I got. So that's why I want to make sure that we have it clear, and then once I have the agenda item, I'm happy to place it on. I will have conversations with you and make sure that it is exactly what you want, and then we will go from there. Is that reasonable?
Well, is there any possibility we're going to get it on the very next meeting's agenda?
I would have to defer to staff. I don't have any idea what's on the agenda, so I'm not gonna answer either way.
The way that it was written was the way
Okay.
I wanted it to be.
Okay. And sadly, and the manager has already said that
I know.
we're
and I
getting into
appreciate-
deliberation here, but the manager has already said,
Yes.
and I had no knowledge of any of this, but I'm happy to take responsibility for it. But I did not see the original agenda item that you gave him that was Kraft versus the agenda item that was posted.
I will email it to you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hill?
And I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought
Okay.
you were done.
I'm sorry. I just, I would love to know what open meeting law that I violated, because I can't find one.
Mr. Edwards, would you like to respond to that, given that the DA's office made the recommendation?
Yeah, I can respond to that. Give me just a second. All right. Here's my response to that question. First off, I want to state on the record that we're not against the item being on the agenda. We're not for the item. Those are not our decisions. We're not in the position to make those calls. That's not our role as lawyers. We review for legal form and compliance. This item was pulled for open meeting law compliance. If it does come back, we'll provide whatever legal assessment of its provisions is necessary at the appropriate time. We always work with any commissioner to help them with legal guidance, and we are ready and willing to do so in the future. In this role, I have personally made myself available around the clock to each of the commissioners here, and I view them as equals, and I view them as all separately elected members of the county commission. I've made myself available by phone or email, days, nights, weekends, vacations, oftentimes to the chagrin of my family, my friends, and my kids. That all said, when I reviewed the language on this item, it was clear to me that it violated the open meeting law. Item 14 indicates it is an election resolution, quote unquote, to direct the registrar of voters to implement, quote, procedures enforcing policies by the 2022 primary election, end quote. Procedures enforcing policies. It says nothing about what the procedures or policies are that are sought to be enforced. It says nothing about their scope. It says nothing about their content. It includes no indication of what any of those specific procedures or policies would even be. This would have been in violation of NRS 241.020, which requires that agenda items be a, quote, clear and complete, end quote, statement of the topics to be discussed and acted on at a meeting. The Nevada Supreme Court has rejected a broad interpretation of this rule in Sandoval versus Board of Regents of University, 119 Nevada 148. The Attorney General's office has done likewise, both in its enforcement actions under NRS 241.037 and NRS 241.039. And it has confirmed this in its open meeting law manual, most pertinently in the sections on agenda compliance. It also lacks clarity on the action to be taken. It's written for the commission, quote, to accept, end quote, the resolution. Does this mean to approve it? Simply acknowledge that it puts forth a list of concerns but not approve it, or something else? This is another vague point, and again, vagueness is not compatible with the law's rule that an item be a clear and complete statement. An effort was made to rush this item onto the agenda for this week's meeting. Because of that situation, this item was not able to and did not go through the ordinary review process before it was put on the agenda. We at the DA's office did not write the agenda item, but once we assessed the language, we had no choice but to point out the inadequacy under the open meeting law. We did so. It is free to be brought back at a future meeting. I'll close with this. This creates an important legal reality for today. Assume this item had been considered. Assume it had been approved, or portions of it had been approved today. Any opponents of the item, and you are aware that there are many of them, or at least some of them, would have been capable of having it immediately voided under the open meeting law. Actions taken in violation of the open meeting law are void. That's in NRS 241.036. The Attorney General's office and private individuals are empowered to institute legal proceedings to have void actions declared so under the open meeting law in NRS 241.037 and NRS 241.039. The commission would have been left today with an approved resolution that is void, and this commission would have been in violation of the open meeting law. That's the underlying basis. There was already an explanation put forth on it, but that's an expanded explanation of the law that applies to this item.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. I appreciate that, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Okay. You're okay? Okay. So for myself, Mr. Manager, would you get the information from Mr. Beatles so that you have it? And Mr. Beatles, I'll have, Mr. Manager, you have his contact information?
That's the information you're referring to as contact information?
No. The information that he has that has the difference in between the number of people that voted versus the number of people that were registered. Hold on, please.
Okay.
Please. I didn't interrupt when you guys spoke. Would you get that information so that we can understand the differences in that?
I will do that.
Okay. So there. Mr. Beatles, I'm happy to meet with you, and but I want the manager to have that information so that I can understand what you have. I want to understand it from my staff. Okay. All right. Mr. Manager, will you have staff reach out to Mr. Beatles, and we'll get something on my calendar?
Yes,
Okay?
sir.
Okay. And that is all I have. Commissioners, anything else? Okay. All right. Thank you so much. We are adjourned.